This is Bone Chillers to disturb your dreams. Dare to join us? Click subscribe, ring the bell. But remember, we cannot guarantee your safety from the nightmares that await. Prepare to be thrilled, chilled, and filled with a sense of dread you'll find nowhere else. Welcome to the darkness. We've been waiting.
The Obsidian Children, Part 2. The Other Side of the Door. It began with a knock, an unexpected soft rapping at my door on a frigid, wind-whipped evening. I glanced through the peephole, half expecting to see a neighbour or perhaps a delivery gone astray. Instead, I was met with a pair of glowing yellow eyes peering from a face that was of a deep obsidian hue, reminiscent of the darkest midnight. A child, alone, cold, wearing a simple tattered robe, its skin ashen from the cold. "Please," it whispered when I opened the door just a crack, the voice filled with tremors. "It's so cold." Curiosity, sympathy, perhaps even an instinctive maternal pull compelled me. I opened the door wider, letting the child step into the warmth. As it passed the threshold, I shivered, a cold gust of wind entering with it, chilling me to the bone. I offered it a blanket and some hot cocoa. The child nodded gratefully but remained eerily silent, save for the occasional plea. "May I sit here? Can I have more cocoa? Is it okay if I stay?" With every request it made, I noticed subtle, disturbing changes in my home. The once beige walls of my living room began to shimmer, taking on a hue of deep purple, almost black. The hardwood floor under our feet felt odd, softer, spongier, like stepping onto the flesh of some large, living creature. The most alarming change was my window. I'd always had a breathtaking view of the city skyline. Now it showed a vast, alien desert bathed in dim red light. Towers of jagged black stone sprouted from the ground, and shadowy creatures flitted between them. Fear curled in my stomach, and I began to understand the implications of what I'd done by letting the child in. The house wasn't just changing, it was transforming into a portal, a bridge between our world and theirs. The child, still sitting on my couch, looked up at me, those sharp yellow eyes that shimmered like the edge of a sharpened blade against the moonlight. "Thank you," it murmured. "I was so lonely. They're coming now." The very air turned thick, and the pressure inside my home increased, making it difficult to breathe. I could hear distant whispers and murmurs like a crowd approaching. Panicking, I tried to speak, to demand answers, but the words caught in my throat. "What are you?" I finally managed. "We are the Obsidian Children, lost souls from a dying dimension seeking refuge in yours." "Why my home?" The child tilted its head. "Your sympathy. It was strong like a beacon. Every plea you granted paved the way for my kin." A slow dread formed within me. How can I stop this? A soft smile curled on its lips. It's already too late. Desperation fueled my actions. If pleas were the key, then perhaps a plea of my own might reverse the effect. "Please," I whispered, "go back to where you came from. Please leave my home." The child cocked its head, considering. "If I do, they'll be trapped, alone, cold. You understand, don't you?" I nodded, tears forming. "I do, but this isn't the way." Closing my eyes, I focused all my thoughts on the home I once knew, pouring every ounce of love and memory into my plea. The weight of the atmosphere eased slightly. The child watched me for what felt like an eternity, its face unreadable. Then, slowly, it stood up. "Perhaps there is another way," it murmured. It walked towards the door, each step reverberating in the silence of my transforming home, and with each step, my house began reverting. The purple-black hue of the walls faded to beige, the spongy floor firmed up, and the alien landscape outside the window shifted back to the familiar city skyline. The child paused at the threshold, looking back at me one last time. "Thank you," it said, "for your kindness, for your understanding." With that, it stepped out, the door closing softly behind it. The cold, dark night was all that remained. I leaned against the now familiar door, heart pounding in my chest. Relief washed over me as I realized that my world, my home, was safe, for now. But as I prepared for bed, a nagging thought plagued me. The Obsidian Children were still out there searching, pleading. I could only hope that the next person they encountered would find the strength to say no.
Mr. Phantom's Revenge, the second chapter. The Kent house stood silent in the heart of Riverview, a mournful relic of its former self. Since Grace's inexplicable disappearance, many residents had tried to buy and renovate the place, but strange occurrences always deterred them. Whispers of moving dolls, inexplicable digging sounds, and sometimes even a plaintive cry left the house uninhabited. Father Sullivan, however, refused to let the evil of Mr. Phantom continue. He had seen Emily after Grace's disappearance and noticed the lost look in her eyes. The influence of this malevolent entity seemed even more profound. He decided to confront the evil once and for all. One evening, armed with holy water, a Bible, and his unwavering faith, Father Sullivan approached the Kent house. He could feel a cold draft as he entered, a sign that something unnatural lurked within. "Mr. Phantom," he shouted, standing firm in the living room, "I have come to put an end to this." A voice echoed through the room, sending shivers down the priest's spine. "You cannot stop me, Sullivan. Emily is mine. No child is yours," he yelled defiantly. From the corner of his eye, he saw movement. Emily, now 11 years old, stood in the doorway. Her eyes were vacant, and her hands were covered in mud. "Emily," Father Sullivan approached her cautiously. "Are you okay?" She blinked, her empty gaze fixated on him. "Mr. Phantom doesn't like you," she whispered. As the priest reached out to her, the ground beneath him started to shake. Suddenly, a large hole appeared, and hands, seemingly made of the very earth, began to grasp at him. He realized these were the same hands that had possibly claimed Grace. Refusing to let fear dominate, Father Sullivan began reciting an exorcism prayer. The house trembled as Emily, or rather Mr. Phantom through Emily, shouted in defiance, but the priest continued, dousing Emily and the house with holy water. Gradually, the shaking ceased, the hands retreated, and Emily fell to the ground, unconscious. Exhausted, Father Sullivan held her close, praying for her safety. When Emily awoke, her eyes showed clarity and fear. She clung to Father Sullivan, tears streaming down her face. "It's okay, child," he assured her. "He's gone." "But he'll be back," Emily sobbed. "He said he'll have his revenge." Father Sullivan nodded gravely. "We'll be ready." Years went by. Emily, under Father Sullivan's guidance, learned to shield herself against the supernatural. The town believed they had seen the last of Mr. Phantom. However, stories began to emerge from neighboring towns, of children digging holes and whispers of someone named Mr. Phantom. Realizing the evil had only migrated, Father Sullivan and Emily took it upon themselves to hunt down and eradicate the vengeful spirit, not just for Grace and Rusty, but for all the souls that Mr. Phantom wished to claim. Together they became legendary figures, traveling from one place to another, fighting the evil that seemed relentless. Riverview became a symbol of their fight against Mr. Phantom, reminding them that while evil might never completely die, there's always hope, and there will always be someone standing up against the darkness.
The Clockwork curse. It was a dare, a joke really. My friends were convinced I wouldn't last a night at the abandoned Worthington Mansion. People talked about that place, how the grandfather clock in the main hall would chime at 3:13 a.m. every night, even though it had been broken for decades. Each chime brought with it a haunting event, 12 in total, each more terrifying than the last. At first, I scoffed at the idea, ghost stories to keep kids away from a dilapidated old house. But as I entered, an unsettling feeling washed over me. The creaky wooden floors, the cobwebs hanging in every corner, the eerie silence. It was the perfect setting for a haunted tale. Finding a decent spot in the main hall, I laid down my sleeping bag, flashlight at the ready, waiting for the myth to prove itself. I was almost asleep when the grandfather clock's chime pierced the stillness. It was exactly 3:13 a.m. first chime. A sudden cold breeze swept the hall. It sent shivers down my spine, but I brushed it off as natural. Just the wind from a broken window, perhaps. Second chime. The walls whispered with faint giggles of children. It was so soft, I thought I had imagined it. But then I saw small, shadowy figures darting about, playing hide and seek. Third chime. Portraits of the Worthington family hung on the walls began to weep. Tears streamed down their painted faces, dripping onto the floor with quiet sobs. Fourth chime. A scent of roses wafted through the room. I followed it and found a trail of fresh rose petals leading to the grand ballroom. Their vibrant colour contrasted with the dusty surroundings. 5th chime. The piano in the ballroom played a haunting melody by itself. Its ghostly tune seemed to mourn a long-lost love. 6th chime. A spectral lady in a Victorian gown appeared, gracefully dancing to the piano's lament. Her eyes locked onto mine for a fleeting moment, showing me a depth of sadness that words couldn't convey. 7th chime. Horrified shouts echoed from the kitchen. I rushed there to find a translucent chef, his hands covered in blood, chopping something that was mercifully out of my view. 8th chime. Suddenly I was back in the main hall. Hands reached out from beneath the floorboards, trying to grasp my ankles. I ran, narrowly avoiding their desperate clutches. 9th chime. Every door in the hallway slammed shut, then opened, revealing rooms filled with phantasmal parties, a ball here, a tea party there, all suspended in a moment of time. 10th chime. The sound of a crying baby echoed throughout. In a nursery, a ghostly mother rocked her transparent baby, singing a lullaby, tears streaming down her face. 11th chime. The most chilling of all. I saw apparitions of every person who'd ever died in the mansion staring at me, reaching out, begging for release from their eternal torment. The 12th chime approached, and the weight of dread was almost unbearable. I had heard about the deadly duel, and I knew that witnessing it might be my undoing. 12th chime. The grand ballroom doors flung open, revealing 2 gentlemen, their ethereal forms glowing. They paced away from each other, pistols drawn. Spectral guests surrounded them, watching with bated breath. With a nod, they turned and fired. One of the figures crumpled, blood blossoming on his white shirt. The victor, with remorse evident in his eyes, dropped his weapon and kneeled beside the fallen man. And then, as suddenly as it began, everything vanished. The clock's chime faded, and silence reigned once more. The apparitions, the sounds, the smells, all were gone. I bolted from the mansion as dawn's first light broke the horizon, vowing never to return. And while I knew I had witnessed the Worthington mansion's tragic past, I also felt a deep sorrow for those trapped souls, reliving their most haunting moments every night. The mansion still stands, and I hear the stories from those brave or foolish enough to spend a night there. And while many enter, lured by the legend of the Clockwork curse, none leave unchanged. For once you've witnessed the sorrows of the past, they become a part of you, a haunting reminder of the passage of time and the secrets that old mansions hold. The final bow. The opulent hallways of the Elmsworth Opera House carried stories I'd only ever heard as whispers. I had arrived as a journalist, eager to unearth its secrets. The tales of the ghostly apparitions had captured my imagination, but no one had ever dared to trace them to their source. I intended to be the first. "It's always the same night every year," Sarah, the theatre's historian, said as she handed me brittle newspaper clippings. The headlines blared, "Performance disrupted by phantom presence" and "Lead actress paralysed by terror on stage." The articles spanned over 5 decades. Sarah leaned in, her voice trembling. "The most consistent story is that of the understudy, Lillian." Flipping to a photograph in one of the faded clippings, she pointed at a young woman with burning eyes and a fierce determination. Lillian. She was supposed to debut as the lead, but that night, she was found dead backstage. "And no one knows what happened," I pressed. Sarah shook her head. "Some say jealousy, others think it was an accident. But every year on the anniversary of her death, the theatre experiences oddities." I felt the cold breeze on cue, making the dim hallway lights flicker. This was my first taste of Lillian's presence. Over the next few days, I dived deep into Lillian's life. She was said to have a voice that could enchant even the coldest of hearts. As the understudy, she had waited in the wings for her chance. And when it finally came, she was robbed of it. How and by whom remained a mystery. The anniversary was approaching, and the opera house was buzzing. Not just with rehearsals, but with fear. Costumes went missing, props were vandalized, and an unnatural chill pervaded the premises. I even witnessed the lead soprano suddenly freeze, her eyes wide as she stood center stage during rehearsal. The day of the anniversary arrived. The opera house was abuzz with rumors, whispers, and trepidation. The lead soprano had backed out, and the search was on for a replacement. As the day wore on and rehearsals stumbled through setbacks, A chilling thought occurred to me. The theatre needed a lead. And who better than Lillian herself? That night I found myself backstage, caught in the whirlwind of performers preparing for the show. But as the minutes ticked away, an idea began to form. To give Lillian her performance, her moment in the spotlight, might be the only way to end the haunting. Dressed in the lead's costume, I took my place in the wings, waiting for my cue. The house lights dimmed and a haunting silence descended. The orchestral score began, its melancholic tune echoing through the theatre. As my cue approached, a frosty hand slid into mine, making me shiver. I turned to see Lillian, her spectral form shimmering in the dim backstage light. "We perform together," she whispered, her voice echoing from another time. The music swelled, and I found myself drawn to the stage. With every step, the line between our worlds blurred. The audience, expecting the scheduled soprano, was met with our combined presence. Lillian's voice intertwined with mine, filling the opera house with a hauntingly beautiful duet that told her story of betrayal, longing, and unfulfilled dreams. The icy drafts became warm gusts of wind, and the once chilling atmosphere transformed into a charged, mesmerizing experience. When the final note wavered and died down, the applause was thunderous. The curtain fell, and as it did, Lillian turned to me, her ethereal form more defined, less tormented. "Thank you," she murmured, her voice fading as she took her final bow. The haunting ceased after that night. The Elmsworth Opera House returned to its former glory, but with an additional tale to its legacy. The night the living and the dead performed together. For me, Lillian's story became more than just another article. It was a testament to the power of acknowledgement, of giving voice to the silenced. And every time I hear an opera's haunting note, I'm reminded of the spectral soprano and our shared final bow.
The cursed artifact. The ground beneath me vibrated subtly as I delicately brushed away the last traces of earth, revealing a strange gleaming gemstone. It was unlike anything I had ever seen, dark as the night but glowing with an inner light, as if holding a universe of stars. Engraved across its surface in a script I could barely recognize was an ancient narrative. I am Martin, a geologist by profession but a history buff at heart. The script intrigued me. After taking several photographs and carefully wrapping the stone, I headed home, my thoughts ablaze with possibilities. Over the next few days, with a magnifying glass and an array of translation materials, I deciphered the script. It was a chronicle detailing a chain of betrayals. From its creation to its most recent possessor, every owner of this gemstone faced devastating deceit from those they held dear. The pattern was eerily consistent, almost rhythmic in its recurrence. As I studied the stone, I felt a growing distance from those around me, friends, family, my loving partner. Conversations became strained, their tones biting, their faces contorted with accusations and suspicion. I felt isolated, drowning in a sea of conspiracy. One night, as I pored over the script, a passage drew my attention. The heart of Talanth, once radiant, now scarred, remains restless. Born of devotion but marred by betrayal, its pain echoes in its possessor. Talanth, I remembered a deity from ancient legends, known for its dual nature, offering kindness and wrath in equal measure. Its disciples, driven by greed, betrayed it, seeking to harness its immense power. In the wake of this treachery, Talanth removed its own heart, which later transformed into this very stone. I desperately sought a way to break this pattern of betrayal. Hidden in the footnotes of an obscure manuscript, I found a ritual to communicate with Talanth. It required the possessor of the heart to venture into a dream realm, confronting the deity and attempting to mend the age-old rift. Taking a deep breath, I prepared for the ritual, lighting candles, burning incense, and placing the stone upon my chest. Slowly, I drifted into sleep. The landscape of the dream was surreal, a realm of floating islands, ethereal lights, and a silvery mist. I felt both weightless and anchored, as if straddling multiple realities. In the distance, I saw a figure, an immense being made of stars, its silhouette reminiscent of the deity Talanth. "I sense your intent, Martin," it whispered, its voice both gentle and thunderous. "Do you truly wish to mend the scars of betrayal?" "I do," I responded, determination swelling within me. Not just for myself, but for all those ensnared by this curse. Talanth gestured, and in the blink of an eye I was transported to a vision of the past. I witnessed the deity's disciples, hands outstretched, pulling its heart out. Their faces, instead of being triumphant, were twisted in agony as they realized the magnitude of their treachery. "You see," Talanth intoned, "even they regretted their choices, but their greed had set things in motion, and my heart became a beacon of that betrayal." "Why did you allow it to continue?" I asked. "It was not about allowing, it was about hope that one day someone would come, bearing my heart, seeking to rectify the cosmic rift," Talanth replied. Moved by its words, I approached the deity. "Then let us mend this rift together." Talanth nodded, extending a hand towards me. I took it, feeling a rush of energy. Together we channeled our intent, our determination to heal and reconcile. The dream realm around us vibrated, the colors becoming more vivid, the energy more potent. Slowly, the vision of betrayal began to change. The disciples, rather than being overcome by greed, approached Talanth with reverence, placing the heart back within its chest. The scene shifted again, showing me back in my room, the stone no longer dark, but gleaming with a gentle, warm light. I woke up, the stone still resting on my chest, but it felt different, lighter, its energy harmonious. The sense of isolation and paranoia that had clouded my life had lifted. My relationships, once strained, began to heal. The cursed artifact was no longer a harbinger of betrayal. Instead, it stood as a testament to the power of understanding, reconciliation, and the indomitable spirit to right the wrongs of history. I placed it in a special case, inscribed with the tale of its transformation, ensuring that its story would inspire generations to come.
Whispers of Williamsburg. The cobblestone streets of historic Williamsburg shimmered under the soft glow of street lamps as four friends, Maya, Jake, Lucy, and Theo, meandered through the town. They had decided on a weekend getaway, hoping to soak in the atmosphere of the old colonial settlement. "I've heard they've kept everything here as authentic as possible," Lucy remarked, eyes scanning the old wooden buildings. Jake, who had been here before, grinned. "Even the ghost stories. They say some of these houses are haunted," Theo scoffed. "Haunted? I'll believe it when I hear it." Almost on cue, as they walked by an old inn, a faint whisper drifted through the air. "Stay away, the curse." It was so faint that it could have easily been mistaken for the wind. But Maya, clutching her coat tighter, felt a chill unrelated to the evening air. "Did anyone hear that?" she asked, voice trembling. "Hear what?" Lucy replied, but her eyes betrayed her curiosity. Just then, another whisper came, clearer this time. "Do not ignore our words." Theo's skepticism vanished. "Okay, I heard that one." The friends huddled together, peering into the dark corners of the street. There was no one around. The whisper seemed to have come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. Determined to get to the bottom of this, they entered the inn, hoping to find answers. The innkeeper, a middle-aged man with piercing blue eyes, greeted them. "Evening, travelers. Looking for a room?" "No," Lucy began, "we heard whispers outside." "Do you know anything about it?" The man's face turned grave. "Ah, the whispers of Williamsburg. They say those are the voices of long-dead colonists." Jake raised an eyebrow. "What are they trying to convey?" The innkeeper leaned in closer, dropping his voice. "Legend has it, there's an ancient curse upon this town. Centuries ago, there was a pact made with dark forces. A pact that ensures prosperity for Williamsburg in exchange for something." "Something?" Maya echoed, swallowing hard. "A sacrifice," the innkeeper whispered. "Every few decades, the town must offer a soul to the darkness. And it seems the time is upon us again." The friends exchanged uneasy glances. The weekend getaway was suddenly looking less appealing. Lucy, always the brave one, pressed on. "And these whispers, they are warnings from the departed souls, hoping to save others from their fate," the innkeeper replied, his gaze distant. Suddenly, the room felt colder. The weight of centuries of history pressed down on them. Jake cleared his throat. "We need to leave. Now." But as they exited the inn, the whispers grew louder and more urgent. "Leave, before the night takes you." Panicking, the friends made their way back to their car. parked at the town's entrance. But something wasn't right. The streets that were once familiar now twisted and turned into a dark, confusing maze. "We've been walking for hours," Theo exclaimed, sweat dripping from his brow. "How is that even possible?" As midnight approached, a thick fog enveloped the town. Through the mist, they saw shadowy figures. Dressed in colonial attire, these phantoms silently moved, pointing them in a certain direction. Maya, with newfound determination, said, "We follow them. It's our only way out." Led by the apparitions, they arrived at the town square. There, an old oak tree stood, a noose ominously swinging from its branch. The whispers grew to a crescendo, warning, urging, pleading. Then, in the middle of the square, an ethereal figure emerged. Dressed in a colonial governor's attire, he announced, "The pact must be honored." The ground trembled as shadowy hands reached out, pulling the friends closer to the tree. Lucy screamed, and Theo struggled, but the darkness was relentless. Suddenly, Jake remembered the charm his grandmother had given him. A descendant of the town's original settlers, she'd often told him stories of Williamsburg's history. Ripping the charm from his neck, he held it aloft. With a blinding light, the charm repelled the shadows. The spirits hissed in anger and pain, retreating to the periphery. The governor's spectre glared. "You have saved yourselves for now, but the curse remains." Maya, tears streaming down her face, shouted back, "We'll find a way to break it. Your reign of terror ends now." The spectre vanished, leaving the friends in the silent town square. The once menacing tree now stood innocuous in the early dawn light. Exhausted, they made their way back to their car, the weight of their responsibility heavy on their shoulders. Williamsburg's curse might not have been broken, but they had been given a chance, and they would not waste it. From that day, they devoted themselves to uncovering the mysteries of the old town, determined to free it from its dark past forever. The Apparition of Alcatraz. The fog that enveloped Alcatraz was thicker than usual, a dense curtain hiding the island from prying eyes. Tourists waited anxiously at Pier 33, their guide loudly narrating the tales of escape attempts, prisoners, and the infamous Birdman. But the crowd's energy shifted when he began talking about a lesser-known inmate, Marcus Halstead. Halstead had been a curious case, vanishing from his cell one fateful night. The mystery was never resolved, and he became something of an urban legend, with whispers of a ghostly apparition making rounds on the island. The guide seemed to relish the frightened gasps, but for Amanda, who had grown up on ghost stories, it was all just good fun. As she stepped onto the island, Amanda's amusement vanished. A sense of weighty history clung to the air. The prison tour was just as she expected, hearing stories she had known, with the exception of Halstead. It was when she reached his cell that her heart began to race. Chills ran down her spine as if a spectral hand had brushed against her back. The tour guide spoke. "Cell 14D, ladies and gentlemen. This is where Marcus Halstead was last seen. He was an artist, known for drawing intricate patterns on his cell walls. They say that if you look closely, you can still see his handprints on the wall, a silent cry for help." Amanda, curiosity piqued, moved closer. She peered into the darkened cell, her breath catching. The handprints were real, as if frozen in time. Her eyes, however, were drawn to the intricate patterns, swirls, shapes, and symbols. She felt a sharp tug, and the next thing she knew, she was standing inside the cell, the walls slowly closing in on her. The sounds of tourists faded as a dense silence pressed in. From the corner of the cell emerged Marcus Halstead. He didn't appear ghostly or faded but very much alive, his eyes reflecting decades of torment. He approached, whispering, "You can see me, can't you?" Amanda, paralyzed with fear, nodded. "Then you must help me." "I did not disappear. I was taken by the island, caught in its web of time. The patterns, they're a map. A way out." She looked at the symbols, feeling a peculiar pull. They seemed alive, dancing, and morphing. "How can I help?" Marcus pointed to a symbol that resembled a twisted lock. "This is the heart of the island, where time and reality fold. Release it, and I will be free. But you must be careful. The island will try to trap you." Armed with purpose, Amanda left the cell, her surroundings warping. She found herself in a distorted version of Alcatraz. Shadows whispered of past atrocities, and the ever-present fog was thicker, more suffocating. The weight of the island's history bore down on her. Following the map's pull, Amanda reached the center of the prison where the twisted lock symbol was embedded into the floor. She felt the island's resistance, her every step growing harder. But she was close. Kneeling, she traced the symbol. It began to glow, the ground trembling. Shadows emerged, swirling around her. Voices of past inmates merged into a cacophony of anguish and anger. "Stop!" she heard Marcus's voice. "Focus on the symbol." Gathering all her will, Amanda pushed her energy into the lock. With a deafening roar, it released. The island's oppressive energy began to recede, the fog lifting. Amanda found herself back in cell 14D, tourists gasping at her sudden appearance. Marcus stood before her, no longer bound by time. He smiled, gratitude evident in his gaze. "I am free, thanks to you," he whispered as he began to fade away, the air lightening in his absence. The tour resumed, and Amanda found herself outside, the blue skies of San Francisco overhead. The weight of history still clung to Alcatraz, but it was no longer suffocating. On the boat ride back, Amanda overheard tourists excitedly discussing the special effects in Halstead's cell, convinced it was a clever trick by the tour operators. Amanda smiled to herself, glancing back at the island, knowing the truth of the apparition of Alcatraz. Mississippi Mirror. The sun beat down hard on the dusty lanes of a small Mississippi town as Elena and Greg wandered through an estate sale, a tradition they'd adopted since their recent wedding. Between the creaky chairs and worn-out books, a large, ornate mirror caught Elena's eye. Its frame was a series of intertwined, golden serpents, their eyes embedded with tiny red gems that seemed to gleam with an inner fire. "What a find!" Greg said, admiring their reflection. "It's perfect for our hallway." They didn't haggle, the price was surprisingly low. With the help of the estate's elderly caretaker, they loaded the mirror into their truck. That night, as they hung it up, Elena swore she saw a flash of torchlight in the glass. She blinked, and it was gone. "I think we need a vacation," she laughed, attributing the vision to fatigue. Over the next week, strange things happened. Each time they passed the mirror, they saw fleeting images, the crack of a whip, fires blazing, the anguished cries of men and women. The house seemed to grow colder, and the wind carried whispers of a time long gone. One evening, Elena stood before the mirror and saw, not her reflection, but a vast plantation. Enslaved men and women, their bodies marked with scars, gathered, their faces determined. They brandished rudimentary weapons and chanted words she couldn't understand. As she watched, they began their revolt against the overseers, and the violence was brutal and unending. Terrified, she called for Greg. When he arrived, the vision had vanished, but the mirror now bore the smoky imprint of a hand. "We need to find out where this mirror came from," Greg said, his usual jovial demeanor replaced by gravitas. Their research led them to the story of the Bellevue Plantation Uprising of 1847. It was a horrific event, brutally suppressed, with many slaves executed and buried in unmarked graves. The owner of the plantation, a cruel man named Jebediah Thorne, had owned the mirror. Legend said he'd commissioned it to watch over his property, even in reflection. The couple realized they needed to free the spirits trapped within the mirror, so they contacted a local historian, Ms. Clara, who was well versed in Southern law. "You must return the mirror to Bellevue," she told them. "On the anniversary of the uprising." "It's the only way." They followed her advice. On the appointed night, they drove to the now derelict Bellevue plantation, the mirror carefully wrapped in the back. The moon was full, casting eerie shadows over the remains of the grand house. Following Ms. Clara's instructions, they placed the mirror facing the moon. As midnight approached, they heard the distant sound of chanting, growing louder and more fervent. The ground trembled, and from the earth, specters arose, the very souls trapped in the mirror. Before the couple, the events of the uprising played out in harrowing detail. But now, there was a difference. As the spectral slaves faced their oppressors, they began to shine with a pure, white light, their chains disintegrating. As the final moments of the uprising played out, Jebediah Thorne himself emerged from the shadows, his face twisted in rage. He lunged at the mirror, but the spirits of those he'd oppressed formed a barrier. With a collective push, they forced the malevolent spirit into the mirror, trapping him within its depths. The scene grew calm, the spirit smiling at Elena and Greg, gratitude evident in their eyes. One by one, they faded away, their souls finally at peace. The couple carefully packed the mirror, its surface now calm but for the dark silhouette of Jebediah, forever imprisoned. They would ensure it would never harm anyone again. On their way home, Elena felt a weight lifted. "We did it," she whispered. Greg nodded, gripping her hand tightly. "We gave them peace. It's the least they deserved." Back at home, they buried the Mississippi mirror deep in their backyard, marking it with a simple plaque, "For those who fought for freedom." And so, in the heart of Mississippi, a dark chapter from the past was laid to rest, thanks to a young couple's courage and determination. The Mojave Mirage. The sun was a blistering ball overhead as Greg and Amanda, college sweethearts, decided to set camp in the heart of the Mojave Desert. They had hoped for a romantic escape from civilization, accompanied only by the vast, unbroken horizon. That evening, as the sun's hues transitioned from bright yellows to muted oranges, Amanda pointed towards the west. "Look," she exclaimed. On the horizon stood the outlines of a town, old wooden houses, a saloon, a church with a broken steeple, and tumbleweeds lazily crossing the dirt paths. Greg frowned. "That wasn't there when we drove in." "It's a mirage," Amanda reasoned, "like how you see water on the road during hot days." As night approached, the phantom town disappeared. They chalked it up to desert phenomena and settled in their tent. But dreams, strange and vivid, visited them that night. Amanda dreamt of a saloon where spectral cowboys danced with ghostly women in tattered dresses. One cowboy, with hollowed eyes and a noose around his neck, beckoned her. She woke up in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Greg dreamt of an old miner showing him a path to a mountain. "Gold's this way," the apparition rasped, pointing deeper into the heart of the desert. The next morning, they shared their dreams, laughing them off. But the town was back on the horizon, more solid this time. Curiosity got the better of them. They decided to take a closer look, ensuring they marked their path with small flags. As they approached, the town seemed more real. Wooden planks creaked, and a chilly wind whistled, even though the desert heat was relentless. The saloon's doors swung open, inviting them in. In the saloon, dust motes floated around, and the walls held ancient photographs of miners and cowboys. One photo looked eerily like the cowboy from Amanda's dream. And another photo, a miner with hollowed eyes, bore an uncanny resemblance to Greg's dream guide. A soft piano tune started playing on its own, echoing through the empty establishment. Amanda, gripping Greg's hand, whispered, "Let's go back." Suddenly, they felt a rush of cold air, and the town was teeming with spectral figures, the cowboys, the miners, and the women from their dreams. "Stay," echoed a voice. Greg and Amanda ran. But no matter how much they ran towards their marked path, they kept ending up back in the center of the town. Night fell, and the apparitions grew stronger. The cowboy with the noose now stood firmly between them and their escape. "You're a part of this now," he said, his voice a hollow echo. As Greg tried to charge past him, the old miner gripped his arm, pulling him aside. "The gold," he whispered, "find it, and you can leave." Remembering his dream, Greg, with Amanda in tow, began to follow an old trail leading away from the town, deeper into the desert. After what felt like hours, they reached the base of a small hill. There, half buried, was a chest. With trembling hands, Greg opened it. Instead of gold, there were hundreds of old photographs. Each one featured people, like them, with fear evident in their eyes. A realization hit them. Every person, every apparition in the town, was once a visitor who had seen the mirage and had been lured in. Suddenly, the cowboy and the miner stood behind them. Every century, the town needs new souls to set the old ones free, the cowboy murmured. Desperate, Amanda had an idea. Taking out a small mirror from her bag, she caught the reflection of the spectral figures. "You want to be set free," she shouted. "Then take a look at yourselves." The ghosts hesitated, but curiosity won. As they peered into the mirror, their forms shimmered and vanished, leaving behind a gust of wind that blew away the chest of photographs. The Mojave's silence returned. As the first rays of dawn broke, Greg and Amanda found their flags, leading them back to their campsite. They hurriedly packed and drove away. But as they left, one last glance revealed the mirage of the town, faint but still there, waiting for its next set of visitors. The Mojave Mirage had released them, but the haunting memories of the phantom town would forever remain etched in their minds. Salem's shadows. The rain pelting the windows of Rowan's apothecary shop seemed to wash away the town's history. Rows of crystals, herbs, and potions lined the walls. As the popularity of the occult surged in recent years, Rowan's family store in Salem thrived. Tonight, Rowan and her two friends, Lila and Iris, decided to hold a seance. They meant it as a game, a fun way to celebrate the lore of their town. In the center of a pentagram, 3 candles burned, each casting a shadow on the old wooden table. "I call upon the spirits of old, the ancestors of this town," Rowan began, her voice echoing the chants she had heard so many times in her youth. Suddenly, the room grew cold. The candles flickered violently, then extinguished. Darkness enveloped the room. "Iris," Lila whispered. "We shouldn't have done this." Iris' voice quivered. The silence was deafening. Then, the sound of footsteps echoed through the store, growing louder and closer. The girls felt a collective breath on their necks. "You called," a chilling voice whispered. The room was illuminated once again, not by candles, but by an eerie blue glow. Before them stood shadowy figures, spectral echoes of the past. Their eyes were voids of anguish and rage. "We are the damned," one spirit whispered, her voice filled with pain. "Accused, betrayed, and executed. We seek retribution," another voice hissed. Rowan, paralyzed with fear, managed to whisper, "Who are you?" "We are the souls of those persecuted by your ancestors. We died because of their ignorance, their fear," the spirit declared. "And now, we demand justice." Lila, tears streaming down her face, pleaded, "But we didn't do anything. We respect and honor you." The spirit circled the room, their anger palpable. "The sins of the ancestors weigh on the descendants. Justice must be served." By morning, Salem's shadows had spread throughout the town. They manifested in homes, in cafes, even at the Salem Witch Museum. They reminded every resident of the injustices committed centuries ago. The town was thrown into chaos. Cars would start on their own, shutters slammed in the dead of night, and shadowy figures would appear at the foot of beds, watching silently. No one was hurt, but everyone was terrified. The mayor, Emily Harker, decided to hold a town meeting. The townspeople crowded into the old assembly hall, discussing the strange occurrences. Many knew that Rowan and her friends had summoned the spirits, and anger bubbled within the crowd. As accusations flew, Rowan stood up. "This was our mistake," she admitted, "but we can't change the past. We can only make amends." Lila added, "The spirits seek justice. They want acknowledgement and repentance." Iris, researching on her phone, announced, "We need to hold a proper memorial. A genuine gesture of respect and remorse." The town agreed. An old plot of land, the site where many of the accused were executed, was chosen. Every resident of Salem contributed in some way. A beautiful memorial was erected, inscribed with the names of all those who had been wrongfully persecuted. On the night the memorial was completed, Rowan, Lila, and Iris stood before it, candles in hand. Rowan whispered an old incantation, asking the spirits to accept the town's repentance. The night was still, but then a gentle breeze blew. One by one, the spirits appeared. They touched the names on the memorial, faces softening as they did. The townspeople, who had gathered to watch, held their breaths. "We accept," whispered the leader of the spirits. With a nod, they vanished, leaving the town in peace. Salem, once again, became a quiet town. The memorial served as a reminder of the past's mistakes and the importance of understanding and compassion. Rowan's apothecary shop remained popular, but she always warned customers about the dangers of tampering with forces they did not understand. And every year, on the anniversary of that fateful night, the town would gather around the memorial, candles in hand, to pay their respects. The shadows of Salem had finally found their peace. Rocky Mountain Revenant. Two intrepid hikers, Sarah and Alex, set out for an adventure in the Rockies. Armed with their backpacks, tents, and an unwavering spirit, they were on a quest for new experiences. On their third day in the wilderness, they discovered a trail that wasn't marked on any of their maps. Intrigued by the opportunity to explore the uncharted, they decided to follow it. The trail led them deep into the heart of the mountains, through densely wooded areas that seemed untouched by time. As the sun started its descent, the surroundings grew silent except for the crunch of their boots on the leaf-covered ground. After hours of walking, they stumbled upon an old mining town that looked abandoned. Wooden shanties leaned precariously, mine equipment lay rusted, and the ghost of a railway track snaked through the town. A sign at the entrance read, "Goldbrook." Sarah, a history buff, was excited. "Imagine the stories these walls could tell," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. They decided to set up camp for the night in the center of the town, beside a weathered fountain that no longer spouted water. As night fell, a dense fog enveloped the town, casting eerie shadows. Later that night, Alex was awakened by faint murmurs and the clinking of metal. Thinking it might be another group of hikers or perhaps wildlife, he peeked out of the tent. To his horror, the town was alive, but not with the living. Ethereal miners, translucent and glowing, were bustling around. They seemed to be searching, digging, and discussing in hushed, desperate tones. Panicking, he nudged Sarah awake. "We need to leave, now," he whispered. Sarah, sleepy and disoriented, peeked out and gasped. She could see the ghostly miners, their faces twisted in pain and obsession, their hands gnarled and blackened from toil. Suddenly, an old miner with a tattered hat approached their tent. His hollow eyes locked onto them, and his voice, cold and raspy, echoed, "You shouldn't be here." Sarah, summoning courage, replied, "We meant no harm. We'll leave immediately." The old miner's face contorted into a bitter smile. "Many have tried. None have succeeded. They're all looking for it, you know, the legendary golden vein. And they won't let anyone stand in their way." The realization hit them. This was not just a ghost town, it was inhabited by souls condemned to search endlessly for gold. Souls driven mad by greed and the tantalizing promise of riches. Without wasting any more time, they packed their belongings and started to leave, but the town was a maze in the fog. Every time they thought they found a way out, they were met by a group of ghostly miners, their picks and shovels at the ready, their faces hostile. Sarah, trying to think quickly, recalled an old legend she'd read about mountain spirits. They were said to be appeased by offerings. "We need to offer them something, distract them, make them think we've found their precious gold," she whispered to Alex. Spotting a shiny gold-plated watch in his bag, a family heirloom, Alex took it out. Holding it up high, he shouted, "We've found it!" The golden vein. The town's ethereal inhabitants turned their attention to them. A murmur ran through the crowd, their expressions shifting from anger to anticipation. Seizing the momentary distraction, Sarah and Alex sprinted out of the town, following the old railway track. Behind them, they could hear the wails of the miners, realizing they had been tricked. The fog grew thicker, but the duo pressed on, driven by adrenaline. Finally, as dawn's first light broke, they emerged from the fog and the ghostly apparitions of Goldbrook. Exhausted, they paused to catch their breath. The weight of what they had experienced sinking in. "We need to warn others," Sarah panted. No one should ever go back there. Alex nodded, the gold watch clutched tightly in his hand, a haunting reminder of their harrowing night. And as the sun rose higher, casting the Rockies in a golden hue, Goldbrook faded back into obscurity, waiting for its next unwary visitors. Orbs of Orleans. New Orleans was alive with the hum of Mardi Gras, its colorful streets teeming with revelers and masked figures. Firecrackers popped, music blared, and laughter echoed around every corner. However, a new addition to this year's festivities was starting to cause a stir among the crowd. They began as whispers, hints of ethereal orbs of light appearing in alleyways or behind parade floats, leading the curious away from the crowds. By the end of the night, almost everyone had heard a story or two. Diana and Luke, two tourists from the Midwest, heard the tales from a street magician. "Those who chase the orbs," he said, pulling a silver coin from behind Luke's ear, "find themselves in a New Orleans from the past. And let me tell you, the past here is not always pleasant." Diana, a history enthusiast, was intrigued. "Imagine seeing the city in its former glory," she mused, but Luke was skeptical. "It's probably just a prank or some fancy tech," he said. Later that evening, as they made their way through Bourbon Street, Diana spotted an otherworldly glow in a nearby alley. "There it is," she exclaimed, tugging at Luke's arm. Before Luke could protest, they found themselves drawn to the orb. It pulsed gently, the light expanding and contracting, guiding them further into the alley. With each step, the sounds of Mardi Gras grew fainter until they were completely enveloped by the orb's light. Suddenly, the glow vanished, leaving them in near darkness. The sounds of modern-day Mardi Gras had disappeared. They stood on a dimly lit, unpaved street with horse-drawn carriages clattering past. When are we?" Luke stammered. I think we're actually in the past," Diana said, both in awe and anxiety. The pair soon realized they were not alone. Figures clad in 19th century attire eyed them suspiciously, whispering among themselves. A distant drumming echoed, growing louder and more rhythmic. "It's a voodoo ceremony," Diana whispered, having read about the rituals in the city's history. "We need to find the orb and get back." But as they began their search, they were approached by a tall, imposing figure draped in a cloak adorned with bones. His eyes bore into them with a dark intensity. "Foreigners to our time," he hissed, "the spirits are not pleased." Before they could react, they were surrounded by his followers and taken to an underground chamber. Lit only by candles, the room was filled with the scent of incense and the overpowering rhythm of drums. On an altar, they saw various talismans and, to their horror, another pulsating orb. "The orb is the portal between times," the cloaked figure announced, addressing the chamber. "It has brought these strangers to us, and they must now face the judgment of the spirits." As the drums beat louder, Diana and Luke were bound and brought before the altar. The cloaked figure began an incantation, calling upon the spirits to decide their fate. The room grew colder, and shadows danced on the walls. Suddenly, an elderly woman, her skin etched with intricate tattoos, stepped forward from the crowd. "Stop," she commanded. The drums ceased, and the chamber fell silent. The woman was recognized as the city's most powerful voodoo priestess. She approached Diana and Luke, studying them with her piercing gaze. "These souls do not belong here," she declared. "They must return from whence they came." "But the spirits," the cloaked figure began. "The spirits have spoken through me," she interrupted. "Release them." With a wave of her hand, the orb on the altar glowed brighter. She whispered an incantation, and the orb's light enveloped Diana and Luke. Once again, they found themselves in the bustling streets of modern-day New Orleans, the sounds of Mardi Gras filling the air. "I can't believe it," Luke gasped. "Was that real?" "It was," Diana said, "but let's not tempt fate again. We've had enough history for one night." And with that, they rejoined the festivities, a little wiser and with a story few would believe. But the Orbs of Orleans continued to shine, waiting to draw another curious soul into the city's mysterious past. The Lighthouse of Lake Michigan. Samantha sat in the cozy warmth of her cabin, a little wooden structure she had rented for the weekend. She was promised peace, isolation, and an uninterrupted view of Lake Michigan. The sky darkened, and as the rain began to patter on the windows, she lit the fireplace, illuminating the room with a comforting orange glow. She opened a novel and was lost in its pages when a flash outside caught her eye. It was strange, the cabin was miles away from the city, and she wasn't expecting any lightning tonight. Peering out of her window, she saw a faint, flickering light, far across the lake. It seemed to be emanating from an old lighthouse, standing tall, a lone sentinel in the darkness. Sam remembered a quirky tale she'd heard at the local diner earlier. They spoke of an old, decommissioned lighthouse whose light mysteriously flashed during stormy nights. Legend said it was the spirit of the old lighthouse keeper, warning of a portal deep in the lake's depths. The townsfolk had laughed, dismissing it as just another local myth. Intrigued and a bit restless, she decided to investigate. Donning her raincoat and boots, she set off towards the lighthouse, driven by a mix of skepticism and curiosity. The journey was arduous. The rain intensified, making the path slippery. As she approached, the light seemed brighter, and she could almost hear a faint whisper carried by the wind. The words were indistinct, but the urgency was clear. Reaching the lighthouse, she noticed the entrance was slightly ajar. Taking a deep breath, she pushed the door open. The inside was untouched by time. The dusty logs in the corner and the rusted lanterns bore witness to a bygone era. The spiral staircase leading to the top seemed sturdy enough. She climbed, her boots echoing in the hollow tower. Reaching the top, she found an old, dusty journal on a desk near the window. The view from here was breathtaking, even in the stormy night. The vast expanse of Lake Michigan was alive, its waves dancing to the tunes of the storm. Opening the journal, she read the last entry, dated over 50 years ago. Tonight, the storm is unlike any I've seen before. The waters churn in a peculiar way, and the depths glow with an eerie light. I fear what might happen if that portal, the one I've heard of in whispers and old sailors' tales, ever opens. I must keep this lighthouse shining, to warn and protect. Even if I am no more, the light must never die. As she read, the whisper grew louder and more distinct. Protect, warn, the portal. Dropping the journal in shock, she looked out of the window. Far into the lake, a whirlpool had formed, its swirling vortex glowing an ominous blue. The sight was mesmerizing, and she felt a pull, a strange desire to get closer, to understand, to enter. She ran down the steps and out of the lighthouse, moving toward the shore. The pull was irresistible. The whisper became a voice, deep and haunting. Come, see, join. Reaching the water's edge, she felt a presence behind her. Turning around, she saw the spectral figure of the old lighthouse keeper. His eyes were sad but determined. Go back, he said, his voice echoing the storm's fury. This portal isn't for our world. It's a gateway, but not all that enter return. And those who do, aren't the same. Sam, entranced, could only mumble, I have to see. I need to know. The spirit sighed, many before you felt the same. But remember, sometimes the unknown is better left undiscovered. As she stepped into the water, she felt a hand on her shoulder, pulling her back. No, she screamed, but the force was too strong. She woke up on the shore, drenched, the storm now a drizzle. The whirlpool had disappeared. She looked up to see the lighthouse, its light shining bright. The whisper was gone, replaced by a serene silence. Realizing the gravity of what had almost occurred, she muttered a silent thanks to the spectral lighthouse keeper. Returning to her cabin, she knew she would never look at Lake Michigan the same way again. The lake had its secrets, and she was content leaving them undiscovered. The townsfolk were right about one thing, though the lighthouse did glow on stormy nights. But it wasn't just a light, it was a beacon, a warning, and a guardian. It was the eternal watch of the lighthouse keeper of Lake Michigan, ensuring the portal remained just another tale, told on stormy nights by the fireside. Appalachian anomaly. Every town has its legends, and in the small Appalachian town of Birchwood, it was the Hollow. A sunken, forested area, known to locals as the Haunted Hollow. It wasn't the chilling ghost tales or eerie sightings that kept people away, it was the warping of reality itself. Molly, an avid hiker and new to Birchwood, was warned about the Hollow. The path might seem clear, but once you're in, you're trapped. Nature's rules don't apply there, the old general store owner, Mr. Hartman, had said. One crisp morning, armed with just her hiking boots and insatiable curiosity, Molly set out to find the Hollow. The further she ventured into the forest, the thicker the mist grew, dampening sound and visibility. Soon, Molly stumbled upon a clear, inviting path. On impulse, she followed it. Molly walked for what felt like hours, her watch stopped at 11:11. The forest was eerily silent, except for her footsteps and heartbeat echoing loudly. No birds, no rustling leaves, just an overwhelming stillness. Suddenly, she saw a figure ahead. It appeared to be an old man, floating a few inches above the ground, his back turned to her. Startled, Molly called out, but the figure didn't respond. She took a step closer, and the figure instantly vanished, leaving behind a chilling gust of wind. The path began to change, looping back to the same spot. No matter which direction Molly chose, she ended up back at the exact spot where she saw the apparition. She tried marking trees with her scarf, but the scarf too would disappear and reappear back around her neck. Panicking, Molly began running. But the faster she ran, the more distorted her surroundings became. Trees grew tall, then shrank to the size of bushes. The sky turned pitch black for a few moments, then brightened into blinding white. All the while, her watch remained frozen at 11:11. Suddenly, she stumbled upon a clearing. At its center stood an ancient, twisted tree with a hollow trunk. Echoes of whispered voices emanated from within, snippets of desperate pleas and mournful lamentations. Despite her fear, Molly felt an inexplicable pull towards the tree. She approached it cautiously. Peering inside, she saw an endless vortex, a swirling mass of colors and shadows. Faces emerged from the whirlpool, their eyes wide with terror, reaching out to Molly. Among them, she saw the face of the old man from before, his mouth stretched in a silent scream. An overwhelming force pulled Molly towards the vortex. She tried to resist, but her feet left the ground, and she felt herself being sucked into the abyss. The voices grew louder, their desperation palpable. As she neared the vortex, a hand reached out and grabbed her, pulling her away from the tree. She landed on the forest floor, gasping for breath. It was Mr. Hartman, the store owner, his face pale with fear. "We need to leave now," he urged. With Mr. Hartman leading the way, they quickly retraced their steps, the looping paths and anomalies now absent. As they reached the forest's edge, the sun was setting, casting a blood-red hue over the horizon. Mr. Hartman turned to Molly, his eyes filled with sadness. "That hollow tree is a doorway, a rift between our dimension and another. Those trapped souls tried to escape, but the hollow consumes them, keeping them in an eternal loop of torment. The same fate would have befallen you had I not come. But, how did you know where to find me?" Molly asked. Mr. Hartman looked down, taking a deep breath. "The hollow tree shows visions of those about to be trapped. This morning, I saw your face." Molly's heart raced, the weight of her near fate sinking in. "Why does it exist? Can't it be destroyed?" Mr. Hartman sighed. "No one knows. Some say it's a punishment for ancient sins, others believe it's a tear in the fabric of our universe. All attempts to destroy it have failed. It just rebuilds itself. Our only defense is to steer clear." Molly nodded, her adventurous spirit dampened by the harrowing experience. "Thank you, Mr. Hartman. I owe you my life." He simply nodded, and they walked back to town, the haunting silhouette of the Appalachian Mountains looming in the distance. And so, the legend of the Haunted Hollow grew, a terrifying reminder of the anomalies lurking in the shadows of the Appalachian Mountains. waiting to ensnare the next unsuspecting soul. Roswell's revenge. The sun was at its zenith as thousands poured into Roswell, New Mexico. Every year, paranormal enthusiasts flocked to the little town for its famed UFO festival. Today, the air was thick with anticipation. Tents lined the streets, displaying everything from alien paraphernalia to authentic extraterrestrial metals. Children ran around with green, inflatable alien hats while the adults shared tales of past sightings, encounters, and experiences. Charlotte, a first-time attendee, had always been fascinated by the stories that sprouted from the rumored 1947 crash site. Like many others, she was eager to find the truth. Little did she know, the truth was eager to find her too. As evening descended, the festival reached its peak. A large projector screen had been set up in the town square to show historical footage related to the incident. People settled on picnic blankets, the stars above hinting at infinite possibilities. But as the film began, the unexpected happened. The projector malfunctioned, displaying a swirl of otherworldly colors and patterns. Whispers of confusion spread across the square. Then, a communal gasp. Everyone present began to experience shared visions. An advanced civilization, not of this world, was flourishing. Towering skyscrapers made of crystalline material reached for skies painted with colors humans had never seen. But disaster struck. Their world, torn apart by some catastrophic event, was dying. The aliens, desperate, launched an escape vessel, headed for a neighboring planet Earth. The vision shifted, and the crowd now stood amidst the flaming ruins of the alien ship. Among the wreckage was an artifact, a crystalline prism emitting an eerie light. Distinctly, Charlotte felt an overwhelming need to find this prism. She wasn't alone. As the visions faded, the festival attendees shared their experiences, realizing they'd seen the same scenes. The town was abuzz. Where was this artifact? What did it mean? Old tales told of a hidden chamber deep beneath Roswell's surface, where government officials had concealed evidence from the 1947 crash. Using the shared vision as a guide, a group of the most fervent enthusiasts, Charlotte among them, set out to uncover the truth. The next day, they found it. A hidden trapdoor led them deep into the earth, opening up into a chamber. At its center stood the very prism from their visions, atop a stone pedestal. The room was cold, the atmosphere thick with an energy that made the hairs on Charlotte's neck stand on end. She approached the prism, drawn to it. The visions had been explicit. She placed her hand upon it, and the room was engulfed in blinding light. The same swirling colors from the malfunctioned projector filled the chamber. This time, the visions were more direct. We are the last of our kind, survivors of our doomed world. We sought refuge on your planet, but instead, we faced betrayal. Our vessel was destroyed, our people lost, and our beacon, our only hope of contacting our allies, was hidden away. Release it, and we may find peace. The message was clear, but it also hinted at a warning. The beacon wasn't just for communication, it was a summons. Charlotte, still touching the prism, made a decision. She would release the beacon, free these lost souls, and maybe, just maybe, create an alliance that spanned galaxies. But the very moment she made her choice, another vision emerged. A massive alien fleet, armed and looming, descended upon Earth. Cities crumbled, and the sky turned to fire. Charlotte tried to pull her hand away, but it was fused to the prism. Her eyes widened in horror as she realized the beacon was not a plea, but a siren's call. A deep voice echoed through the chamber, "Your intent has awakened us." As the prism's light intensified, the chamber began to shake. Above ground, the sky darkened, signaling the start of an impending invasion. In a final act of desperation, Charlotte shattered the prism against the chamber's stone floor. The resulting shockwave knocked everyone off their feet. The chamber collapsed, burying the broken beacon deep within the earth. When Charlotte emerged from the rubble, Roswell was forever changed. The visions had stopped, but the festival was no longer a celebration of curiosity. It was a somber reminder of the secret buried beneath, a truth too dangerous to be set free. Years passed, and the incident became another tale in Roswell's cryptic history. But every year, during the UFO festival, attendees would gaze up at the sky, wondering about the civilization that once reached out, the power of their beacon, and the dire consequences of heeding its call. The Salem Secrets. Julia had always been passionate about history, so when she moved to Salem, Massachusetts, it felt like a dream. The picturesque town held centuries of secrets, and she was eager to uncover them. Her new home, a quaint cottage with creeper-clad walls and Gothic windows, was a relic in itself. One evening, while browsing the local library, she stumbled across an old record indicating that her house had once been owned by Eleanor Pritchard, a woman executed during the notorious Salem witch trials. Intrigued, Julia dived deeper, learning about Eleanor's life, her supposed crimes, and the paranoia that surrounded her. Julia's interest became an obsession. Late at night, Julia would sit in her dim study, surrounded by dusty volumes and dim candlelight, feeling an uncanny connection to Eleanor. One fateful evening, while poring over a letter allegedly penned by Eleanor, she read aloud, "I am innocent of the dark arts. The real curse lies in the minds of the accusers." A sudden gust of wind blew the candle out. When Julia relit it, she noticed her reflection in the window. But behind her stood another figure, a pale woman in colonial dress, with a noose around her neck. Panicking, Julia turned around, but no one was there. The next day, she tried to brush off the incident, attributing it to her fatigue. However, as days turned into weeks, strange occurrences began. Julia would find her belongings misplaced, voices whispered in corners, and the chilling sensation of being watched. One evening, as Julia hosted a dinner party, her guests became uneasy. Wine glasses would shake on their own, doors would slam, and a cold breeze always seemed to linger. The local gossip, Mrs. Finch, squinted at Julia suspiciously and whispered to the others, "Do you feel it? The house is cursed." The whispers grew louder, and soon the whole town was buzzing with rumors. Julia was accused of dabbling in the occult. Just like Eleanor, Julia began to feel the oppressive weight of the town's suspicions. One by one, her friends distanced themselves. Doors were shut on her, and children were ushered away when she walked past. One afternoon, Julia found a note pinned to her door, which leave or meet the same fate as Eleanor. Distraught, Julia visited the library, hoping to find answers. She met an old historian, Mr. Gray, who had lived in Salem his entire life. "The past," he whispered, "has a way of bleeding into the present. Salem has never forgotten, nor forgiven." He led Julia to a secret section of the library, hidden behind a concealed door. It contained forbidden books and manuscripts detailing the occult and the real stories behind the witch trials. There was a ritual, Mr. Gray explained, to bind the spirits of the accused, to ensure they wouldn't return. But someone must have broken the seal for Eleanor. As Julia pondered over the revelation, she remembered a small wooden emblem she had found in her attic and discarded, thinking it to be junk. Could that have been the seal? With Mr. Gray's guidance, Julia decided to perform a ritual to appease Eleanor's spirit and seal her back. Using the old manuscripts as a guide, they gathered at Julia's house on a moonless night. The ritual began. Julia recited verses, and a protective circle was drawn. As the night deepened, the atmosphere grew heavy. Eleanor's spirit manifested, her eyes filled with pain and rage. Julia spoke, "Eleanor, I seek not to harm but to help. I understand your pain. The town did you wrong. But it's time to rest, to find peace." Eleanor's voice echoed, "Peace was denied to me. Why should I grant it now?" "You don't need to grant it to them, but to yourself," Julia pleaded. A tense silence filled the room. Finally, Eleanor whispered, "Help me." Julia, with Mr. Gray's assistance, completed the ritual. The spirit faded away, leaving the room in stark stillness. The next morning, Salem felt different. The oppressive atmosphere had lifted, replaced by a calmness. Julia's reputation was slowly restored. The rumors died down, and the town went back to its peaceful existence. But deep inside, Julia knew Salem would never be free of its past. The secrets, the pain, and the shadows of history always lurked, waiting to bleed into the present. Years later, when Julia was long gone, a new family moved into the old cottage. They found a sealed box in the attic. Curiosity piqued, they broke the seal, releasing once more the restless spirits of Salem's dark past. Mojave Ghost Town. Jackson, an urban explorer with a penchant for the obscure, had been mapping out deserted towns and abandoned structures. One day, he came across a piece of forgotten lore about a town named Myron in the Mojave Desert. According to legends, the town had vanished overnight without a trace, and no one dared to step into its boundaries. With his bag packed and camera in hand, Jackson set out to uncover the mysteries of Myron. The drive was long, and the final stretch of road seemed to stretch endlessly before him, untouched by any vehicle for years. But as the sun began to set, the outlines of the forgotten town appeared on the horizon. There were dilapidated wooden structures, remnants of what could have been a prosperous mining town. Dust and sand had eaten away at its foundations, but it was clear that the town was once teeming with life. He could make out a saloon, a church, and even a schoolhouse. Feeling a pang of excitement, Jackson set up his camp on the outskirts and began exploring. As he walked through the town, he noticed something strange. Every clock he came across, whether it was a wall clock in the saloon or a pocket watch dropped on the ground, was stuck at 11:59. Intrigued, he noted this oddity and moved on. As night fell, Jackson prepared for bed. But just as he was about to drift off, a distant piano melody began to play. Startled, he emerged from his tent and looked around. The once silent town was now alive with light, and shadows danced across the walls. Drawn to the music, Jackson followed the sound to the saloon. As he peeked through the window, he saw a lively scene, people laughing, dancing, and drinking. But there was something off about these revelers. They were translucent, shimmering in and out of existence. Suddenly, a lady in a red dress noticed Jackson and beckoned him inside. Mesmerized, he entered the saloon. The woman introduced herself as Clara and told Jackson that he was witnessing the town's last night. Every night, at midnight, they relive the final hours of their existence, trapped in a loop. Curiosity piqued, Jackson asked what had happened. Clara's face turned somber. She explained that the town's residents had unearthed a cursed artifact while mining. Its dark energy trapped the town in a temporal loop. Every day, at the stroke of midnight, a sandstorm engulfed the town, wiping away all existence and then resetting it. She pleaded with Jackson to leave before midnight, or he too would become trapped. Seeing the genuine fear in her eyes, Jackson decided to leave. But as he stepped out of the saloon, he realized it was already 11:57. Panic gripped him as he sprinted towards his camp. The sounds of the town grew louder, the laughter, the music, the joy of the people, completely oblivious to their impending doom. With every tick of the clock, the winds picked up, and Jackson could see the approaching sandstorm. Just as he reached his tent, the clock struck midnight, and a deafening roar filled the air. The world around him distorted as he felt the sands of time erasing him. The next morning, a group of hikers passing through the Mojave stumbled upon an old, deserted town named Myron. They decided to explore and came across a campsite with a tent, camera, and belongings scattered about. But there was no sign of any camper. Curious, one of the hikers checked the camera. The last photo was of the town, eerily alive with lights and shadows, with a clock tower in the background, forever frozen at 11:59. The Alcatraz Apparition. When Paul first got the job as a tour guide at Alcatraz, it was a dream come true. The prison's history fascinated him, tales of notorious gangsters, daring escape attempts, and its inescapable fortress reputation. But there were some stories that had never made it into the official narratives. 3 months into his job, during an evening tour, Paul first heard them, hushed whispers that seemed to float through the cold corridors, disembodied and distant. "Who's there?" he'd called out, dismissing it as some tourists having a laugh. But it happened again, only louder, on his next tour, and then the one after that. One night, as Paul was locking up, he spotted a fleeting shadowy figure disappearing around a corner. He felt his blood chill but decided to investigate, thinking maybe a tourist had gotten left behind. The prison was eerily silent, save for the whispers that now seemed to come from all around him. Paul followed them, winding his way to the solitary confinement cells. In the dim light of his flashlight, he noticed something odd. One of the cell doors was slightly ajar. That cell had always been locked. As Paul approached, the whispers grew louder, more distinct. "Help me, find me." He cautiously opened the cell door. Inside, the walls were covered in faded but frantic scratch marks, interspersed with the repeated words, "Don't forget me." The next morning, Paul went straight to the prison archives. He needed to know who had been in that cell. Hours of digging revealed an old file marked confidential. Inside was the story of inmate 24601, a man named Charles Brennan, whose last known location was the very cell Paul had opened the previous night. Charles had been a quiet man, no known infractions, serving time for a petty crime. But one day, he simply vanished. Guards reported his disappearance, but with no evidence of an escape and no body found, the case went cold. The prison's reputation couldn't afford a mystery, so Charles's existence was buried, forgotten by all, except, it seemed, Charles himself. Paul felt a pull, an obligation to bring closure to this lost soul. Night after night, he visited the cell, listening to the whispers and trying to communicate. He brought a recorder one evening, asking questions into the echoing silence. Listening back, he almost dropped the device when he heard a voice, faint but clear, "Water, beneath, free me." The prison was built on an island, surrounded by water. Could Charles be beneath the prison? Paul remembered rumors of hidden underground tunnels used during the Civil War. He decided to search. Armed with old blueprints and a determination to uncover the truth, Paul found a forgotten trapdoor in the lowest part of the prison, leading to a dark, submerged tunnel. He hesitated, taking a deep breath, and descended. The chilly water seeped through his boots as he trudged through, the light from his torch casting eerie reflections on the walls. Finally, he arrived at a chamber, half flooded, with chains fixed to the walls. In one corner, a skeletal figure remained shackled, its position suggesting a desperate struggle. As Paul approached, he felt a cold breeze and heard the unmistakable voice from the whispers, "Thank you." Weeks later, the remains were identified as Charles Brennan. He was given a proper burial, and the story of the inmate who vanished was finally made public. Tours of Alcatraz now include his tale, a somber reminder of the prison's mysterious past. Paul continued to work at the prison for years, but the whispers had stopped. He always felt a calm presence near that solitary cell, a silent gratitude from the Alcatraz apparition who refused to be forgotten. Louisiana Banshee. The tale spoke of an ethereal wail that floated above the murky waters of the Louisiana Bayou. It wasn't the croak of a frog or the whisper of trees caressed by the wind, it was the mournful cry of the banshee. As legend had it, this scream carried with it melodies that could inspire the greatest compositions the world had ever known. To most, the story was simply folklore. But to Dominic, a down-on-his-luck musician, it was a beacon. Hungry for fame and desperate for inspiration, Dominic had traveled from bar to bar, gathering fragments of the story. They said the Banshee's song, once heard, couldn't be forgotten. It weaved into the soul and birthed songs that tugged at the heart. Dominic wanted it, needed it, to revitalize his failing music career. So, armed with a tattered map and his trusty guitar, he journeyed into the heart of the bayou one misty evening. The sounds of the swamp surrounded him, the hum of insects, the distant hoot of an owl, and the soft lap of water against his boat. Hours felt like days, but his determination never wavered. As night descended, the moon draped a silvery glow over the waters. It was then that he heard it, a mournful, heart-wrenching wail. It was both beautiful and chilling, a sound that seemed to emanate from the very depths of despair. Dominic felt the music seep into his bones. Without thinking, He began to play along on his guitar, capturing the Banshee's sorrowful tune. When dawn broke, Dominic found himself on the edge of the bayou, guitar in hand, a new song etched into his memory. He felt invigorated, powerful, and confident that this melody would be his salvation. Rushing back to the city, Dominic immediately played his new composition at the first bar he entered. The audience was captivated. The melancholic tune resonated with them, drawing tears and earning him a standing ovation. It seemed the legend was true, the Banshee's wail had granted him unmatched prowess. In the following weeks, Dominic's fame grew exponentially. The song, which he titled Bayou's Lament, became a sensation. Radio stations played it non-stop. People were inexplicably drawn to it, playing it on repeat and filling concert halls to hear Dominic perform live. But as the song's popularity grew, so did its curse. Listeners started reporting unsettling experiences. They'd wake in the middle of the night, feeling an icy breath on their necks and hearing the Banshee's wail echo in their ears. The song began to haunt their dreams, morphing from the melancholic melody into a nightmarish cacophony that left them waking up in cold sweats. And then came the first death. A devoted fan, claimed to have listened to Bayou's Lament over 100 times, was found dead in his apartment, a look of sheer terror frozen on his face. More and more similar cases began to emerge. The common thread: Dominic's song. Horrified by the consequences of his ambition, Dominic decided to return to the bayou, hoping to confront the Banshee and find a way to break the curse. He was greeted by the same eerie silence, broken only by the whispering winds and the song of the nocturnal creatures. In the silvery moonlight, just as before, the Banshee's wail began. But this time, it was accompanied by a spectral vision, a woman draped in white, her face obscured by a veil of sorrow. She hovered above the water, her gaze fixed on Dominic. "Why have you brought my pain to the world?" she whispered, her voice echoing through the swamp. I didn't know," Dominic stammered, feeling a cold grip around his heart. "I thought it was just a song. I wanted to be known, to be remembered." The Banshee let out a mournful sigh. "My wail is my curse, a reminder of the life I lost and the love I yearned for. By capturing it, you've spread my torment." Desperate, Dominic pleaded, "How can I undo this? How can I free you and those ensnared by the song?" The Banshee, her voice softening, replied, "Return my pain to where it belongs. Play the song one last time, here in the heart of the bayou, and then break your instrument. Only then will the curse be lifted." Dominic, with trembling hands, played Bayou's Lament one final time. The notes seemed to intertwine with the Banshee's wail, forming a haunting duet that resonated through the swamp. As the last chord faded, Dominic, tears streaming down his face, smashed his guitar against a tree. The Banshee's form began to dissolve into the mist, her wail fading into a soft, contented sigh. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice echoing one last time before the swamp fell silent. Dominic returned to the city, forever changed. He no longer sought fame or recognition. Instead, he dedicated his life to preserving the tales and traditions of the bayou, ensuring that the true story of the Louisiana Bayou Banshee was never forgotten. The Appalachian Trail Haunting. For friends, Amy, Darren, Zach, and Ella decided to hike the Appalachian Trail. They'd planned the journey for months, poring over maps and prepping gear, eager to escape their digital lives for the serenity of nature. On the third day of their hike, the group encountered an unmarked detour. The path seemed to be of natural wear, not something documented on their maps. "Adventure's all about the unknown, right?" Amy said, her curiosity piqued. A couple of miles down the trail, the forest opened up to reveal a scene frozen in time, an abandoned settlement. The houses, while dilapidated, gave off a sense of preserved history, untouched by modernity. Stone walls, aged by time, surrounded the settlement. In the center, there was a dried-up well. "This isn't on any of our maps," Darren muttered, brushing his fingers against an old wooden doorframe. "It's beautiful, in a ghost town kind of way," Ella whispered. "We could camp here," Zach suggested. "There's plenty of wood for a fire, and those buildings can offer us shelter if it rains." The group agreed. As the sun set, they set up their camp in the village square, close to the well. The wind rustled, creating eerie whispers between the trees. The weight of forgotten history seemed to settle upon them as they exchanged stories around the campfire. That night, as they lay in their tents, sleep came uneasily. And when it did, their dreams were not their own. Amy found herself in the village, but it was alive, bustling. Children laughed, and women chatted. But the men, they wore worried expressions. She was drawn to the well, where people whispered. "It demands a sacrifice," an old woman said, her eyes full of fear. Darren saw the same village, but at night. Families huddled in their homes, the air thick with tension. He watched as men took up arms, guarding the perimeter. From the forest's edge, eerie silhouettes with glowing eyes advanced, their motions not human, but more like smoke given form. Zach dreamt of a village meeting, where desperate faces looked for answers. "We cannot appease it," a man shouted. "It wants more, always more." There were talks of leaving, of finding a new home, but there was fear, too, of retaliation from the force that haunted them. Ella's dream was the most haunting. She stood by the well, watching as a procession approached. At its center, a young girl, no older than 10, tears streaming down her face. The villagers chanted, their voices heavy with grief. The girl was led to the well, and as she was lowered into its depths, Ella heard the ghostly wails of the force that demanded the sacrifice. The next morning, the group woke up, drained and heavy with the weight of the dreams. They shared their experiences over breakfast, realizing the intertwined tales of a village haunted by an entity, a force that demanded sacrifices, forcing them to flee. Amy, always the brave one, suggested looking into the well. When they peered inside, the bottom seemed endless, but faintly, they could make out the glint of bones. "It's the heart of the village," Ella whispered. "This well, it's where they made the sacrifices. We have to leave," Zach said, his voice edged with panic. Whatever haunted them might still be here. But as they packed up, the forest around the settlement grew unnaturally still. The sky darkened, and a dense mist rolled in. From the tree line, shadows with glowing eyes emerged, surrounding them. "They didn't leave," Darren murmured. "They were trapped here." Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through the village, carrying with it the whispers of the past. "You know our story," it seemed to say. "Help us." Ella, thinking fast, grabbed a silver pendant from her necklace. "This has been in my family for generations," she said. "It's blessed." Approaching the well, she recited a prayer she'd learned as a child, calling for protection and peace. With a final plea, she dropped the pendant into the well. The ground trembled, and the shadows hissed, recoiling from the well. The mist dissipated, revealing the sun. A soft, ethereal chorus of gratitude echoed around them as the spirits of the village found their release. Shaken, the group quickly left the settlement, finding their way back to the main trail. They hiked in silence, each lost in their thoughts about the history they'd uncovered and the spirits they'd set free. Months later, when they recounted their journey, they always spoke of the beauty of the trail, the camaraderie, and the peace of nature. But they never mentioned the abandoned village or the haunting dreams. For some stories, they decided, were too chilling to be shared. The rodeo rider's Revenant. The sun blazed in the cloudless sky over the dusty arena of Templeton, Texas. Excited chatter buzzed amongst the crowd as they awaited the yearly rodeo event. This wasn't just any rodeo. The Templeton Rodeo was infamous because of a legendary participant, the ghostly rider. Every year, as dusk began to fall, a mysterious rider would show up on a horse as black as midnight, its eyes glowing an ethereal blue. This spectral competitor was always undefeatable, be it barrel racing, roping, or bull riding. However, he would vanish without a trace before he could collect his winnings, leaving behind only the echoing whinny of his supernatural steed. This year was different. Eliza, an intrepid journalist from Houston, had heard of the legendary ghost rider and decided to dig deep into the legend. Templeton's townspeople were usually tight-lipped about the ghostly rider. Still, after several rounds at the local bar and listening to hushed conversations, Eliza pieced together a story. Decades ago, a young rodeo rider named Caleb had been Templeton's pride. Unmatched in skill and style, he had a promising future. But jealousy brews in the shadows of success. One fateful evening, as Caleb rode his favorite horse, Midnight, they were ambushed by rivals, resulting in a tragic end. It was said that Caleb's spirit, filled with unfulfilled ambitions and bound to Midnight, returned every year, seeking victory and recognition. On the night of the rodeo, Eliza, equipped with her camera and notepad, settled into the stands. As the sun set and the first stars began to shimmer, a cold gust of wind swept through the arena. The crowd hushed, and Eliza felt the electric anticipation in the air. As if on cue, the ghostly rider, atop Midnight, rode into the arena, the blue glint in the horse's eyes more pronounced than ever. One by one, the ghostly rider bested every event, his ethereal form moving with a grace and skill that seemed otherworldly. Eliza's heart raced. The climax of the night, the bull riding event, was about to begin. The spectral figure readied himself on the ferocious bull, and as the gate burst open, he held on with an uncanny ease, even as the bull bucked and raged. As the buzzer sounded, signaling the end of his victorious ride, the arena erupted in applause. But before the crowd could even settle down, the rider and Midnight began to vanish, just as they did every year. But Eliza was ready. She sprinted down from the stands, her camera clicking away, hoping to get a shot of the departing apparitions. As she closed the distance, for a split second, their eyes met. In the ghostly rider's gaze, she saw a torrent of emotions: longing, sadness, pride, and a plea. Suddenly, the entire arena was plunged into darkness. When the lights flickered back on moments later, Eliza found herself not in the bustling rodeo of 2023 but in a scene from decades past. The crowd, the riders, even the rodeo setup looked old, and there, in the middle of the arena, was a very alive and flesh-and-bone Caleb atop Midnight. Panicking, Eliza stumbled backward, colliding with a man who turned out to be the town's sheriff. "You okay?" he asked. She nodded, her eyes fixed on Caleb. Gathering her wits, Eliza approached him, introducing herself as a journalist documenting rodeos across Texas. Caleb, intrigued and flattered, shared his story and dreams. As night deepened, Eliza realized she had a mission. She needed to prevent the tragedy that would befall him. With the sheriff's help, they devised a plan. The next evening, as Caleb and Midnight were about to be ambushed, the sheriff and his deputies intervened. The rivals were arrested, and Caleb was saved. As dawn approached, Eliza felt the world around her start to shift. She found herself back in 2023, amidst the familiar sounds of the rodeo. But this time, there was no ghostly rider. Instead, she saw a memorial dedicated to Caleb, not as a ghostly legend but as a rodeo champion who went on to become one of Texas's most celebrated riders. Eliza's story about her surreal experience was published, becoming a sensation overnight. While many dismissed it as fiction, the people of Templeton knew better. They thanked her for freeing the spirit of their champion. And every year thereafter, as the rodeo events commenced in Templeton, a gentle breeze would carry the distant sound of a horse's whinny, a silent thanks from a rider long gone. Alaskan Aurora spirits. Julian had chased lights before, from the vivid glows of New York's skyline to the glittering neon streets of Tokyo. But the northern lights, the Aurora Borealis, they had eluded him for years. That's why, when the opportunity presented itself, Julian didn't hesitate to take a trip to Alaska. He reached a remote town where snow clung to roofs like fondant on cakes, and icicles hung like nature's own ornaments. It was here he met an elder named Nakik who offered to guide him to the best spot for capturing the elusive lights. That night, they trekked into the wilderness, and Julian set up his equipment on a snowy ridge. The ethereal dance of colors began, vibrant purples, electric greens, and eerie blues. Julian's fingers worked rapidly, adjusting the settings to capture the magic. As the night wore on, the lights intensified. Later, when he reviewed his shots, Julian noticed anomalies. Amongst the streaks of color were vague figures, floating, almost dancing in the sky. They looked like shadows, their forms twisted in agony or perhaps in an act of celebration. It was hard to tell. He showed Nakek the next morning, and the elder's face turned grave. "You've captured the spirits of the Aurora," Nakek whispered. Julian laughed. "It's probably a technical glitch." Nakek, however, insisted on sharing a local legend. Many generations ago, our tribe performed an annual ritual. Every winter solstice, we'd select a brave soul to bind with the lights. They would dance and sing, and as the aurora appeared, their spirit would intertwine with it. Julian shifted uncomfortably. Why would anyone do that? For prosperity. For harmony between the land and us, Nakek responded. But it came at a cost. Once bound, the spirit could never be free, forever dancing with the aurora. Julian dismissed it as a mere story. However, that night, curiosity led him back to the ridge. He set up his camera again, determined to debunk the myth. But as the aurora intensified, so did the figures. This time they were clearer, more detailed. One particular figure seemed to reach out towards him. It looked like a young woman, her features contorted in sadness. Julian, captivated, could feel the tug at his heartstrings. He blinked away the emotion, focusing on getting the shot. With the first light of dawn, he packed his equipment and hurried back to the town. The local photo shop owner, Mr. Sullivan, was a wiry man with snow-white hair. When Julian showed him the photos, Sullivan's expression mirrored Nakek's. "My grandmother told me stories of her sister, Lila," he began. "She was chosen for the ritual. As a child, I thought they were bedtime tales, but seeing this..." Sullivan traced the outline of the same figure Julian had noticed. Wanting more answers, Julian sought Nakek. The elder, after seeing the photos again, agreed to show him the site where the rituals took place. Deep into the forest, they found ancient carvings on stones and remnants of a ceremonial ground. Amidst the ruins, Julian found a pendant with an engraving, the same face he'd seen in the aurora. The weight of reality pressed upon him. Were these really spirits he'd captured? Was this why he felt so connected, especially to Lila? That evening, Julian sat at the ridge, not to photograph but to witness. As darkness blanketed the land, the aurora unveiled its spectacle. The spirits danced their eternal dance. Lila's figure reached out again, and this time, Julian could hear her. "Free us," she whispered, her voice melding with the wind. Shivers ran down his spine. How could he possibly free spirits bound for generations? An idea struck him. The next evening, with Nakek's help, he set up a projector at the ceremonial ground. They projected the captured images of the spirits onto the ancient stones, invoking chants from the tribe's history. The aurora that night was different. It seemed restless, its colors more frantic. The figures in Julian's projection reached out to their counterparts in the sky. There was a blinding flash of light, and then, darkness. The aurora vanished, leaving a star-studded sky. The air felt different, lighter. Days later, Julian prepared to leave. The northern lights had disappeared since that night, and the town was rife with whispers about the lost magic. But Julian didn't leave empty-handed. The pendant he'd found now hung around his neck, a reminder of the spirits he'd set free. Years passed, and Julian continued his quest to photograph the world's wonders. Alaska, however, remained his most haunting memory. One cold winter evening, the news reported an unusual occurrence. The northern lights were visible from places they'd never been seen before. Julian stepped out, his camera in hand. There, amidst the colors, were the spirits, free and joyous, their dance no longer bound by location or ritual. Lila's figure, radiant as ever, floated down, touching the pendant. It glowed briefly, and she mouthed a silent thank you before rejoining the aurora. Julian smiled, capturing the moment, knowing he'd immortalized not just the spectacle of lights, but also the spirits who were now truly free. Hawaii's night marches. As soon as the plane landed on the Big Island, Sarah could feel the energy. It wasn't just the warmth of the sun or the salty breeze but something deeper, ancient. Sarah and Jack, newlyweds from Oregon, had chosen Hawaii for their honeymoon. lured by the sun-soaked beaches and promises of unforgettable adventures. On their third day, while hiking through a dense forest, they stumbled upon an old, hidden stone path, barely noticeable beneath the undergrowth. Jack, with his insatiable curiosity, proposed they see where it led. The path eventually brought them to a sacred heiau, an ancient Hawaiian temple. Stones were arranged in intricate patterns, surrounded by old wooden totems, their faces weathered by time. The energy here was palpable, sending shivers down Sarah's spine. "Jack, I think we should leave," Sarah whispered, unease settling in her stomach. But Jack was already picking up one of the smaller stones, inspecting it closely. "This looks like something we'd find in a museum," he mused. "Maybe we can take it as a souvenir." Sarah hesitated, looking around nervously. "It doesn't feel right." Ignoring her, Jack slipped the stone into his backpack. "Just a little token. No harm done." That evening, they returned to their beachside cottage, exhaustion taking over. As Sarah lay down, she could hear the distant sound of drums, their rhythm haunting. Suddenly, a blast of cold wind burst through the windows, extinguishing the lamps. The room was plunged into darkness. Sarah's heartbeat raced. She could hear Jack's ragged breathing beside her. Then, through the pitch black, a voice whispered, "Ene hukilaue I holo ana." "The marchers are coming." Sarah gripped Jack's hand. "Do you hear that?" The faint sounds of conch shells echoed through the night, growing closer, punctuated by rhythmic drumming. The couple rushed to the window. In the distance, a line of torches approached, casting an eerie glow. Silhouetted figures marched in step, their hollow eyes fixated forward. Jack's face drained of color. "The night marchers," he whispered, recalling the legends he had read about ancient Hawaiian spirits who marched during the nights of Cain, their paths sacred and untouchable. Legend said that meeting their gaze would doom a person, and that those who disrespected their sacred sites would be haunted. "What have we done?" Sarah cried. "We need to show respect. We need to return the stone," Jack said, panic evident in his voice. Rushing outside, they were met with the full force of the night marchers. The spectral warriors, dressed in traditional Hawaiian armor, moved in perfect synchronization, their chants echoing across the sands. Their leader, taller than the rest, pointed directly at Jack's backpack. Without hesitation, Jack retrieved the stolen stone, holding it out with trembling hands. Bowing his head, he whispered an apology. The leader approached, his gaze piercing but not unkind. "You have taken from our ancestors, disrespecting our land. But you have a chance for reparation. What can we do?" Sarah asked, tears streaming down her face. The leader gestured to the horizon. "Tomorrow, at sunrise, return this stone to the heiau. Then, dance the hula, honoring our ancestors, our culture. Only then will your misdeeds be forgiven." As dawn broke, the couple, exhausted and shaken, made their way back to the heiau. Placing the stone reverently back in its place, they danced, their movements awkward but sincere, their hearts filled with respect and understanding. As the sun fully rose, casting the island in its golden glow, the forest seemed to hum with approval. The weight on their hearts lifted. Sarah and Jack left Hawaii with more than just memories and photographs. They left with a profound respect for the land, its history, and its guardians. The night marchers, protectors of Hawaiian tradition, had taught them a lesson they would never forget. The Gettysburg Griever. Gettysburg was no stranger to ghosts. A battleground soaked in the blood of thousands, it was natural that restless souls would wander its expanse. But, of all the apparitions, the most haunting was the Gettysburg Griever. Visitors would speak of her, a woman in 19th century clothing, her face marred with perpetual sorrow. She never attacked or made any sounds. All she did was wander, appearing and disappearing amidst the graves, her eyes always searching. It was said she was looking for her lost love among the spirits of soldiers. Samantha Green, a renowned medium, had always been curious about the Griever. When approached by the authorities to help lay the spirit to rest, she readily agreed. On a cold, moonlit night, Samantha arrived at Gettysburg with a small team. With her was Alan, a historian, and Daniel, a photographer. They intended to document the process, hoping that understanding the story of the griever would help in finding her peace. Setting up their base near the spot with the most reported sightings, Samantha began to meditate. Almost immediately, the temperature dropped. A fog enveloped the area, and the faint outline of the griever materialized. Her face was the epitome of heartbreak. She looked directly at Samantha, her eyes pleading. "I can feel your pain," Samantha whispered, tears forming in her eyes. "Tell me your story." The griever's voice was but a whisper carried on the wind. "Robert," she said, her voice filled with sorrow. "Where is Robert?" Alan, having dug into the archives, whispered to Samantha. "Robert Wentworth. He was a young officer who died during the battle. His letters mentioned a lover named Clara." "Could she be the griever?" Samantha nodded, turning back to the spirit. "Clara, is that your name?" The spirit nodded, tears streaming down her face. "I was to meet him after the battle, but I never found him. Every day, every night, I search." "Where is he?" Samantha's heart ached for the lost love. "Clara, Robert is no longer here. He has passed on, and so have you. You need to find peace." Clara shook her head vehemently. "No. I need to find him. I promised I would wait." Samantha, taking a deep breath, spoke softly. "Clara, sometimes, holding on causes more pain than letting go. Robert wouldn't want you to suffer like this." Alan interrupted, "There's a grave. Robert Wentworth's grave. We could take her there." And so, they decided to lead Clara to Robert's resting place. As they walked, the fog grew denser, the surroundings eerier. Finally, they reached a grave, isolated from the rest, with a simple name etched on the stone: Robert Wentworth. Clara, upon seeing the grave, fell to her knees, her cries echoing in the night. Samantha knelt beside her, her voice soft. "He's at peace, Clara. And now it's time for you to find your peace." Clara looked up, her tearful eyes locking onto Samantha's. "Will I see him again?" Samantha nodded. "In another place, another time. But for now, it's time to let go." For a moment, the world stood still. The griever's form began to shimmer, her outline becoming fainter, until with one last sigh, she vanished. The fog lifted, and the moonlight illuminated the graveyard, casting a serene glow. The weight in the air vanished, replaced by an indescribable peace. Samantha, Alan, and Daniel stood there for a moment, letting the reality of what had just occurred sink in. They had not only documented the story of the Gettysburg griever but had also played a part in helping a lost soul find its way. Weeks later, visitors reported a change in the atmosphere. The sorrow that once hung heavy was replaced by tranquility. No one saw the griever again, but on some nights, if one listened closely, they could hear the faint whispers of two lovers, united at last, their love story eternally etched into the history of Gettysburg. Mount Saint Helens Wraiths. Hikers Jay, Ellen, and Tom had been excited to explore Mount Saint Helens, especially after its minor eruption the previous week had reshaped part of the landscape. They'd heard about new cracks and caves being formed, and being the adventurers they were, they couldn't resist the allure. Halfway up a trail, Jay noticed a newly formed opening to a cave. "Check this out," he called to the others. The entrance was partially obscured by ash and debris, and as they entered, they noticed a peculiar sight: preserved footprints and belongings seemingly from the 1980 eruption. "Wow, history frozen in time," Ellen whispered, lifting up a corroded camera. She looked through the viewfinder and found it still contained an undeveloped picture. "We should get this developed." Tom, a geology enthusiast, was more interested in the footprints. "These aren't just footprints," he began, eyes wide. These are casts formed from the ash. Just like in Pompeii." As they moved further into the cave, they felt the temperature drop. Their torchlights revealed more belongings: a child's shoe, a backpack, a water bottle, each telling a silent tale of the day's terror. Suddenly, a muted sound echoed through the cave. It was distant and indistinct but sounded like people. Thinking it might be other hikers, they followed the sound. As they rounded a bend, the trio was met with a sight that made their hearts freeze. ghostly apparitions replaying their final moments from that fateful day. Hikers were running in terror, trying to outpace the eruption, but being overtaken by the pyroclastic flow. Families held each other close, some praying, others simply staring in horror at their impending doom. What is this?" Ellen stammered. Tom, pale, whispered, "It's a residual haunting. The energy from that day is replaying the events over and over." Jay, trying to hold onto his pragmatism, shook his head. "No way. It's just an illusion. Maybe gas from the eruption or..." His words were cut off by a chilling scream. One of the spectral women, her eyes filled with tears and terror, seemed to notice them. She extended a hand, mouthing words they couldn't hear, but her plea was clear. Ellen, tears streaming down her face, instinctively reached out to comfort the apparition, but her hand passed through the figure, causing it to dissipate into a misty vapor. Jay pulled Ellen back. "We need to leave now." As they began to retreat, the cave seemed to close in on them. The once faint cries of the past grew louder, more desperate. The shadows cast by their torchlights seemed to dance and twist into grotesque shapes. And then they saw him, a man, separate from the others, his features more distinct. His eyes bore into theirs with an intensity that was almost physical. With deliberate steps, he approached them, stopping a few feet away. Unlike the other apparitions, he wasn't replaying his last moments. He was very much aware of the living intruders. Jay's voice trembled. Who are you?" The spectral figure pointed to a spot on the ground, where a charred notebook lay. Tom, hesitating for only a moment, reached down and picked it up. It belonged to a geologist from 1980. Flipping through the pages, he found the last entry, May 18, 1980. "The mountain is more alive than we thought. It's not just a geological marvel, but something more ancient, more sentient. If you're reading this, it means I couldn't escape. Please remember us." Looking up from the diary, the apparition mouthed 2 words, "Remember us." With that, the ghostly figures began to fade, their tragic reenactment ceasing, leaving the cave in an unsettling silence. Exiting the cave, the trio made a pact. They would share the story, ensuring that the souls they'd witnessed would never be forgotten. For years to come, the story of Mount Saint Helens wraiths became a legend, both a haunting reminder of nature's fury and a testament to the human spirit's plea to be remembered. New York subway specter. On 3048 Street Penn Station, there was a local legend whispered amongst the MTA staff. Every night, at precisely midnight, a subway train would pull into the station completely empty. Nothing unusual for the last stop. But the station's CCTV told a different story. Every evening, Jake, a young subway conductor, would hear about the mysterious midnight train from Bill, the night shift manager. "This train," Bill said one evening, thumbing through the CCTV footage, "is never empty when it's in the tunnels." The footage always showed a jam-packed subway, filled with people from different eras, flappers from the 1920s, soldiers possibly returning from World War II, hippies, businessmen in 80s suits, and many others. Jake, being naturally curious, decided one night he'd ride the train to see for himself. As midnight approached, he waited on the platform. The lights of the subway grew brighter, and the train roared into the station. It was empty. Without hesitating, Jake hopped in. The subway moved smoothly, the rhythmic clatter of the tracks soothing him. Minutes seemed to stretch, and Jake felt a sudden shift, like a brief moment of weightlessness. The lighting inside the car flickered and dimmed, taking on a sepia hue. Looking around, Jake realized he wasn't alone. The subway car was teeming with life. A soldier, in what looked like a World War II uniform, was talking to a woman in a polka-dotted dress. 2 businessmen in pinstriped suits, their hair slicked back, were reading a newspaper featuring a headline about the Wall Street crash of 1929. A group of teens, dressed in bell-bottoms and tie-dye shirts, laughed and played music on a portable cassette player. Jake moved cautiously through the car, realizing he was seeing the many souls the subway had carried through the decades. He tried speaking to a few, but they seemed locked in their own time, unaware of his presence. The train began slowing down. Jake braced himself for the jolt of it coming to a stop. But instead, he felt that odd weightlessness again. The sepia faded, the people vanished, and he was alone in the modern train. Then, just as swiftly, the sensation returned. The car was once again packed, but now with different passengers from a different era. Jake felt both awe and fear. Each stop was not a different station, but a different time. He traveled from the roaring 20s to wartime 40s, the disco 70s to the tech boom of the early 2000s. It was a temporal loop with no end in sight. Jake panicked. How would he escape? He looked for an emergency stop, but it appeared different, older, with instructions in a dated font. He tried pulling it, but the train continued its journey, indifferent to his plight. An elderly woman, dressed in a 1950s house dress, noticed his distress. Unlike the others, she seemed to see him. "First time on the loop?" she asked, her voice soft and kind. Jake nodded, trying to hold back his rising panic. "How do I get off?" she chuckled. "You just need to know when. You see, the train feeds off the energy, the lives, and memories of New York. But it has to return to the present to recharge." Feeling a glimmer of hope, Jake asked, "When is that?" "Right before it reaches Penn at midnight. There's a small window, just a few seconds, when it aligns with real time. That's your chance." The familiar weightlessness hit again, and Jake found himself alone in the car. He could see the 3040 Street Penn Station sign approaching. Remembering the woman's words, he prepared himself. As the train slowed, he felt the briefest moment of alignment, like two worlds overlapping. Without hesitation, Jake pulled the emergency door release and jumped out, rolling onto the platform. The train, once again filled with spectral passengers from another time, moved on, disappearing into the tunnel. Bill, having seen the footage, rushed to Jake, helping him up. "You made it," he exclaimed, relief evident in his voice. Jake nodded, gasping for breath. "I'm never riding the midnight train again." Bill chuckled, "Smart choice. It's a journey through time, but not one many would willingly take twice." From that day on, Jake respected the tales of the older staff, ensuring no one ever stayed on the mysterious New York subway spectre past midnight. Mississippi Riverboat Phantom. The new Mississippi Queen boasted opulence. She had been freshly renovated and was set to relaunch tours across the river. The glossy wood, ornate decorations, and resplendent chandeliers harkened back to a bygone era. Tourists flocked to experience the old world charm, but not long after her first tour, whispers started circulating among the passengers. They spoke of glimpsing a ghostly gambler at the card table late at night, always seated in the shadows. His gaunt face, partially obscured by the brim of his hat, bore a striking scar from cheek to chin. Those who tried to approach him claimed he vanished into thin air, leaving behind only the chilling echo of phantom laughter. Determined to uncover the truth, the boat's historian, Clara, delved into the archives. Through dust and aged papers, she unearthed a journal from Captain Isaiah, the boat's original captain from over a century ago. In the yellowed pages, Captain Isaiah wrote of a handsome gambler named Victor. He was known not just for his skill with cards but also for his irresistible charm. Many a lady had fallen for his flirtatious grin, but Victor had eyes only for Eleanor, the captain's daughter. Their whirlwind romance was the talk of the boat, with dances that lasted into the night and laughter echoing from the decks. Yet, as love stories often go, there was another suitor, Luther, a wealthy merchant. Jealous of Victor's affections for Eleanor and suspicious of his late-night card games, Luther accused him of cheating. Words were exchanged, threats made, and before anyone knew it, the two men had agreed to a deadly duel at dawn. The boat's patrons watched in hushed anticipation as Victor and Luther took 10 paces on the fog-laden deck. The murky waters of the Mississippi flowed silently below. With guns drawn, a single shot rang out. When the mist cleared, Victor lay lifeless, his face marred by a deep gash from Luther's blade thrown in the heat of the moment. Devastated, Eleanor disappeared that very night. Some said she threw herself into the river, unable to bear the loss. Others whispered of her fleeing with victors' hidden winnings, starting anew elsewhere. Whatever the case, the love-struck couple was never seen again. Back in the present, Clara shared the tragic story with the guests. The tale spread like wildfire, adding to the boat's allure. Many came just for a chance to glimpse the ghostly gambler and, perhaps, the ethereal Eleanor. One evening, as Clara was retiring to her cabin, she felt a cold breeze from the balcony. She stepped out and saw a faint silhouette of two figures dancing gracefully on the moonlit deck. The man's face bore a familiar scar. They glided past her, their fingers entwined and their gaze locked. The sight was so mesmerizing that Clara could hardly breathe. As they disappeared into the fog, a note floated down to her feet. It read, "Time may pass, and tales may be told, but love, true love, never grows old." From that day on, Clara became the boat's storyteller. Every evening, as the sun set and the moon rose high, she would recount the tale of the Mississippi riverboat phantom and his undying love. And if you were lucky, you might just catch a glimpse of the ghostly gambler and his beloved Eleanor, forever dancing on the decks of the Mississippi Queen. The Nantucket Nymph. The sun was on the horizon when marine biologist Dr. Clara Linford first set foot in Nantucket. The quaint harbor town had an uncanny charm, accentuated by the distant tales of fishermen about a mysterious being in the sea, a siren-like spirit, or so the legends said, that lured them into the abyss. At the local tavern, Clara overheard hushed conversations about the Nantucket Nymph. Fishermen, young and old, spoke of her haunting beauty, silver hair flowing with the tide, her eyes as deep and blue as the ocean, singing an irresistible song that beckoned men into the deep. Her research was primarily on marine acoustics. Clara was sure there was a rational explanation behind the stories. Maybe it was a peculiar mating call of some unknown marine species. But the town's archives led her to something unexpected, an old maritime ballad, almost forgotten, that told a tale eerily similar to the fishermen's accounts. In the heart of the ocean, where the waves crash and roll, there lies a fair maiden, the one who'd take your soul, with a song so enchanting, and eyes so profound. She'll call out your name and then you'll be drowned. Clara's curiosity piqued. She decided to set out to sea the next morning. Equipped with advanced underwater microphones, she intended to capture the so-called nymph's song. The sea was calm when she departed, with only the occasional squawk of a seagull. Hours into her voyage, the equipment began to pick up a haunting melody, soft, melancholic, yet beckoning. Clara felt an uncanny compulsion to dive in, but her scientific resolve kept her anchored to her boat. Then, as she played back the recording, the ballad's words seemed to overlay perfectly with the tune she heard. Was the ballad written for this very melody? Suddenly, a cold hand gripped her wrist. Clara turned to see a figure emerging from the waters, silvery hair, deep blue eyes, just as the legends described. The Nantucket nymph was real, and she was face to face with her. "Why do you intrude my realm?" the nymph whispered, her voice like the distant waves. I came seeking knowledge," Clara stuttered, trying to free her hand. The nymph's grip tightened. "You're not the first. Many have come, lured by my song, only to become part of the ocean." Clara, desperate, tried reasoning. "I've heard your melody. It's the same as the maritime ballad from the town." "Why? How?" The nymph's eyes shimmered with ancient pain. "That song. It was written by the one I loved, a sailor from Nantucket. We'd meet in secret, away from prying eyes. But the town found out. To them, our love was unnatural, a creature from the sea and a man from the land. They played that ballad, using it as a trap. He was drawn to it, and as he reached for me, they pulled him away, taking him to the abyss." Tears streamed from her eyes, joining the vast sea. "In his memory, I sing that song. Those who hear it are compelled by its melancholy, but the ocean claims them before they can reach me." Moved by her tale, Clara gently spoke, "But not everyone has to be your enemy. I can help share your story, help bridge the divide between your world and ours." The nymph, with uncertainty in her eyes, released Clara, who quickly grabbed a waterproof notepad and pen from her boat. "Write your story, and I promise it will be heard," Clara urged, Days turned into weeks. Clara, with the help of the town's historian, penned down the tragic love story of the Nantucket nymph. As the tale spread, the town came to view the nymph not as a menace but as a symbol of lost love, a tragic heroine of the seas. Tourists flocked to hear the story, and the local fishermen began singing a revised version of the maritime ballad, one that spoke of unity, understanding, and love beyond boundaries. In the heart of the ocean, where memories intertwine, there lies a tale of love, both yours and mine. Though worlds may part us, and depths may divide, love will always find a way, like the ebb and tide. And just like that, the haunting lull of the Nantucket nymph became a harmonious melody of laugh and understanding, a song that still resonates in the hearts of those who sail the waters off Nantucket. Antelope Canyon Whispers, sun-baked Arizona. Hot, dusty, but undeniably beautiful. Few places were as stunning as Antelope Canyon. The interplay of light and shadow on the curvaceous rocks created breathtaking views that lured visitors from all corners of the world. But for David, it was more than just a sightseeing trip. An anthropology researcher, David had always been obsessed with ancient Native American cultures. Antelope Canyon, sacred to the Navajo, was a place of mystery. The Navajo believed it was a location where spirits and humans met. But what truly piqued David's interest were the rumors. Visitors, especially those keen of hearing, spoke of hearing whispers in the canyon. Not the echoes of their own voices or the murmurings of other tourists, but faint chants, as if coming from another time. David wanted to experience it firsthand. Equipped with a high-quality digital recorder, he wandered deeper into the canyon, away from the tour groups. He wanted silence, and he found it. The walls seemed to close in around him, the red and orange hues deepening the further he went. The temperature dropped, which was expected in these deeper parts, but there was also a palpable tension in the air. And then, he heard them. Faint at first, almost like a sigh of the wind. But as he paused and listened more closely, the whispers became more distinct. It was chanting, echoing through the ancient rock formations. Intrigued and slightly unsettled, David followed the whispers. They became clearer and louder, guiding him to a narrow crevice in the rock. It wasn't on any of the maps. Curiosity compelled him, and he squeezed through. Inside was a small chamber, untouched by time. On the walls were petroglyphs, depicting various ceremonies, hunts, and gatherings. But what truly caught David's eye was a small leather pouch at the center of the chamber. It was old, its leather faded and worn, but it was intact. Driven by his researcher instincts, David reached out and gently picked up the pouch. It felt unusually heavy in his hand. Opening it, he discovered a collection of small, intricately carved stones. Each stone bore a symbol, one that matched the petroglyphs on the walls. Suddenly, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. They surrounded him, pressing in on him from all sides. David's heart raced. Panic set in as he realized that the exit crevice seemed narrower, as if the walls of the canyon were closing in. The chants began to form coherent sentences, but in a language he didn't understand. Holding the pouch tightly, David rushed towards the exit. The walls seemed to tighten around him, scraping his shoulders, chest, and back as he pushed his way through. Emerging from the crevice, David gasped for breath, the open canyon now feeling vast and expansive. The whispers had vanished, but the weight of the pouch in his hand was a stark reminder that what he'd experienced was no hallucination. He rushed back to the town, seeking out a Navajo elder named Lena who he had met a few days earlier. Lena's home was filled with the scent of sage and cedar. As David recounted his experience and showed her the pouch, Lena's face darkened. She spoke of an ancient ceremony where chants were used to seal away secrets and memories within the canyon walls. These secrets were meant to be forgotten, hidden away from the world. By taking the pouch, David had unwittingly awakened them. Lena took the pouch and spread the stones in a circle. With a deep breath, she began chanting, her voice echoing the same sounds David had heard in the canyon. As she chanted, the stones began to glow, radiating an intense heat. The petroglyph symbols on the stones shifted and moved, as if alive. Finally, Lena's chant reached a crescendo. The stones shattered, their fragments turning to dust that was quickly caught up in a gust of wind, dispersing into the vast Arizona landscape. The room grew quiet. Lena looked at David, exhaustion evident in her eyes. "The secrets are sealed once more," she said, her voice a weary whisper. "But you must never return to that part of the canyon. Some things are meant to stay buried." David nodded, his earlier curiosity now replaced by a deep respect for the traditions and mysteries of the canyon. He left Arizona with a story few would believe, carrying with him a profound understanding of the weight of ancient whispers and the secrets they guarded. San Francisco's fog-bound phantom. On the mist-shrouded streets of San Francisco, locals whispered of a menacing legend. When the bay fog rolled in thick and impenetrable, a phantom car prowled certain lanes, relentlessly pursuing anyone it deemed worthy of its haunting. The enigma of the phantom car was linked to a tale from a century ago, involving treachery and betrayal among two friends, Edward and Henry. They both cherished the booming era of automobiles and had co-developed a prototype that was far ahead of its time. Yet, lured by greed and the dream of soul recognition, Henry betrayed Edward, leading him to a tragic and mysterious death. Henry's subsequent success was built on a foundation of guilt, and it was said that Edward's restless spirit sought revenge, driving the very car they had designed together. On foggy nights, he roamed the streets, chasing down the descendants of those who had betrayed him. Jenna had always been skeptical of old legends. A journalist, she had moved to San Francisco to document its rich history, dismissing the phantom car as an exaggerated ghost story. That is, until she unearthed a letter in an old archive, revealing that she was a direct descendant of Henry. One fateful night, as Jenna made her way home, the fog rolled in, denser than she'd ever seen. As she walked along a deserted stretch, the echo of an engine hummed in the distance. She dismissed it, attributing it to the bustling life of the city. However, the noise grew louder. Out of the fog, the shadow of a vintage car manifested, its headlights piercing the mist like twin specters. Heart racing, Jenna felt an instinctual fear she couldn't explain. She began to run, but the car pursued, its engine roaring with fury. Panicking, Jenna darted down alleyways, hoping to lose the relentless vehicle. But the phantom was unyielding, always on her trail, no matter how she twisted and turned. The streets felt like a maze, and the fog made it impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. Every time she believed she had lost the car, its chilling headlights would pierce through the fog once again, closing in. With her energy waning, Jenna stumbled upon an old garage, its rusted doors ajar. Without a second thought, she slipped inside, hiding behind a stack of old crates. The garage was filled with relics of another era, including a beautifully preserved vintage car, the twin of the phantom that pursued her. Huddled behind the crates, Jenna listened as the phantom car's engine idled outside the garage. It seemed as if it was waiting for her. Moments turned into agonizing minutes, but eventually, the engine's growl faded. Drawing a shaky breath, Jenna inspected the car in the garage. Inside, she found a journal, inscribed with the name Edward. The pages detailed Edward's excitement for their invention, his dreams of revolutionizing transport, and his growing fear of Henry's intentions. The last entry was a chilling premonition of his impending demise. Beside the journal was a photo, depicting Edward standing beside the car, and in the background, Jenna saw a familiar face. It was an old family photo she had seen in her grandmother's house, Henry, her ancestor. As realization dawned, she felt an eerie connection to the phantom that had chased her. Perhaps Edward's spirit was not solely out for revenge. Perhaps he wanted his story to be told, the truth to be revealed. Empowered by newfound clarity, Jenna stepped out of the garage, the fog starting to lift. She made her way home, feeling the weight of her ancestry and the burden of the untold story she now carried. Months later, Jenna published her findings, revealing the treachery, betrayal, and the undying bond between two friends torn apart by ambition. San Francisco was captivated by the tale, and the legend of the fog-bound phantom evolved from a menacing ghost story to a tragic tale of friendship and betrayal. To this day, on foggy nights, the phantom car still roams the streets of San Francisco. But now, instead of fear, Locals whisper words of sympathy and understanding, hoping that one day Edward's restless spirit will find the peace he so desperately seeks. Haunted moors. The vast moorlands of northern England spread before Catherine like a textured tapestry of muted greens and browns. The moody clouds overhead mirrored her own restlessness. As an acclaimed photographer, she was on a mission to capture the untouched and desolate beauty of these lands. Isolation was her muse, and the moors promised to deliver. As the sun began to set, it bathed the land in a golden hue. Catherine adjusted her camera settings and started clicking away. The juxtaposition of the fading light and the hauntingly bleak landscape created a visual symphony. However, when she reviewed her captures, a chill ran down her spine. In a series of 3 photos, a pale ethereal figure appeared, hovering just above the ground, draped in what seemed like period attire. With each consecutive shot, the figure appeared closer, though Catherine hadn't felt or seen anyone near her. She could have dismissed it as a camera malfunction or a trick of the light, but her instincts told her otherwise. The village inn was the closest habitation, and she headed there, eager to find answers. Upon arriving, she was greeted by the innkeeper, an elderly man with a face mapped by wrinkles. Catherine, without revealing the photographs, inquired about any historical events or tales related to the moors. The innkeeper hesitated but then began, "Well, there is the tale of the lost village of Morwick. Over 2 centuries ago, it was a thriving village, but after a year of failed crops, they were struck by a relentless plague. Rather than face a slow death, they say the villagers walked into the moors in a mass procession, never to be seen again. Some nights, people claim to hear whispers, songs, and cries from the moors, believed to be the spirits of Morwick." The description matched the attire of the figure in Catherine's photos. Driven by a mix of fear and curiosity, she showed the images to the innkeeper. He paled. "It's her? Eleanor," he whispered. "The last healer of Morwick. She tried to save them, to guide them out of their misery. They say she roams the moors, her spirit trapped, watching over the land and the lost souls." Catherine decided to camp near the site of her eerie discovery. As night descended, she sat by her campfire, camera by her side. An unnatural fog enveloped the moors, and she felt a profound silence, like the world had paused. She began to hear soft singing echoing across the moors. Following the sound, she found herself in a clearing where faint apparitions danced in a circle. In the center stood Eleanor, her eyes meeting Catherine's, filled with an eternity of sadness. Frozen in place, Catherine could only watch as Eleanor approached. "You have seen us," the ghostly figure whispered, her voice like the rustling of dried leaves. "We are trapped, bound to this land by our despair. But you can set us free." Eleanor touched Catherine's camera. "Capture our essence, show the world our story. Let them know of our existence, and our souls can finally find peace." Hours seemed like moments. As dawn broke, the apparitions faded with the fog, leaving Catherine alone, camera in hand. The images she captured that night were hauntingly beautiful. A village lost in time, their lives and deaths intertwined with the moors. Returning to civilization, Catherine exhibited her work. The haunting photos of the lost village of Morwick became legendary, drawing people from all corners of the world. As the story of Morwick was shared and remembered, the nightly apparitions on the moors ceased, as if the spirits had found their peace. However, occasionally, visitors to the moors would still speak of a lone figure in period attire, watching over the land. Eleanor, the guardian of the moors, ensuring that the tale of Morwick would never be forgotten. Stonehenge spirits. The sun began its descent, casting long, shadowy fingers over the iconic Stonehenge pillars. The golden hue of the setting sun painted the sky with streaks of crimson and amber. Thousands had gathered at the historical site for the summer solstice, a spectacle that drew tourists from all over the world. Among the throngs was a group of 5: Sarah, Jake, Hannah, Marco, and Lila. They were college friends on a European tour, and the solstice at Stonehenge was a highlight. Marco, always the adventurer, had procured an ancient-looking scroll. He claimed it detailed a ritual to harness the power of the solstice. Why not? He'd suggested earlier. Could be a fun story to tell back home. As the sun hovered on the horizon, the group formed a circle, each holding the scroll in turn and chanting the words inscribed. The chants echoed hauntingly against the cold stones. Suddenly, the earth quivered beneath their feet. Around them, the crowd looked on, awed and startled, thinking it was just part of the solstice magic. But then the ground split open. Emerging from the cracks were spectral figures, ethereal and yet solid, their ancient robes flowing like mist, ice cold as the depths of time. The ghostly druids circled the terrified tourists. "Why have you awakened us from our millennia of rest?" intoned the leader, his voice resonating across the vast expanse of Stonehenge. We didn't mean to," stammered Sarah. "We thought it was just a harmless chant." The leader's gaze settled upon the ancient scroll clutched in Marco's hand. "You have invoked the spirits of our ancestors. And with the awakening, a sacrifice must be made to allow us our slumber once more." The crowd gasped, the jovial atmosphere replaced by palpable fear. The Stonehenge guards tried to intervene, but they were easily repelled by an invisible force. "We meant no harm," Jake shouted, trying to command some authority. "There has to be another way." The druid leader observed Jake closely, then whispered something to one of his comrades. The second druid raised his hand and chanted. Slowly, the group of friends felt a tug, an invisible bond pulling them toward the central stones. Their feet lifted off the ground, and they were suspended in the air, limbs outstretched, as if about to be crucified. 5 souls for 5 centuries, the leader announced. Hannah's eyes darted around, tears forming. "There are thousands here." "Why us?" "Because it was your voices that breached the veil," he said coldly. The terrified screams of the onlookers echoed around the monument. The sun was now just a sliver on the horizon. Lila, always the quick thinker, shouted, "What if we can offer something more powerful than our lives? Would you spare us?" The druid leader cocked his head, intrigued. "What can mortals offer that is greater than their very essence?" Lila glanced at Marco the scroll. "It has power, right? It brought you back. What if we give it to you?" The leader considered this. "And why would that be of interest to us?" "Because," Marco chimed in, "with it, you can decide when to awaken, instead of being at the whim of any fool who stumbles upon the chant. You can be in control." The druid leader contemplated this, his ancient eyes scanning the scroll. After what felt like an eternity, he nodded. "Very well. Give us the scroll, and your lives shall be spared." Marco, trembling, handed over the scroll. The moment the leader touched it, the scroll disintegrated into ash. The 5 friends were gently lowered to the ground. The spectral figures began to retreat, fading into the dusk. "Remember," the leader's voice echoed as he disappeared, "do not play with forces you do not understand." The solstice ended, but the crowd no longer celebrated. The haunting event had cast a shadow over the festivities. The 5 friends, shaken to their core, clung to each other. They left Stonehenge with a profound respect for its mysteries and a tale that no one back home would ever believe. The Whispering Woods of Windsor. The town of Windsor was a quaint little place, nestled between the embrace of 2 mountains. While one side boasted of rolling meadows and picturesque landscapes, the other was marked by a thick, dark forest. The locals called it the Whispering Woods of Windsor, and no one dared venture into it. They said the woods were cursed, and those who dared to walk its paths were led astray by a whisper that grew louder and more insistent with every step. Many had entered, but few had returned, and those who did were forever changed. Their eyes held a vacant look, and they spoke of voices that never ceased. But Laura, an ambitious young journalist from the city, wasn't one to be deterred by tales of old wives. The mystery of the Whispering Woods was exactly what she needed to jumpstart her stagnant career. Armed with a notebook, a camera, and a dubious heart, she stepped into the forest. Almost immediately, the dense foliage muffled the sounds of the outside world. Birds chirped intermittently, but their songs were subdued. The only sound that filled the silence was the soft rustling of leaves. Or so Laura thought. As she ventured deeper, she began to hear it. A faint whisper. At first, she dismissed it as the wind or her imagination. But it persisted, growing slightly louder and clearer with each step. It seemed to be guiding her, compelling her to go deeper into the woods. Come, find, see. Laura's journalistic instincts kicked in. She decided to follow the whispers, hoping to uncover the secret behind the ancient tales. Hours passed, and the forest grew darker. Strange symbols were etched into the trees, glowing faintly in the dim light. They seemed to guide her path. As Laura moved deeper, the whispers became a chorus of voices, each desperate to tell their story. Listen, remember, tell. Laura's heart raced. The air grew cold, and a thick fog rolled in. She felt as if the trees were watching her, their knotted faces conveying a mix of sorrow and hope. Coming to a small clearing, she saw an ancient tree, its bark twisted and gnarled, standing in the center. Surrounding it were stones, each bearing similar symbols to the trees. The whispers grew deafening, converging on this single spot. Approaching the tree, Laura noticed an indentation in its trunk, forming the shape of a hand. Instinctively, she placed her hand within it. Suddenly, a rush of memories flooded her senses. Visions of the town's ancestors, practicing rituals and chanting around this very tree, played before her eyes. The tree was sacred, a connection between the world of the living and the spirits. The townspeople had once revered the woods, visiting frequently to seek guidance from their ancestors. But, over time, they began exploiting the forest, cutting down trees and disturbing the sacred grounds. The angered spirits retaliated by trapping the souls of those who entered, turning them into the whispering voices that now filled the woods. Laura realized the voices were the trapped souls, trying to communicate, to tell their stories, and seek redemption. The ancient tree pulsed with energy, and Laura felt a deep connection to it. She understood that she was chosen to relay their message and break the curse. With newfound determination, she spent days documenting the rituals, the symbols, and the stories the spirits shared. They provided her with a ritual to break the curse, but it came at a cost. The spirits demanded a sacrifice. On the last night, under a crescent moon, Laura performed the ritual. She chanted the ancient words, danced around the sacred tree, and finally, using a ceremonial knife given to her by the spirits, she made a small cut on her palm, letting the blood drip onto the roots of the tree. A blinding light enveloped the clearing, and the whispers grew louder, culminating in a deafening scream. Then, silence. The fog lifted, and the woods felt different. Peaceful. The eerie ambience was gone, replaced by the soft songs of birds and the gentle rustling of leaves. When Laura finally emerged from the whispering woods, she shared her experience and the tales of the spirits with the townspeople. They were skeptical at first, but the return of their loved ones who had been lost to the forest's curse convinced them. The woods were no longer feared but revered once again. A monument was erected at the entrance, with Laura's story inscribed upon it, a testament to the brave journalist who ventured into the unknown and returned with the truth. The townspeople would occasionally hear whispers when they entered the woods, but they were no longer haunting. They were whispers of gratitude and tales of old, reminding everyone of the wood's legacy and the importance of respect. And while Laura's career skyrocketed with her incredible story, she often returned to Windsor, visiting the sacred tree, listening to the whispers, and ensuring that the tales of the Whispering Woods were never forgotten. London Underground phantoms. Silence draped the London Underground as the hands of the clock neared midnight. The trains, usually bustling with life, had long stopped ferrying passengers. Only a few night shift workers like James patrolled the desolate platforms and darkened tunnels, ensuring the tube was ready for the next day. James had always felt an eerie calm during his shifts, an uncanny quietude. He attributed the feeling to the history of London, knowing countless souls had walked these tunnels and stations over the years. One particular night, James was on duty at Aldgate Station, inspecting the tracks, when he heard the familiar rumble of a train approaching. Confused, he looked up to see an old steam train, reminiscent of those from the early 20th century, screeching to a halt at the platform. It didn't make sense. The modern trains on this line had been decommissioned for the night and none were scheduled. Stranger still, the platform, moments ago empty, was now filled with passengers. But they weren't ordinary passengers. They wore outdated garments, men in suspenders and fedoras, women in long dresses and lacy hats. Their faces pale, eyes vacant, and movements lethargic. As the steam cleared, James felt a shiver travel down his spine. The spectral passengers boarded the train silently. Frozen in place, he watched as the ghostly assembly took their seats. A young girl, dressed in a raggedy dress, clutching a tattered teddy bear, stared directly at him. Her eyes, sad and lost, beckoned him. Driven by an unexplainable compulsion, James found himself stepping into the carriage. The doors closed behind him with an echoing thud. The train began moving, delving deeper and deeper into the London Underground, beyond known tracks and stations. The world outside the windows was pitch black, and the only illumination came from dim, flickering gas lamps inside the carriage. Time seemed to warp, and soon, James lost all sense of it. Suddenly, the train screeched to a stop at a decrepit, forgotten station. A dilapidated sign read, Bishopsgate. This was one of the closed underground stations, abandoned and sealed off from the rest of the network. It wasn't meant to be accessible. Whispers filled the air as James stepped out. The phantoms began to disembark, moving towards a grand archway at the far end of the platform. The young girl, still clutching her teddy bear, tugged at his hand, urging him to follow. Compelled to listen, James trailed behind her. The archway opened to a massive underground ballroom. Chandeliers, albeit missing many crystals, hung from the ceiling, their lights giving off an eerie glow. A grand orchestra played at one end, but their music was filled with melancholy. Dancing below were hundreds of specters, their faces filled with sorrow. Some danced alone, their partners only visible when caught in the right light. Others danced in groups, moving rhythmically to the haunting tune. A voice whispered into James's ear, "Every night, the souls of the underground gather here, hoping to find their way home." He turned around to find an old gentleman, dressed in a conductor's uniform, his hat casting a shadow over his weary eyes. "Why am I here?" James asked, his voice shaking. "You have a connection to the underground, just as they do. This is a space between the living and the lost. Some are trapped, bound by regrets, while others are seeking closure." James thought of his grandfather, a conductor from days long past, who had met an untimely death in these very tunnels. "Is he here?" James whispered. The conductor nodded, pointing to a corner where an old man danced alone, a tear tracing its way down his cheek. The resemblance was unmistakable. Summoning courage, James approached him. As he got closer, his grandfather looked up, recognition lighting his eyes. "Grandpa?" James choked out. The elderly spirit smiled. "I've waited so long to see you." They embraced, memories of the tales his grandfather used to tell him flooding back. "You need to let go," James whispered. "We remember you, we love you, but you need to find peace." His grandfather nodded, tears streaming. "It's hard, but I think I'm ready." As the clock struck 3, the spectral ballroom began to fade. The ghostly passengers returned to the train, including the young girl, who hugged her teddy bear tighter and gave James a grateful nod. James and his grandfather stood at the platform. "It's time," his grandfather whispered, boarding the train one last time. The steam train departed, vanishing into the darkness. Suddenly, James was jolted awake by the morning hustle and bustle. He was still at Aldgate Station. Was it a dream? But as the first train of the day pulled in, James noticed a small, tattered teddy bear lying on the platform. Holding it close, he smiled, knowing he had bridged the gap between the living and the lost. The Whispering Woods of Windsor. The town of Windsor was a quaint little place, nestled between the embrace of two mountains. While one side boasted of rolling meadows and picturesque landscapes, the other was marked by a thick, dark forest. The locals called it the Whispering Woods of Windsor, and no one dared venture into it. They said the woods were cursed, and those who dared to walk its paths were led astray by a whisper that grew louder and more insistent with every step. Many had entered, but few had returned, and those who did were forever changed. Their eyes held a vacant look, and they spoke of voices that never ceased. But Laura, an ambitious young journalist from the city, wasn't one to be deterred by tales of old wives. The mystery of the Whispering Woods was exactly what she needed to jumpstart her stagnant career. Armed with a notebook, a camera, and a dubious heart, she stepped into the forest. Almost immediately, the dense foliage muffled the sounds of the outside world. Birds chirped intermittently, but their songs were subdued. The only sound that filled the silence was the soft rustling of leaves. Or so Laura thought. As she ventured deeper, she began to hear it. A faint whisper. At first, she dismissed it as the wind or her imagination. But it persisted, growing slightly louder and clearer with each step. It seemed to be guiding her, compelling her to go deeper into the woods. Come, find, see. Laura's journalistic instincts kicked in. She decided to follow the whispers, hoping to uncover the secret behind the ancient tales. Hours passed, and the forest grew darker. Strange symbols were etched into the trees, glowing faintly in the dim light. They seemed to guide her path. As Laura moved deeper, the whispers became a chorus of voices, each desperate to tell their story. Listen, remember, tell. Laura's heart raced. The air grew cold, and a thick fog rolled in. She felt as if the trees were watching her, their knotted faces conveying a mix of sorrow and hope. Coming to a small clearing, she saw an ancient tree, its bark twisted and gnarled, standing in the center. Surrounding it were stones, each bearing similar symbols to the trees. The whispers grew deafening, converging on this single spot. Approaching the tree, Laura noticed an indentation in its trunk, forming the shape of a hand. Instinctively, she placed her hand within it. Suddenly, a rush of memories flooded her senses. Visions of the town's ancestors, practicing rituals and chanting around this very tree, played before her eyes. The tree was sacred, a connection between the world of the living and the spirits. The townspeople had once revered the woods, visiting frequently to seek guidance from their ancestors. But, over time, they began exploiting the forest, cutting down trees and disturbing the sacred grounds. The angered spirits retaliated by trapping the souls of those who entered, turning them into the whispering voices that now filled the woods. Laura realized the voices were the trapped souls, trying to communicate, to tell their stories, and seek redemption. The ancient tree pulsed with energy, and Laura felt a deep connection to it. She understood that she was chosen to relay their message and break the curse. With newfound determination, she spent days documenting the rituals, the symbols, and the stories the spirits shared. They provided her with a ritual to break the curse, but it came at a cost. The spirits demanded a sacrifice. On the last night, under a crescent moon, Laura performed the ritual. She chanted the ancient words, danced around the sacred tree, and finally, using a ceremonial knife given to her by the spirits, she made a small cut on her palm, letting the blood drip onto the roots of the tree. A blinding light enveloped the clearing, and the whispers grew louder, culminating in a deafening scream. Then, silence. The fog lifted, and the woods felt different. Peaceful. The eerie ambience was gone, replaced by the soft songs of birds and the gentle rustling of leaves. When Laura finally emerged from the Whispering Woods, she shared her experience and the tales of the spirits with the townspeople. They were skeptical at first, but the return of their loved ones who had been lost to the forest's curse convinced them. The woods were no longer feared but revered once again. A monument was erected at the entrance, with Laura's story inscribed upon it, a testament to the brave journalist who ventured into the unknown and returned with the truth. The townspeople would occasionally hear whispers when they entered the woods, but they were no longer haunting. They were whispers of gratitude and tales of old, reminding everyone of the wood's legacy and the importance of respect. And while Laura's career skyrocketed with her incredible story, she often returned to Windsor, visiting the sacred tree, listening to the whispers, and ensuring that the tales of the Whispering Woods were never forgotten. The Black Dog of Dartmoor. The village of Drehaven sat nestled in the heart of Dartmoor, surrounded by fog-covered moors and ancient stone circles. Its inhabitants lived quietly, respecting the land and its myriad legends. Of all the myths, the one they feared most was that of the black dog. The dog, a massive beast with eyes that glowed red in the moonlight, was said to be an omen of death. Sightings were rare, but in the days that followed such an encounter, tragedy invariably struck. Word of the legend drew Karen, a paranormal investigator, to Drayhaven. Equipped with cameras, EMF detectors, and a skepticism for local superstitions, she intended to debunk the black dog myth. Upon arrival, she was met with cold stares and locked doors. None wished to speak of the dog, save for old Mrs. Nettles, the village's historian. "It's not wise to seek the dog, dear," Mrs. Nettles warned, her eyes clouded with age and concern. "Some things are best left alone." Unfazed, Karen ventured out into the moors that evening. Hours passed with no sign of the beast, only the distant cries of the wind. Just as she began to lose hope, a thick fog rolled in, and in its midst, she spotted a pair of glowing red eyes. Excitedly, Karen aimed her camera, but to her shock, the dog was upon her in an instant. Its form was shadowy and ill-defined, constantly shifting like smoke. It circled her, its eyes never leaving hers. Suddenly, a piercing howl echoed across the moor, freezing Karen in place. The dog lunged. In a panic, she stumbled back and found herself trapped against one of the old stone circles. But then, as swiftly as it had appeared, the dog vanished. Karen was left in the quiet fog, heart racing. She quickly packed her gear and hurried back to Drayhaven. The next morning, Karen approached Mrs. Nettles, recounting her encounter. The old woman's face grew pale. "You've been marked," she whispered. "The dog has chosen you. It will come for you when the moon rises." Desperate, Karen sought to leave Drayhaven, but every road she took looped back to the village, as if the moors themselves conspired to keep her there. Night fell, and once again, the fog rolled in. Karen fortified herself in her rented room, but the haunting glow of the dog's eyes appeared at her window, its shadowy form pacing outside. She could hear its howls, each closer than the last. Suddenly, a thought struck her. The stone circle. Legends often spoke of these ancient stones holding power over spirits. If she could reach the circle, perhaps she could protect herself from the dog. With determination, Karen made her way to the moors, the black dog in pursuit. She could feel it drawing nearer, its very presence chilling her to the bone. Reaching the stone circle, she quickly positioned herself in its center. The black dog halted at the edge, seemingly unable to enter. Its form shifted more violently, the red eyes filled with rage. Hours passed, and the standoff continued until dawn's first light. The black dog let out a final mournful howl before dissipating into the mist. Exhausted but alive, Karen returned to Drayhaven. She found Mrs. Nettles waiting for her. "You've survived the night," the old woman said with a mixture of relief and sadness. "But remember, the black dog never forgets." Karen left Drayhaven that day, her skepticism shattered. She kept the haunting photo of the dog's red eyes, a stark reminder of the night she was hunted. Years passed, and the terror of that night faded into memory. But one fateful evening, as Karen settled into her home, a familiar fog rolled in outside her window. And from its depths, a pair of glowing red eyes watched, waiting for the hunt to begin again. The Lake District's watery wraith. When the city's din became too oppressive, 5 friends, Lucas, MIA, Jake, Tara, and Kim, decided to venture to the serene Lake District. A cottage, right on the edge of a crystal-clear lake, promised the tranquility they all yearned for. Their first day was idyllic, kayaking, picnicking, and immersing in nature. The landscape was mesmerizing, the glassy water reflecting the sky and the rolling green hills surrounding them. As evening fell, they gathered around the fireplace, roasting marshmallows and sharing tales. Tara, an enthusiast of local folklore, had a tale from the region. It said, she began, lowering her voice, that a wraith rises from the lake, searching for something lost. The group exchanged amused glances. Jake scoffed, "Come on, Tara. You and your ghost stories." Tara looked indignant. "Many locals have seen it, a shadowy figure emerging from the water, wandering the banks, and then disappearing with the first light. It's called the Watery Wraith." The group listened, half in jest, half in genuine interest. Once Tara's tale ended, they retired for the night, the tale becoming a mere flicker in their minds. Later that night, Kim, who was a light sleeper, was awakened by a distant, melancholic tune. Slipping out of her bed, she walked to the window. The moon illuminated the lake, and there, to her shock, stood a ghostly figure at the water's edge, its form constantly shifting like liquid. It seemed to be searching for something. Heart pounding, Kim rushed to wake MIA, the closest friend in proximity. Together, they watched in a mixture of awe and terror as the apparition waded through the shallows. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, it vanished with the first hint of dawn. The next morning, Kim narrated the night's events. Except for MIA, who had witnessed it too, the rest found it hard to believe. Jake laughed it off. "You two probably saw a night fisherman." Tara, however, looked concerned. "The legend says the wraith searches for its lost love. Perhaps it thought one of you was them." Lucas, ever the practical one, suggested, "We should set up cameras tonight. If this wraith is real, we'll capture it." Night fell, and anticipation charged the air. Hours ticked by, and when the clock neared 3 a.m., the same mournful tune echoed through the silence. The cameras began to whir and the group watched, spellbound, as the watery wraith emerged. It looked even more ethereal, its silhouette shimmering under the moonlight. But tonight, the wraith didn't just linger near the shore. It started moving towards the cottage. The friends exchanged panicked looks. The ethereal figure reached the cottage door and seemed to pause, as if listening. Its hollow, shimmering eyes, filled with centuries of sorrow, scanned the interior. Jake, acting on impulse, opened the door. A cold gust of wind hit them, carrying the scent of ancient waters. The wraith looked straight at him and extended a watery hand. Jake, mesmerized, began to move forward. "No!" Lucas shouted, pulling him back just in time as the wraith's touch grazed him. The spot where it touched Jake started to crystallize, turning his skin a pale, frosty blue. Lucas, using the wooden end of a broom, pushed the wraith away. With a mournful sigh, the entity retreated back to the lake. The group, now thoroughly terrified, tended to Jake. His hand was cold, lifeless. They wrapped it in warm cloths, hoping to restore some sensation. The next day, they decided to consult a local historian, Mrs. Hathaway. Her old eyes widened upon hearing their tale. "The watery wraith," she murmured, "has been searching for centuries. Legend says it's the spirit of a young woman who lost her lover to the lake. Every night, she emerges, hoping to find him. How do we stop it?" MIA asked, worried about another encounter. Mrs. Hathaway suggested a ritual. "You must offer the wraith something of sentimental value, a token of love. It may put her soul to rest." That evening, the group, armed with their most cherished belongings, stood by the lakeside. As expected, the wraith appeared. MIA stepped forward, holding a locket her grandmother had given her. "We offer you this token of love," she said, her voice trembling. "Please, find peace." The wraith approached slowly, its gaze fixated on the locket. MIA placed it in the water. The lake began to shimmer, and the wraith, reaching the locket, cradled it gently. The mournful aura around it seemed to lift slightly. With a final, longing glance at the group, the watery wraith retreated into the lake, leaving behind a serene stillness. The haunting melody did not echo that night, or any night thereafter. The friends returned to the city with a tale they would never forget, their bond strengthened. Jake's hand slowly regained its warmth, serving as a chilling reminder of the Lake District's watery wraith, a sorrowful spirit bound by undying love. Bath's Roman apparition. In the picturesque town of Bath, England, stands one of the most splendid remnants of Roman Britain, the Roman Baths. The attraction draws thousands every year, eager to experience the ancient world's decadence. But recently, the Baths have become the talk of the town for a very different reason. Visitors claim to have seen apparitions of Roman soldiers patrolling its ancient stones. Sarah, a keen historian, was on a solo trip to the Baths. After hearing the tales, she laughed them off as the product of overactive imaginations. But, she had to admit, the place had an eerie aura. The steam rising from the sacred spring, with the ancient stone pillars looming overhead, made her feel like she was peering through a window in time. In the depths of the underground temple, Sarah came across a lone exhibit, a perfectly preserved Roman sword. The inscription read, "Belonged to Centurion Lucius Aelius, mysteriously vanished during a ceremony in 200 AD. Sarah felt a chill run down her spine as she read it. Why was the artifact placed here, away from prying eyes? She then felt a cold draft. Turning around, she came face to face with a translucent figure, a Roman soldier. His armor was meticulous, every piece detailed and shining, except for the hollow void where his eyes should have been. Panicking, Sarah tried to back away, but the ghostly figure reached out and touched her. The world around her began to swirl, the modern lights and walls of the bath blaring and shifting. Suddenly, she found herself outside in daylight, the baths bustling with life. The sounds of Latin filled her ears. Sarah looked down to find herself in a stola, the dress of a Roman woman. The baths had transformed into their ancient counterparts, replete with Romans enjoying the luxurious waters. Stunned, Sarah tried to communicate with the locals. But her Latin, learned from university lectures and textbooks, sounded awkward and out of place. As she tried to find her bearings, a voice boomed from behind. "Who are you and why are you in that attire?" It was a Roman soldier, as real and solid as anyone she had ever met. He held the sword she had just seen in the exhibit. I'm Sarah," she stuttered. "I don't know how I got here." The soldier looked at her, puzzled. "I am Centurion Lucius Aelius," he introduced himself, "and you're in the middle of an important ceremony." Sarah realized that she was now a part of the very moment Lucius vanished from history. She was led to the temple, where she was presented to a priest. The priest, intrigued by her strange dialect, questioned her. As she explained the baths as she knew them, and the ghostly apparitions, the priest's expression changed from curiosity to concern. "You have been touched by the spirits of the numinous," he whispered. "Every few centuries, the past and the future entwine, pulling an innocent soul into our world. Is there a way back?" Sarah's voice trembled. "There might be," the priest murmured. "At the climax of our ceremony, the veil between the worlds is thinnest. If you can touch the spirit that brought you here, you may return." The ceremony began at dusk, with priests chanting and incense burning. Sarah, anxious and desperate, kept an eye out for the spectral soldier. As the chants reached their peak, the spectral form of Lucius Aelius appeared. He seemed just as surprised to see Sarah as she had been to see him. Without hesitation, Sarah rushed to him. As they made contact, the world once again became a whirlwind of colors and sensations. She found herself back in the present-day baths, the soft hum of electric lights and distant chatter of tourists grounding her. Sarah was surrounded by concerned staff and visitors. She must have fainted, they said, but on the ground, right next to her, was the ancient sword of Lucius Aelius. As she touched it, the metal felt cold and real. The inscription on the nearby plaque now read, "Belonged to Centurion Lucius Aelius, who mysteriously reappeared after vanishing during a ceremony in 200 AD, with tales of a future world." Sarah left the baths with more than just a memorable visit. She carried with her a secret, a tangible link between the past and the present, and an eerie tale of Bath's Roman apparition. The Tudor Mansion's crying child. Miranda and David, along with their young son, Alex, couldn't believe their fortune when they inherited the sprawling Tudor mansion from a distant relative they had never heard of. Nestled in the outskirts of the town and surrounded by dense woodlands, the house seemed like an escape from their city life. From the first night, however, they were greeted by the sound of a distant child's cry. Miranda thought it might have been Alex, but when she checked, he was fast asleep. Probably just the old house settling, David whispered, holding Miranda close. Yet, the cries persisted every night. And as days turned into weeks, they became clearer, closer. David scoured every inch of the mansion but found no source. No neighbors lived close enough to be the origin either. Miranda began having vivid dreams. In them, she found herself in the same mansion, but it appeared much newer, bustling with life from a time long past. She saw a young boy, no older than Alex, playing in the hallways, laughing with a joyous innocence. One night, as she wandered in this dream, she heard the boy's laughter turn into a desperate cry. Following the sounds, she reached the library, where she saw the boy frantically pulling at a bookshelf, as if trying to open a concealed door. The cries grew louder until everything went silent, leaving Miranda in cold dread. Awakening with a start, she found herself drenched in sweat. She immediately went to the library, with David trailing behind, curious. Miranda pulled at the books she had seen in her dream. Suddenly, a section of the shelf clicked open, revealing a hidden chamber. The room inside was dimly lit by the morning sunlight trickling through a small window. It looked like a child's playroom, with toys from an era long gone. And there, against the far wall, was a tiny skeleton, the remains of the child. The sorrow that Miranda felt was overwhelming. Every fiber of her being screamed in anguish for the lost child. David, upon seeing the remains, immediately called the authorities. An investigation revealed a tragic tale. The child was named Timothy, a resident of the house from over a century ago. Historical records, combined with whispered town legends, painted a grim story. Timothy had discovered the secret room and often played there, using it as his personal hideaway. One fateful day, while playing inside, the door had accidentally locked behind him. With no one aware of the room's existence, his desperate cries went unanswered. Over the following nights, both Miranda and David began dreaming of the mansion's past. They saw Timothy playing joyfully, witnessed the love his family had for him, and the devastation when he suddenly disappeared. The dreams also brought them visions of the aftermath. The parents, inconsolable with grief, searched for years but never found their beloved son. The mansion was then cursed with Timothy's cries, a nightly reminder of the tragedy. The dreams took a toll on the couple. They felt the weight of Timothy's loneliness and desperation. Every night, they were haunted by the vivid memories of his final moments. One evening, while tucking Alex into bed, he whispered, "Mommy, I talked to Timothy." Miranda's heart skipped a beat. "What did he say, sweetie?" "He said he's lonely. But he's glad you found him." The following night, as the haunting cries continued, Miranda had an idea. She placed one of Alex's toys inside the secret chamber beside Timothy's skeletal remains, hoping it might offer some solace. That night, their dreams changed. Instead of sorrow, they saw Timothy playing joyfully with the toy. The mansion was filled with laughter, not cries. And when Miranda and David awoke, they felt a peace they hadn't felt since moving in. The cries ceased after that night. With time, the couple turned the secret room into a memorial for Timothy, ensuring he'd always be remembered. The mansion no longer felt haunted but instead filled with the love and memories of the child who once played there. Yet every now and then, late at night, Miranda would swear she could hear the faint sounds of two children laughing, Alex and Timothy, playing together in the halls of the Tudor Mansion. The Cursed Caverns of Cornwall. Cornwall, with its jagged cliffs and misty moors, had always been a place of legends and lore. Among its many tales, one was spoken of only in hushed voices, the Cursed Caverns of Cornwall. Legend spoke of a group of pirates who, after betraying their comrades, hid their stolen treasure deep within the caverns. But their greed cursed them, and they were doomed to protect their ill-gotten gains for eternity. Daniel, an ambitious treasure hunter, had always considered such stories to be mere myths. Yet, the allure of untold riches was too much to resist. After months of research, he believed he'd pinpointed the location of the caverns. He stood at the entrance, a yawning mouth of darkness in the rocky facade. With a deep breath, Daniel flicked on his flashlight and began his descent. The path twisted and turned, but he kept a keen eye out for any signs of hidden chambers or concealed pockets. As he ventured deeper, the air grew colder, carrying with it the faint scent of salt and decay. Daniel had been exploring for hours when he came upon a large chamber, its walls gleaming with wetness. In the center, piled high, was the unmistakable shimmer of gold, jewels, and artifacts. The treasure was real, but, as he approached, a chilling wind swept through the cavern. From the shadows emerged ghostly figures, their skeletal faces obscured by rotting bandanas, their hollow eyes burning with an eerie light. "Who dares to seek the treasure of the cursed?" a ghostly voice boomed, echoing off the walls. Daniel took a step back, his heart pounding. "I mean no harm. I'm just a curious explorer." The ghosts circled him, their ethereal forms gliding effortlessly. "Many have come, lured by greed. None have left," another spectre hissed. Realizing that these were the cursed pirates, guardians of the loot, Daniel tried to reason with them. "I promise to return everything I take. I just want to prove the legend's true," but his plea fell on deaf ears. "The treasure is ours. You shall join us in our eternal torment," growled the lead pirate, pointing a ghostly cutlass at Daniel. Desperation gripped him. In a moment of inspiration, Daniel recalled a piece of the legend. The pirates were betrayed by a song that lured them into the caverns, trapping them forever. Mustering his courage, Daniel began to hum a haunting melody, a tune he'd heard old fishermen sing by the shores of Cornwall. As he sang, the spectral pirates grew restless, their forms flickering and wavering. The song spoke of the sea's embrace, of freedom and redemption. As Daniel's voice echoed through the chamber, the pirates began to wail and moan. One by one, they faded away, leaving only the vast treasure and an empty cavern behind. Daniel took a moment to catch his breath, realizing he'd banished the cursed spirits. With renewed determination, he decided to take a single coin as proof of his incredible discovery, vowing to seal the caverns to protect others from the pirates' wrath. Emerging from the depths, he made his way back to the village, sharing his harrowing tale. The cursed caverns of Cornwall became a testament to the dangers of greed and the power of redemption. And as for Daniel, he left the coin on a stone by the entrance to the caverns, a reminder of the adventure and a warning to all who might be tempted by the gleam of gold. Liverpool's Lighthouse Lament. The legend of the Liverpool Lighthouse had fascinated Leah ever since she'd moved to the coastal town. Residents would whisper about a decommissioned lighthouse that, on the darkest nights, would flare up with an ethereal light, guiding ships that were never there. When the townspeople spoke of it, there was always a deep sadness in their eyes, as if the story held a personal, mournful weight. Leah, a traveler and writer, felt drawn to this story like a moth to a flame. One overcast evening, with the sea roaring in the distance, she set out to find this ghostly beacon. The path was treacherous, surrounded by sharp cliffs and overlooked by a grey, angry sky. Soon, the lighthouse emerged, standing tall and desolate. Its once white paint was chipped, revealing the dark bricks beneath. The doorway, once guarded by a heavy wooden door, now gaped open, inviting her into the darkness. The wind howled a mournful tune as Leah stepped inside. Her torch illuminated the spiral staircase leading upwards. Cobwebs clung to the banister, and a fine layer of dust had settled on every surface. As she ascended, she felt a chill, one that wasn't just from the cold air outside. Reaching the top, Leah found herself in the lantern room. Though it was clear the massive light fixture had not been used in decades, there was an unmistakable warmth emanating from the glass panes. Suddenly, her torch flickered and went out. But the room didn't fall into darkness. A soft, ghostly light emanated from the lighthouse's beacon. Leah gasped as the ethereal luminescence filled the room. The light wasn't steady, but pulsed, as if it were a heart's beat. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw him. A spectral figure, an older man with a grey beard, dressed in a worn lighthouse keeper's uniform. His eyes were filled with sadness and longing. He didn't seem to notice Leah but instead stared at the walls of the lantern room, his hands reaching out as if trying to see beyond them. Can you see them?" The spirit's voice was a hoarse whisper, filled with desperation. "Are they there?" The ships. Leah, though terrified, felt a pang of sympathy. "I'm so sorry. I see no ships." "The lighthouse, it's been decommissioned." The spirit seemed to crumble even more at this. "I was told I could leave once my duty was done. But the ships, they never stop needing guidance. I must guide them. I must." Leah approached him carefully. "Who told you that?" The ghostly keeper's gaze finally fell on her. "The previous keeper. He was released from his duty when I took over. He said I would be freed when my time was done." Heart racing, Leah realized the grim cycle of the lighthouse. Each keeper was trapped, forever guiding ships they could never see, waiting for a relief that would never come. "Do you know your name?" Leah asked softly. "Samuel," he replied, his voice quivering. "Samuel," Leah began, "I want to help you. I don't know how, but this isn't right. No one should be trapped like this." Samuel nodded, tears forming in his ethereal eyes. "I just want to see the sea one last time. To see the ships I've guided." Leah had an idea. "Samuel, take my hand." When the spirit hesitated, she insisted, "Trust me." As Samuel's cold hand grasped hers, Leah led him to the edge of the lantern room, pushing open a rusted door. They stepped out onto the balcony. The sea below was wild, the waves crashing against the rocks. The wind whipped around them, but for the first time, Samuel seemed to find peace. "There are no ships tonight," Leah whispered, "but can you feel the sea? Can you feel its power?" Samuel nodded, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you." Suddenly, the ethereal light from the beacon grew brighter, illuminating the horizon. And there, in the distance, a shadowy ship sailed, guided by the ghostly light. As it passed, a chorus of thankful voices whispered in the wind, "Thank you, Keeper." The ship faded away, and with it, the ethereal light dimmed. Samuel turned to Leah, his figure now more transparent. "My duty, it's finally done." With a grateful smile, he vanished, leaving Leah alone on the balcony, the wind carrying away the lighthouse's lament. Canterbury Cathedral's echoing prayers. Canterbury Cathedral, with its towering spires and intricately carved stonework, has stood as a testament to faith for centuries. As the evening sun lowered in the horizon, casting eerie shadows through the stained glass windows, Amelia, a dedicated choir singer, prepared for the evening's rehearsal. Amelia had joined the choir a month prior. She had always been attracted to the cathedral, feeling a deep connection to its rich history. Every note she sang felt like a prayer echoing through the ages. One evening, as the choir practiced, Amelia heard a distant, haunting hymn that wasn't part of their repertoire. It was barely audible, like a whisper carried by the wind. She paused, trying to identify the source. "Did you hear that?" she asked her friend, Lydia. "Hear what?" Lydia looked puzzled. "The hymn. It sounded old, like a chant." Lydia shook her head. "I didn't hear anything." "Maybe you're just tired." Amelia shrugged it off. But over the next few weeks, she continued to hear the ancient hymn. It was always faint, always distant. The voices seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, from the very stones that built the cathedral. Intrigued, Amelia began researching the cathedral's history. She discovered that during the 13th century, a group of monks took refuge in the cathedral, fleeing from persecutors. They were known for a unique hymn they sang, a plea for sanctuary and peace. But, before they could find solace, they were captured within the cathedral and met a gruesome end. One evening, as Amelia was alone in the cathedral, practicing her scales, the hymn began again. But this time, it was louder, clearer. She could feel the desperation in the voices, the longing for release. The room grew cold, and the shadows seemed to come alive. Amelia followed the voices, feeling compelled to find their source. They led her to the crypt below the cathedral, a place she had never ventured before. The air was thick with age and dust, the only light coming from her small flashlight. As she delved deeper into the crypt, the hymn grew louder. The walls seemed to pulse with energy. Before her stood an old, sealed door with a faded inscription. Here lie those who sought sanctuary, but found none. Pushed by an invisible force, Amelia reached out and touched the door. Instantly, visions filled her mind. She saw the monks, their faces twisted in fear, singing their final hymn as they were trapped and slaughtered. She felt their pain, their desire for peace, and understood. Their souls were trapped, their hymn echoing through the ages, a prayer for release. Tears streaming down her face, Amelia began to sing. Her voice harmonized with the ancient hymn, bridging the gap between the past and the present. The energy in the crypt intensified, a whirlwind of emotions and memories. Suddenly, there was silence. Amelia opened her eyes to find the crypt transformed. The old door had vanished, replaced by a serene garden, bathed in ethereal light. The monks stood there, their faces no longer contorted in fear, but calm and peaceful. One of the monks stepped forward, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you," he whispered. "Your voice, your faith, has freed us." The vision faded, and Amelia found herself alone in the crypt once again, the weight of centuries lifted. From that day on, the ancient hymn was never heard again in Canterbury Cathedral. But Amelia would often sing it, a tribute to those who had once sought sanctuary and finally found peace through her voice. The legend of the echoing prayers of Canterbury Cathedral became a story told in hushed tones, a testament to the power of faith, music, and the deep connections that bind us through time. The shadowy figures of Stratford-upon-Avon. Stratford-upon-Avon was picturesque during the day. The cobblestone streets, old Tudor houses, and the gentle flow of the Avon River all imbued the town with a sense of tranquility. But as night approached, especially on nights of the full moon, an eerie atmosphere took over. Lucy, an English teacher with a deep appreciation for Shakespeare, had recently moved to Stratford. As the night of the first full moon approached, she sat in her old-fashioned library, reading Macbeth and sipping on a cup of Earl Grey. The grandfather clock chimed midnight, and a pale silvery light filtered through her window. Putting down her book, Lucy stepped outside to bask in the moon's luminescence. But as she admired the moon, her eye caught movement near the theatre. A group of shadowy figures moved across the plaza. Lucy blinked and squinted, sure that her eyes were playing tricks on her. But as the figures grew closer, she recognized them, the three witches from Macbeth. They chanted, "Fair is foul, and foul is fair." Lucy, horrified, dashed back into her house. The next day at school, Lucy brought up what she had witnessed. Most of her colleagues dismissed it as a dream or a trick of the light, but Mr. Anderson, the school's historian, leaned in. "You've seen them too," he whispered. Lucy nodded, and Anderson led her to a secluded corner of the library. "The characters," he began, "have been appearing during full moons for the past few months. But it's not just any characters, it's the villains, the lost souls, the damned." Lucy's mind raced. "Why?" she whispered. Anderson responded, "I believe there's a rift. Something has disturbed the balance of this town." For the next month, Lucy and Anderson delved deep into the annals of Stratford-upon-Avon's history. It was during their search that they discovered an old manuscript detailing an unfinished play by Shakespeare. It was said to be his last, and according to legend, he stopped writing it because the characters were too real, too malicious. The duo formulated a theory: someone had gotten their hands on the manuscript and read it aloud, and in doing so, had unintentionally brought the characters to life. They needed to find this manuscript and finish the play, hopefully ending the curse. The next full moon was 2 days away. Lucy and Anderson searched high and low, from old attics to forgotten basements. Finally, in the basement of an old bookshop, they found the manuscript titled The Cursed Masquerade. The pages were old, the ink faded, but the dialogue was unmistakably Shakespearean. The plot revolved around a masquerade where the guests slowly turned on one another, driven mad by their deepest desires and fears. Lucy took a deep breath. We need to finish this. Together, they began writing. Anderson penned the lines while Lucy, being an expert on Shakespeare, ensured it matched his style and rhythm. As the moon reached its peak, they arrived at a fitting finale where the characters found redemption. Holding the finished manuscript, Lucy and Anderson raced to the theatre. The shadowy figures were assembling: Lady Macbeth, with her blooded hands; Richard III, with his twisted spine; Ego, with his sly grin. Lucy began reading the play aloud. The characters turned, fixated on her voice, as she wove the tale of treachery, deceit, but finally, redemption. As she reached the conclusion, the figures began to dissolve, their forms becoming smoky tendrils that reached up to the heavens. The theatre was silent, save for Lucy's heavy breathing. The curse was broken. As dawn broke, Stratford-upon-Avon once again regained its peaceful atmosphere. The tales of the shadowy figures became legends, stories told in hushed tones. Lucy and Anderson, with the manuscript safely stored away, continued their roles as educators. But they both knew that the magic of Stratford-upon-Avon was real, and that the bard's tales, in the right circumstances, could leap off the pages and into reality. The Pendle Witch's Revenge. In modern-day Pendle, the eerie shadows of the past still hovered. The infamous 1612 witch trials were no longer living memory, but the town's history was ingrained in its very soil. Tourists flocked annually to visit the sites associated with the condemned, little realizing that for some Pendle inhabitants, the past was all too real. Anna, a direct descendant of one of the Pendle witches, had always felt a deep connection to her ancestry. Her great-grandmother had passed down stories and traditions that had been whispered from mother to daughter for generations. She was taught that the witches of Pendle were healers and wise women, wrongfully accused and executed by a fearful society. When Anna turned 25, she inherited an old leather-bound book. Delicate, handwritten pages detailed rituals, spells, and incantations. One particular spell caught her eye: for those wronged, vengeance to be sought. Anna decided to gather the other descendants of the Pendle witches. Together, they would finally seek justice for their ancestors. One evening, under a blood-red moon, the group formed a circle in the shadow of Pendle Hill. As Anna recited from the book, they each added an item of significance to a cauldron: a silver locket, a dried rose, a vial of tears. When the last word was spoken, the ground rumbled, and a dense mist enveloped the town. The following morning, Pendle was not the same. Time seemed to have folded in on itself. The modern buildings were replaced by timber-framed cottages, and the streets were filled with people in 17th century attire. Pendle had been cast back to the time of the witch trials. Confused and afraid, the current townsfolk were herded into a large square. A wooden platform had been erected in the center, with a noose hanging ominously from a thick beam. A dark figure, with a hood covering its face, gestured for silence. "You are here to witness the correction of a grave injustice," the figure boomed. The crowd murmured anxiously. One by one, descendants of the original accusers were dragged to the platform. Anna, revealing herself as the hooded figure, read out the names of the accused witches from 1612. For the crimes of their ancestors, these individuals will now face the same fate as the innocent women who were hanged. The crowd was paralyzed with fear. Children clung to their parents, and the condemned cried out for mercy. Just as the first noose was slipped over a trembling man's head, an elderly woman stepped forward. "Stop!" she shouted, her voice echoing across the square. "Anna, this is not the way." Anna recognized her as Mrs. Grayson, a local historian. She hesitated, her hands gripping the book tightly. Mrs. Grayson continued, "Your ancestors were wronged, but this is not justice. This is perpetuating a cycle of hatred and fear. You have the power to break it." Tears streamed down Anna's face as she wrestled with her emotions. The weight of generations of pain and anger bore down on her. The elderly historian approached Anna and gently touched her hand. "We cannot change the past, but we can choose a better future." Anna took a deep breath. Closing the book, she whispered an incantation, and the town was enveloped in the dense mist once again. When it lifted, Pendle had returned to the present day. The wooden platform was gone, and the townsfolk, though shaken, were unharmed. Anna, looking older and more weary, stood at the center of the square. The book had disappeared, but in its place was a bronze plaque. It read, "In memory of the innocent, and as a reminder to seek understanding and compassion." The descendants of the Pendle witches, along with the rest of the town, gathered around Anna. They formed a circle, joining hands in a symbol of unity. Years passed, and the event became a legend. The plaque remained in the town square, reminding all of the dangers of prejudice and the power of forgiveness. Pendle, once infamous for its witch trials, became known as a place of reconciliation and hope. The ghostly war bride of Dover. The white cliffs of Dover have stood as silent witnesses to countless farewells, promises, and longing gazes across the sea. Among those tales is the tragic story of Amelia, the ghostly war bride of Dover. In the early 1940s, Amelia was a radiant young woman, in love with a dashing soldier named Thomas. They had met during one of the town's summer fairs and instantly connected. It was a whirlwind romance, with promises of forever. But as war beckoned, Thomas was called to fight. With only a short time before his departure, they decided to marry. Dressed in a simple white gown, Amelia became his war bride. At the cliffs, they exchanged teary goodbyes. Thomas, looking deep into her eyes, whispered, "Wait for me, my love. I promise to return to you." And Amelia, holding back her tears, replied, "Every day, I will watch for you from these cliffs. And I will sing our song to keep you safe." Days turned to months, and months turned to years. Amelia, true to her word, would stand at the cliffs every day, singing their song, hoping it would guide Thomas back to her. But he never returned. With each passing day, despair crept into Amelia's heart. She refused to believe that Thomas was gone forever, and so she continued her vigil, hoping against hope. As the years went on, fishermen and sailors began to speak of a haunting melody echoing across the sea near Dover. Some said it was the wind, while others believed it was the song of the mythical sirens. Little did they know, it was Amelia's heartrending song, yearning for her lost love. One stormy night, after singing their song with tears streaming down her face, Amelia's grief overcame her. She took a final look across the vast sea, and then, with a leap, she disappeared into the raging waves below. But death did not end Amelia's wait. On foggy nights, when the moon was hidden behind a curtain of clouds, sailors and fishermen would hear the song again, clearer and more haunting than before. Tales spread of a beautiful ghostly woman on the cliffs of Dover, beckoning to lonely men with her melody. One such man, a young sailor named Owen, had heard the legends but never believed them. Until one evening, as he approached Dover, he heard the enchanting song. Drawn to the source of the melody, Owen anchored his boat and climbed the cliffs. As he reached the top, he saw her. A radiant woman in a flowing white dress, her eyes full of sorrow and longing. "Are you Thomas?" she whispered, her voice like a gentle breeze. Owen, mesmerized by her beauty and sadness, replied, "No, but I can be however you want me to be." Amelia, seeing a chance to be reunited with her love, sang even more passionately, weaving a spell around Owen. As she sang, the air grew colder, and an otherworldly wind enveloped them. Entranced, Owen stepped closer to her, the gap between the living and the dead blurring. As their hands touched, Owen's vitality started draining away, replaced by a ghostly paleness. Realizing he was being pulled into the afterlife, Owen tried to pull away. But the ghostly bride's grip was too strong. "You said you could be him," she whispered, tears flowing. Summoning all his strength, Owen managed to pull his hand free and, with a desperate effort, pushed Amelia. She let out a wail, the siren song reaching a deafening pitch, and then vanished into the mists. Owen, his strength sapped, collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily. He had narrowly escaped joining the ranks of the lost souls Amelia had tried to replace her love with. The legend of the ghostly war bride of Dover grew even more after that night. Many tried to hear her song, but only a few ever returned, their faces pale, and their minds forever haunted. And so, the white cliffs of Dover stand, holding within them the tale of undying love and eternal waiting. The ghostly war bride continues her vigil, forever singing, forever waiting for her soldier who will never return. The Drowning Pool. The outback town of Warren was as isolated as it was desolate. There were few reasons anyone would find themselves in such a forsaken place, but those who did often heard whispers about the waterhole outside of town. The locals called it the Drowning Pool. No one could recall when the stories began, but legend held that every time someone drowned in that pool, the water level rose. A mere foot at first, the pool now sprawled over an acre. More disturbing than its inexplicable growth, however, were the stories of ghostly figures seen swimming just below the surface. Margot, an avid photographer and urban explorer, found herself in Warren on her quest to document the obscure. Intrigued by the tales, she decided to visit the waterhole. As her jeep bumped along the dry earth, she saw the shimmering body of water materializing in the distance. The pool, set amidst a backdrop of arid desert, looked oddly inviting. Margot parked her vehicle, grabbed her camera, and approached cautiously. Through her lens, she tried to capture the eerie beauty of the place, her heart racing. It was utterly silent except for the soft ripples on the water's surface. Just as she prepared to take a shot, she noticed a figure beneath the water. Her lens zoomed in on the pale form of a man, his eyes wide open, mouth agape as if in a silent scream, hands reaching upwards. Startled, Margot dropped her camera. She took a step back, heart pounding. The figure was now gone. It had to be a trick of the light, she thought. But then another form appeared, then another, each more ghastly than the last. The sunlit water now looked dark and murky as it teemed with the drowned spirits. The air grew colder as Margot watched in horror, the moans of the restless souls echoing softly. She had to leave. As she turned to go, she tripped over a protruding root and fell, her head hitting a rock. Dazed, she tried to push herself up, but her strength failed her. Crawling, she made her way to the pool's edge, hoping to use the water to clean her bleeding head. But the moment her fingers grazed the water's surface, icy hands gripped her wrist. She tried to scream, but no sound came out. The ghostly figures, now clearer than ever, began to pull her into the water. Margot's vision blurred as she fought to break free. And just as suddenly as they had grabbed her, the hands released her. She scrambled away from the water's edge, gasping for breath, heart racing. She glanced back to see a lone figure standing at the edge of the pool, its features obscured by the setting sun. "Leave and never return," a whispery voice carried to her on the wind. Not needing to be told twice, Margot scrambled to her feet, raced to her jeep, and drove away without looking back. Back in town, she sought refuge in the only inn. Over a stiff drink, she confided her experience to the bartender, a wiry old man named Tom. He listened intently, nodding occasionally. When she finished, he looked her dead in the eyes. "You're lucky," he began. "Few who've been chosen by the drowning pool live to tell the tale." Margot shivered. "Why did they let me go?" Tom sighed, his voice heavy with the weight of years. "The pool is a trap, you see. But not for the living. It's for the restless souls, those who've passed but can't find peace. They're drawn to it, hoping to find release, but end up trapped, adding to its depths with every life taken. And the figure who saved me," Tom's gaze grew distant. "He's the guardian, the first to drown in that cursed pool. He sometimes takes pity on the living, but he can't save everyone. Remember this gift he's given you, and never return." Margot nodded, her earlier curiosity replaced by a newfound respect for the local legends. She left Warren the next morning, vowing never to come close to the drowning pool again. But the memories of the ghostly apparitions and the mysterious guardian haunted her dreams, serving as a constant reminder of the fine line between the living and the dead. The Eucalyptus Ghost. Lila stood at the edge of their new property, gazing at the ancient eucalyptus tree, its bark peeling in long, grayish-white ribbons. The scent it emitted was intoxicatingly sweet, yet somehow unsettling. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" her mother remarked, coming up beside her. "It's different," Lila replied. That night, as the family settled into the old farmhouse, Lila lay awake, her room bathed in pale moonlight. There was a soft, constant rustling, like whispers brushing her ears. Curiosity pulled her out of bed and led her to the window. The whispers grew clearer, tales of dreamtime echoing from the depths of the eucalyptus tree. Beautiful stories of creation, of the land, and of love entranced her. But as the night deepened, the tales grew dark, recounting betrayals, blood feuds, and creatures lurking in the shadows. Lila shivered and stepped back, pulling the curtains shut. She tried to convince herself it was just her imagination. At breakfast, Lila hesitated to share her experience, but the dark circles under her younger brother Max's eyes betrayed him. He too had heard the whispers. And so, every night, the children found themselves drawn to the stories, the beautiful ones keeping them coming back, the dark ones haunting their dreams. The rural community was tight-knit, and news of the newcomers spread fast. A week after their arrival, an elderly woman named Mabel visited. She was known to possess knowledge of the old ways and the stories of the land. The sight of the eucalyptus tree seemed to unsettle her. That tree, Mabel began, her voice raspy, is an old storyteller, a keeper of the dreamtime tales. But not all stories should be heard by mortal ears. The children recounted their nightly experiences, and Mabel's face grew pale. "The Eucalyptus Ghost," she whispered. "Legend says the spirit of an elder storyteller is trapped within the tree, forever recounting tales. The beautiful ones are law, the dark ones a curse." The family grew uneasy. The allure of the stories was undeniable, but the nightmares they brought were taking a toll. Lila and Max were growing pale and distant, their dreams invaded by shadowy figures from the tales. Desperate, the parents turned to Mabel for help. "There's an old ritual," she began, "to appease the eucalyptus ghost. We must give it new stories, stories of hope, to counteract the dark tales." And so, one evening, the community gathered around the ancient tree. They sang, danced, and shared stories of joy, love, and hope, their voices rising in a harmonious chant, offering the tales to the tree. Hours passed, and as the first light of dawn broke, a deep sigh emanated from the eucalyptus, a sound of release. From that day on, the tree's whispers became a gentle murmur. The tales, while still varied, no longer held the sinister undertones. Lila and Max regained their vitality, the shadowy figures from their dreams fading away. However, every year, on the anniversary of the ritual, the community would gather, ensuring the eucalyptus ghost was filled with stories of hope. The tradition became a celebration, a reminder of the power of storytelling and the balance between light and dark. But, as years passed and memories faded, the gatherings grew smaller, then stopped altogether. The tree, once a symbol of unity, became just another landmark. Generations later, a young family moved into the old farmhouse. The mother, standing with her daughter, gazed at the ancient eucalyptus tree. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" she remarked. The cycle was poised to begin anew. Cassed Opal. Henry had been digging in the desolate Australian town of Coober Pedy for years. It was tiring work, a relentless pursuit of fortune beneath the unforgiving sun. One sweltering afternoon, as his pickaxe struck the wall of his mine, it met with an unexpected resistance. There, nestled amid the dirt, was the most breathtaking opal he had ever seen. It shimmered with a vibrant dance of colors, as if it had captured a slice of the cosmos. Elated, Henry quickly cleaned it off and held it up to the sun. The gem seemed to absorb the sunlight, casting a strange shadow on the ground. But Henry was too taken with its beauty to notice anything unusual. That night, Henry retired to his underground home, a dugout carved from the rocky hillside, common among Coober Pedy residents. Placing the opal on his bedside table, he drifted to sleep. His dreams were vivid. The Australian landscape stretched out before him, but it was different, untouched by time and human activity. And then, emerging from a thick forest, a massive creature appeared. It was a diprotodon, resembling a gigantic wombat, its beady eyes focused on Henry. Its heavy steps made the ground tremble. He could hear the ominous growls of other beasts from the woods. The once serene dreamscape had turned into a nightmare. Jolting awake, Henry was sweating and panting heavily. The room was dark, but the opal glowed, emitting a soft, otherworldly light. Henry's heart raced. Was it just a dream or a vision from the past? The next day, he took the opal to a local jeweler to have it assessed. Mr. Thompson, the elderly owner, was stunned. "This is remarkable," he whispered, holding it to the light. "May I keep it overnight? I want to examine it under different conditions." Reluctantly, Henry agreed. The following morning, he found Mr. Thompson haggard and pale. "I saw them, those creatures," he whispered. "I've heard stories from the old miners about cursed gems, but I never believed them until now." Henry, realizing the danger the opal posed, decided he needed to return it to where he found it. But before he could, a rich collector, Mrs. DeWitt, having heard of his find, approached him with an offer he couldn't refuse. "This gem is unique," she said, eyes gleaming. "Name your price." Henry hesitated, torn between greed and the knowledge of the opal's dark power. But Mrs. DeWitt was persuasive, and soon the cursed gem was hers. Within a week, the newspapers reported that Mrs. DeWitt had gone mad. Witnesses described her screaming about giant predatory birds, teratons, and enormous lizards stalking her mansion. Word spread about the cursed opal. Yet, its allure was so powerful that it passed from one wealthy buyer to another, each falling victim to the horrifying visions of Australia's prehistoric past. One night, as the opal sat in a lavish display at a museum, a young girl named Amelia approached it. Drawn to its beauty, she touched the smooth surface. The room around her melted away, replaced by ancient rainforests and vast plains. She saw the mighty Megalania, a colossal monitor lizard, stalking its prey. The skies were dominated by huge predatory birds, casting menacing shadows below. But Amelia didn't scream or run. She watched, fascinated. Suddenly, a thylacoleo, a marsupial lion, approached her, its sharp teeth bared. Instead of attacking, it sat beside her, looking directly into her eyes. The message was clear: the opal was a window to a past world, a warning to respect and remember. Amelia returned to the museum, tears in her eyes. With newfound purpose, she convinced the museum to return the opal to Cuba Pedy. Once there, Amelia and Henry, who was eager to set things right, ventured into the mine. They placed the opal back into the earth, hoping to seal away its dark visions. But as they left the mine, the ground rumbled, and a voice echoed around them. It was neither human nor animal but something ancient. "Remember," it whispered. From that day, Cuba Pedy was changed. Those who mined there spoke of an unseen protector, a force that reminded them of the sacred land they tread upon and the ancient memories it held. The cursed opal remained a legend, a haunting tale of beauty, greed, and the eternal dance of man with the ghosts of the past. The Outback Haunting. The vast stretches of the Australian outback, with its mesmerizing sunsets and desolate beauty, had always fascinated Sarah and Jack. The couple, having saved up for months, decided to take a road trip across this rugged terrain in their battered camper van. Their journey was peaceful, filled with the vibrant colors of the landscape and the intermittent chatter of birds. One afternoon, as the red dust swirled around their tires and the sun began its descent, they stumbled upon a weathered sign that read Barclay Homestead, 2 kilometers. Intrigued, they decided to explore. A short drive brought them to a dilapidated homestead, the ruins of what was once a proud establishment. Crumbled walls, a broken windmill, and a barn that had seen better days formed the backdrop of this forgotten place. The eeriness of the homestead was palpable. The air was thick and still, and not even the usual desert sounds were present. "It's perfect," Sarah exclaimed, her excitement evident. "Imagine the stars we'll see tonight." Despite the unsettling feel, Jack agreed. It would save them from driving further and could make for an exciting story. They set up camp, and as darkness enveloped the horizon, they lit a fire. The flickering flames cast grotesque shadows on the homestead ruins. Jack strummed his guitar while Sarah cooked a modest meal. As the night deepened, they began hearing whispers. At first, it was indistinct, like a soft breeze rustling through dried grass. But as minutes turned into hours, the voices became clearer. They were chants, echoing tales of hardship, grief, and longing. "Jack, do you hear that?" Sarah asked, her voice quivering. Before Jack could answer, a gust of wind blew their fire out. They hastily turned on their torches. In the dim light, translucent figures emerged from the homestead. They were spirits of settlers, men, women, and children, dressed in period clothing, all with an aura of profound sadness. Paralyzed with fear, Jack and Sarah could do nothing but watch as the apparitions went about reenacting their daily lives. Children played with ethereal toys, men tended to ghostly livestock, and women hung phantom laundry. A spectral woman, her face etched with worry lines and eyes deep with sorrow, approached Sarah and Jack. She reached out, her hand inches from Sarah's face. Though she didn't touch her, Sarah felt a cold dread wash over her. "Help us," the spirit whispered, her voice a haunting lullaby of despair. "Find our bodies, set us free." Realization hit Jack. The settlers must have vanished without a trace, their spirits trapped, unable to move on. Without another word, the apparitions dissolved into the night, leaving Sarah and Jack in profound silence. Heartbeats echoing in their ears, they decided to search the homestead by daybreak. As dawn broke, the terrifying events of the night seemed almost surreal. But their resolve to help the trapped souls remained. They began their search in the barn. Moving aside hay and old tools, they stumbled upon a hidden trapdoor. A rank stench filled the air as they opened it. A descent into the darkness led them to a catacomb of sorts, with skeletal remains of the settlers, each chained to the walls. The cause of death wasn't immediately clear, but the chains suggested they'd been imprisoned. The Barclay homestead had held a dark secret. Sarah, tears streaming down her face, whispered a prayer. They decided to inform the local authorities and arrange for a proper burial for the settlers. That evening, as the sun painted the horizon in brilliant hues of orange and red, Sarah and Jack packed their camper. Before driving away, they took one last glance at the Barclay homestead. The air was lighter, and the once eerie silence was replaced with the melodious songs of the outback. From a distance, the ethereal figures of the settlers appeared one last time. They waved, their faces now radiant with peace. Sarah and Jack waved back, their hearts full of relief. The outback, with all its beauty and mystery, had given them an unforgettable tale. And as their camper van disappeared into the horizon, the Barclay homestead stood tall, no longer haunted but resonating with the stories of its past. Shadow of Uluru. The allure of Uluru's red sandstone, rising dramatically out of Australia's barren desert, was too great for Ethan and his friends. They had heard the tales about respecting the land and the indigenous Anangu people's wishes not to climb the sacred rock. But tales were tales, and they weren't the kind to let legends deter their thirst for adventure. With backpacks slung over their shoulders and cameras at the ready, Ethan, Mia, Lucas, and Leah began their ascent. The initial climb was steep, but the view from the summit promised to be unparalleled. Only an hour in, as the sun started its descent, Lucas paused. "Anyone else seeing those shadows?" He squinted against the light. Ethan laughed. "Shadows? The sun's playing tricks on you." But Mia, her face drained of color, whispered, "I see them too." Ethan and Leah exchanged skeptical glances. They continued climbing, but the mood had shifted. The vibrant oranges and reds of the rock now seemed more menacing than beautiful. By dusk, the shadows became more defined. They resembled human figures, keeping pace with the group but never quite revealing themselves. They appeared to flit in and out of existence, a dance between the real and the surreal. Leah, her voice trembling, admitted, "I see them too now. This isn't right." Ignoring the growing dread, the group decided to set up camp for the night, hoping daylight would dispel the eerie figures. Ethan, ever the skeptic, tried to lighten the mood. We've probably just upset some birds. They're giving us the evil shadow treatment." The night was restless. Leah swore she heard whispers. Lucas felt a cold hand brush against his. Morning couldn't come soon enough. As dawn broke, Lucas was nowhere to be found. They found his empty sleeping bag and backpack, but of Lucas, there was no trace. "Lucas!" Ethan shouted. But the vast expanse of Uluru gave no response. They needed to get down and find help. But as they started their descent, the landscape seemed to shift, confusing their senses. Paths that were once clear now led to dead ends. The monolith seemed to be reshaping itself, leading them astray. Mia, the most attuned to the natural world among them, murmured, "We didn't listen. We disrespected this place." Lost and desperate, they decided to split up, each taking a different route down in hopes that one of them would find a way. Leah, choosing a seemingly straightforward path, soon came face to face with one of the shadowy figures. It gestured, beckoning her to follow. Heart pounding, she did. Hours seemed to pass, but she felt no closer to the base. Instead, she ended up back at their campsite. Alone. The shadows whispered around her, voices ancient and unintelligible. Ethan and Mia stayed together, navigating through Uluru's shifting maze. Every so often, they'd catch a glimpse of the elusive figures. Once, Ethan thought he saw Lucas among them. The heat of the day turned into another cold, unforgiving night. Ethan and Mia, disoriented and exhausted, found themselves at an unfamiliar ledge. I think they're the guardians of this place," Mia breathed, her voice barely above a whisper. "And we've angered them. Then what do they want?" Ethan's bravado had long since faded. "To show us the consequences of not listening, of not respecting." Suddenly, the shadows emerged, surrounding them. One stepped forward, its form becoming clearer. It was an elderly indigenous man, his face etched with lines of wisdom and age. "You walk on sacred ground," he intoned, his voice echoing the lament of ages. "You ignored our warnings, our pleas. Now you must understand." With a sweeping gesture, the desert around them changed. They saw the land as it once was, teeming with life, respected and revered. They saw the Anangu people, their ceremonies and traditions. And then they witnessed the desecration, the disrespect of climbers over the years, slowly eroding both the physical and spiritual integrity of the place. Tears streamed down Mia's face. "We're sorry," she whispered. The guardian nodded slowly. "Remember this. Respect does not just protect the land, it protects you." With that, the shadows faded, and dawn broke. Mia and Ethan found themselves at the base of Uluru, alone but unharmed. Their friends, Lucas and Leah, were never found. But if you listen closely, climbers say you can hear their voices on the wind, whispering warnings to those who dare ignore the shadows of Uluru. The Whispering Sands. In the arid heart of Western Australia lies a desert, its dunes stretching endlessly beneath the blazing sun. But even in that vast emptiness, there's a place the locals avoid, the Whispering Sands. Jody, an adventurous journalist, had heard tales of the patch of sand that whispered secrets. Most dismissed it as local legend, but she sensed a deeper mystery. So, with her recorder and a satchel of supplies, Jody ventured to uncover the truth behind the whispers. The desert greeted her with an overwhelming silence. Even the wind seemed hushed. But as she walked deeper, the sand beneath her feet began to murmur. It was a soft, unintelligible chatter, like distant conversations. Intrigued, she bent down, pressing her ear to the dune. The murmurs became clearer, forming words in tongues she couldn't recognize. Mesmerized, she recorded the sounds, hoping to decipher them later. But as the hours went by, the whispers grew louder and more demanding. Words became sentences, sentences became paragraphs, and soon, Jody felt drowned in the cacophony. They revealed ancient secrets, truths too dark for the human mind, tales of civilizations lost and gods forgotten. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the desert transformed. Ghostly figures rose from the dunes, shaped by the sands and driven by the whispers. They approached Jody, murmuring the same arcane truths. Jody tried to flee, but the figures kept pace, their sandy forms shifting with the winds. Their whispers bore into her, each secret tearing at her sanity. They spoke of the world's birth and demise, of the cosmic dance of stars, of creatures that dwelled in the abyss. She ran for what felt like hours, her breath ragged, her mind on the brink of shattering. By sheer luck, she stumbled upon her campsite. She dove into her tent, zipping it up and covering her ears. The whispers intensified, as if angered by her resistance. In her desperation, Jody remembered the local shaman she had interviewed weeks ago. He had mentioned a ritual, a way to silence the desert's voice. It was said to be dangerous, but she was out of options. With trembling hands, Jody drew a circle in the sand around her tent. She placed her recorder in the center and pressed play, hoping to counteract the whispers with their own recorded voice. The device crackled to life, playing the very murmurs she had captured earlier. The desert responded. The ghostly figures recoiled, their forms wavering. The dunes themselves seemed to shift, as if trying to escape the echoing whispers. The figures began to disintegrate, merging back into the sand from which they had risen. As dawn broke, the last of the whispers faded. The desert returned to its silent state, and the spectral figures were gone. Exhausted and traumatized, Jody gathered her things and made her way back to civilization. The story of her encounter with the whispering sands spread like wildfire. Many called her a liar, while others believed her every word. But everyone agreed on one thing: the desert held mysteries beyond human comprehension. Jody never ventured into the desert again. She locked away the recording, ensuring no one else would fall victim to its maddening truths. But on some nights, when the winds blew just right, she would hear a faint murmur outside her window, a reminder of the secrets buried in the sands of Western Australia. The Bunyip's Revenge. The quiet coastal town of Wallara was a relic of the past. Nestled between craggy cliffs and the azure sea, its white houses shimmered in the sun. For generations, its inhabitants thrived on fishing and a little tourism. But for the past few months, a shadow of terror lurked over Wallara. Mysterious drownings plagued the community. It was always the same: the victims were found ashore, water-filled lungs, eyes wide in terror, and peculiar markings on their bodies, like a massive creature's embrace. No one had seen the perpetrator, but as days turned into weeks, the whispering began. "It's the Bunyip," Old Man Wira whispered, eyes clouded with fear, as he shared tales with children around a fire. "The creature from our ancestors' tales. It's angry. It's seeking revenge." "You and your tales," scoffed a younger man, Torin. "It's probably rip currents or sharks." But the elders of Wallara were not so dismissive. In hushed meetings, they recalled an incident from 50 years ago. A sacred rock formation, believed to be the resting place of the Bunyip, had been blasted away to make room for the harbor. They had warned the town council then, but their pleas fell on deaf ears. Marley, a feisty young journalist from the city, had come down to Wallara to cover the story. She wasn't one for superstitions, but something about the town's dread felt palpable. Determined to uncover the truth, Marley camped out one night near the harbor. Hours ticked away, and as the moon reached its zenith, she heard a haunting melody echoing from the depths. The waters began to churn, and a colossal shadow emerged. It was the Bunyip, its form more terrifying than any tale could describe. The creature had scales that shimmered with the luster of pearls, powerful limbs, and eyes that held centuries of pain and rage. As it cried out, the very foundations of Wallara trembled. Terrified, Marley managed to snap a picture before fleeing. The next day, her photograph made headlines. There was no dismissing the Bunyip now. The elders, led by Wira, convened a meeting. The creature's onslaughts were growing in frequency. It was clear that the Bunyip would not stop until its wrath was appeased. "We must make amends," Wira declared. "But how does one make amends to a vengeful spirit?" Marley, feeling partly responsible for the town's plight, decided to help. Using her contacts, she brought experts in Aboriginal culture and rituals to Wallara. They proposed a plan: a ceremonial dance to honor the Bunyip, coupled with a pledge to protect its home. The entire town gathered on the beach. Fires were lit, and the rhythmic thump of didgeridoos filled the air. Dancers painted in ochre performed intricate moves, mimicking the flow of water and the grandeur of the bunyip. As the climax approached, Wira stepped forward, holding a vial containing soil from the old sacred site. He chanted an ancient song, calling upon the bunyip to accept their apology. Then, pouring the soil into the water, he said, "This is our pledge to honor and protect your home." The waters began to churn, and the bunyip, now more majestic than terrifying, rose. It looked at Wira, then at Marley and the townsfolk, its gaze piercing into their souls. For what felt like an eternity, it simply hovered there, contemplating their genuine contrition. Finally, with a nod that seemed to convey understanding and forgiveness, the bunyip slowly receded into the depths, leaving Wallara in awed silence. From that day, no more drownings occurred in Wallara. The harbor thrived, but with a newfound respect for nature. And atop a cliff, overlooking the vast ocean, stood a monument depicting the bunyip, forever reminding the townsfolk of the importance of respecting traditions and Sydney Opera Phantoms. The Sydney Opera House stood as an iconic symbol of modern design and Australian pride. But underneath its gleaming sails, deep within the bedrock, lay a mystery that dated back to Sydney's colonial past. In 2023, construction began on a new subterranean level beneath the Opera House. The project aimed to expand its capacity, but what they found instead was a sealed chamber, undisturbed for over 2 centuries. The chamber's door was a massive slab of stone, decorated with intricate engravings. It depicted people in chains, ships, and anguished faces, a somber remembrance of Australia's convict past. The room seemed to be an intentional burial site, an effort perhaps to lock away and forget a dark part of the city's history. Curiosity overcame caution, and the workers decided to open it. As the stone slab was removed, a rush of cold air swept out, extinguishing the lanterns and chilling everyone to the bone. From that day on, the Sydney harbour was no longer the same. It started with whispers. Tourists and locals walking around the harbour claimed they heard voices, cries of anguish, laughter, and singing in old-time dialects. But when they turned around, there would be no one there. Late at night, the spirits began to show themselves. Ethereal figures, some wearing tattered colonial-era clothing, and others in chains, could be seen walking along the harbour's edge. They seemed lost, trapped between 2 worlds, reliving the hardships of their lives. The most unsettling apparition was a woman dressed in a long white dress, dripping wet, who would stand by the edge of the Opera House, staring mournfully into the water. She became known as the Lady of the Harbour. The spirits didn't seem malicious, but their presence created an atmosphere of melancholy. The number of tourists dwindled, and performances at the Opera House were frequently interrupted by mysterious malfunctions, lights flickering, eerie voices through the speakers, and even props moving on their own. The local council, in a bid to rectify the situation, called in historians and paranormal experts. It was soon discovered that the chamber was used during the early colonial days to punish and, in some instances, execute convicts. Those who met particularly tragic ends were placed in the chamber, sealing their restless spirits away. The Lady of the Harbour was identified as Isabella, a young woman wrongfully accused of a crime, who had thrown herself into the harbour upon her release, unable to bear the weight of her unjust punishment. Knowing the spirit stories brought a degree of sympathy and understanding, but it didn't solve the problem. The phantoms were still tethered to the harbour, unable to move on. A renowned spiritualist, Aria Wentworth, believed that giving these spirits a voice would set them free. The Sydney Opera House decided to host a unique performance, a play about Sydney's colonial past, showcasing the stories of these spirits. The night of the performance arrived. The Opera House was packed, not with a fearful crowd, but with an empathetic one. As the play began, the atmosphere was tense. As each convict's story was told, a ghostly figure would appear on stage, walking in tandem with the actors, their stories finally being heard. When Isabella's tale was recounted, the entire Opera House was in tears. As the actress playing Isabella stood at the edge of the stage, staring into the water, the real Isabella, the Lady of the Harbour, appeared beside her. Together, hand in hand, they took a bow, and as the applause erupted, Isabella's spirit dissipated into a soft glow, finally at peace. The performance ended with a standing ovation, not just for the actors but for the spirits who had been acknowledged and remembered. The hauntings ceased after that night. The Sydney Harbour returned to its lively self, but with a deeper understanding of its history. The chamber beneath the Opera House was sealed again, but this time with a plaque honouring those who were unjustly forgotten. Sydney had not just seen a ghost story unfold but had actively participated in ending one, proving that understanding and empathy could transcend even the barriers between life and death. The Ghost of Great Ocean Road. The Great Ocean Road, with its stunning cliffside views and lush forests, is famous for its beauty. But locals knew of an old tale, whispered in hushed tones in every inn and cafe along the route, the Ghost of Great Ocean Road. John, a skeptic journalist, had heard about the tale. It was said that a woman in old-fashioned clothing was often seen trying to hitch a ride along the winding path. The legend went that those who stopped for her were never seen again. Intrigued, John decided to take the journey himself, eager to debunk the myth. As the sun set on a cold winter evening, he started his journey. The ocean waves crashed against the cliffs, casting a haunting rhythm that echoed through the twilight. John's radio played soft tunes, the only break in the eerie silence that seemed to envelop the road. A thick fog began to roll in, and John slowed down, straining his eyes to see the path ahead. It was then he noticed her, a woman in an old-fashioned dress, her pale hand outstretched, seeking a ride. Heart racing, he thought of driving past her. But his journalistic instinct kicked in. Here was his chance to confront the legend head-on. He pulled over. The woman approached the car, her steps silent on the road. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the sound of the waves. "I've been waiting for so long." John nodded, trying to keep his composure. "Where do you need to go?" he asked. "Home," she replied, pointing ahead. The journey resumed, the radio now silent. John could feel the weight of her presence beside him. Every so often, he'd steal a glance, noticing the sadness in her pale blue eyes. "Who are you?" he finally asked. "I was once like you," she began, her voice hauntingly melodic. "Eager to explore, to see the beauty of this road. But one fateful evening, my car crashed, and I was left alone. No one stopped for me. No one helped. I died here, waiting for someone." John swallowed hard. "So why do you need a ride now?" "To find peace," she replied. "To find someone who would care enough to stop." They drove in silence for a while. John's fear was replaced by sympathy. But then he remembered the tales. The drivers who stopped were never seen again. Panic welled up. "What will happen to me?" he finally asked. She turned to face him, her eyes filled with tears. "I don't harm anyone. I just seek companionship, a friend to help me find my way home." But the stories of the disappeared played on John's mind. He thought of a plan. "There's a chapel ahead. How about I leave you there? Maybe you can find peace in its walls." She hesitated and then nodded. "I haven't tried that." When they reached the old chapel, he escorted her to the entrance. The door creaked open on its own. The interiors were lit by a soft, ethereal glow. "Thank you," she whispered, tears streaming down her face. "I just want to be remembered, to not be left behind." John watched as she disappeared into the light. The weight on his heart lifted. He got back into his car, feeling a mix of relief and sadness. As he continued his journey, he noticed something strange. His phone, which he had kept on the dashboard, was missing. Frantic, he searched the car, but it was nowhere to be found. Feeling a chill down his spine, he stopped at the next inn. As he entered, he was met with gasps of shock. The innkeeper approached him, his face pale. "You? How are you here?" Confused, John asked, "What do you mean?" The innkeeper handed him a newspaper. The headline read, "Journalist John Matthews Goes Missing on Great Ocean Road." The article stated he had been gone for a year. The realization hit John hard. He remembered the woman's words. She hadn't harmed him, but she had taken him out of time. Terrified and lost, John now wanders the great ocean road, seeking to find his way back to his time, while the ghostly woman, in her quest for peace, still waits for another soul to stop. Tasmanian Tigers howl. A shiver of excitement ran through the science community when Dr. Sophia Rain announced she had successfully cloned the Tasmanian tiger, an animal long believed to be extinct. The project had taken years, with samples painstakingly extracted from the last known specimens preserved in formaldehyde. The first litter of clones was born, and they seemed as though they were miracles. With their striped, dog-like bodies and rigid tails, the world once again saw a creature it had long considered lost to time. However, it wasn't long before the researchers began noticing peculiarities in their behavior. The tigers didn't sound like the historical records suggested. Instead of the expected cough-like barks, these tigers emitted long, mournful howls each night, starting at exactly midnight. Local stories spoke of how the island's original inhabitants believed that certain places were haunted by spirits, phantoms of a time long past. These spirits were said to roam the lands, and it was only the natural creatures of the island that kept them in check. As weeks went by, Dr. Rain's excitement started turning to unease. Other animals in the vicinity of the research facility began acting erratically. Birds would fly in frenzied patterns, while the native Tasmanian devils would bury themselves in the ground, as if hiding. Late one night, Dr. Rain was awakened by a staff member, Dr. Felix Harmon. He looked panicked. "You need to see this," he whispered. The entire pack of cloned Tasmanian tigers was standing in a circle, howling in unison. But what was even more disturbing was what was materializing inside that circle. Faint, shimmering forms of indigenous people, animals, and even older, indistinct figures were appearing and disappearing in a ghostly dance. "I've read about this," Felix whispered. "Local legends say that the island has spirits trapped in it. The original tigers, with their unique calls, were the gatekeepers. They kept these spirits at bay." The two scientists watched in horror as the ghostly forms seemed to grow more solid and aware of their surroundings. The oldest spirits, mere wraiths of energy, began to drift towards the nearby towns, while the more recent spirits seemed to revel in their newfound freedom. "We have to do something," Sophia whispered. "We've unleashed something we don't understand." The two set out with a plan. They believed that the spirits were being drawn to the howls of the cloned tigers. If they could drown out or disrupt the howls, perhaps they could reverse the process. The researchers worked tirelessly, setting up large speakers around the enclosure, blasting various sounds to interrupt the tigers. Nothing seemed to work. As the nights went by, the townspeople reported strange happenings. Shadows moving at the edge of their vision, cold gusts of wind in closed rooms, and an overall feeling of unease. Children claimed to see shadow people in the forests, while others spoke of ancient creatures, ones that didn't resemble any living animal, stalking the outskirts. In a desperate attempt, Sophia decided to reintroduce the cloned tigers to a controlled wild environment, far from the facility. Perhaps the spirits would follow. Using tranquilizers, the team transported the tigers to a distant part of the island. But the haunting phenomena only intensified. The spirits seemed to be everywhere now, no longer restricted to the confines of the tiger's enclosure. One evening, as dusk gave way to the inky blackness of night, an elder from a nearby indigenous community visited the facility. He introduced himself as Luca. "You have tampered with things you don't comprehend," Luca began, his voice a gravelly whisper. "The tigers you've brought back aren't the guardians we once knew. They're bridges, pulling spirits from their resting places." Sophia, desperate, asked, "Is there anything we can do?" Luca nodded. "There's an ancient ritual. It's risky and demands a sacrifice. But it's our best hope." Under Luca's guidance, the team set out. They needed items from the island's sacred spots, stones from an ancient burial site, water from a mystical spring, and fire kindled from the oldest tree's wood. The ritual took place at the facility, right in the middle of the cloned tiger's circle. Luca chanted words in a language Sophia didn't recognize. The tigers, instead of howling, began to growl, a deep, rumbling sound that seemed to shake the very ground. As the ritual reached its crescendo, Luca turned to Sophia. The sacrifice, he whispered, is the very thing you've brought back. The tigers. With tears in her eyes, understanding the gravity of their mistake, Sophia administered a compound to the tigers, a peaceful end. As the last tiger's breath left its body, a blinding light engulfed the area. When the light faded, the spirits were gone. The island was quiet once more, but the weight of their actions bore heavily on Sophia and her team. They had dared to tamper with the natural order, and the price had been steep. Years later, the tale of the Tasmanian Tigers' howl became a cautionary tale, a reminder that some things, once lost, might be best left undisturbed. The Dorrigo disappearances. The green vastness of the Dorrigo National Park concealed many stories whispered amongst locals and backpackers alike. But there was one tale that overshadowed them all, the Dorrigo disappearances. It started innocently enough, with hikers describing an uncanny feeling of being observed. No matter how crowded the trail, a still, eerie sensation lingered. Amanda, an avid hiker, had heard these stories but dismissed them. It's all in their heads, she'd thought, tying her boots. Setting off with her best friend, Lucas, she laughed and chatted, the sun casting dappled light onto the forest floor. By afternoon, they'd reached a dense, old part of the woods, where the trees had limbs that twisted and turned like arthritic fingers reaching for the sky. Lucas paused, his face pale. "Do you feel that?" Amanda smirked. "Oh, come on, not you too." Lucas swallowed hard. "It feels like we're being watched." Amanda playfully rolled her eyes. "It's just stories, Luke." They continued, but Lucas's unease grew. Every rustle in the underbrush made him jump. By evening, when they decided to set up camp, the unsettling sensation was palpable. Nightfall brought with it a chilly silence. The usually vibrant sounds of nocturnal creatures were conspicuously absent. As Amanda lit the campfire, she finally admitted, "Okay, this place is a bit creepy." Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed through the clearing. With it came the faintest echo of voices, hushed and desperate. They seemed to plead for help. The fire flickered wildly, casting grotesque shadows onto the trees. Lucas's face went white. "Did you hear that?" Amanda nodded, suddenly regretting her bravado. They grabbed their torches and followed the ethereal whispers. It felt like a fool's errand, chasing ghosts in the dark, but they were drawn in by the voices, each more desperate than the last. Suddenly, the torchlight revealed an old, dilapidated cabin, swallowed by vines and time. Hesitating for only a moment, they pushed open the door. The inside was more unnerving than the exterior. Walls plastered with old newspaper clippings chronicled decades of disappearances within Dorrigo. The clippings described the last known whereabouts of each hiker and, eerily, their final words, often whispered into radios or phones. "These are the voices we heard," Lucas whispered, his eyes wide with terror. A heavy thud from the room above made them jump. Slowly, they ascended the creaky staircase. At the top was a single, dimly lit room. In the middle was a vintage radio set, its lights blinking erratically. A distorted voice broke the silence, echoing out of the radio, "Help! Me." Amanda recognized the voice. It was hers. But how? As if in answer, a chilling draft blew through the room, and in its wake stood a gaunt, shadowy figure. Dressed in tattered clothes, its face obscured by long, wild hair, the entity stared at them with hollow eyes. "You heard the voices," it rasped. "Now you are one of them." Lucas screamed as the figure lunged at him. Amanda, paralyzed with fear, watched in horror as Lucas's form became translucent, his voice joining the chorus of desperate pleas. The entity turned its gaze to Amanda. "You have two choices: become one with the voices, or be the keeper of the tales. If you choose the latter, you are bound to this place, destined to lure others with stories, adding to the symphony of lost souls." Tears streamed down Amanda's face. I choose to be the keeper." With a nod, the entity vanished, leaving Amanda in the oppressive silence of the cabin. Time seemed to stretch and distort. Days became nights, and nights became days. Hikers ventured into Dorrigo, and Amanda would whisper tales of the cursed cabin, her voice carried by the wind. One day, a familiar face emerged from the woods. It was Lucas, looking lost and afraid. Overjoyed, Amanda rushed to embrace him, but her hands passed right through him. "Help me," he whispered, the wind carrying his voice away, joining the haunting chorus of Dorrigo National Park. The legend of the Dorrigo disappearances continued to grow. Every whisper in the wind, every rustle in the underbrush was a testament to its truth. But amid the chorus of lost souls, one voice remained ever present, reminding travelers of the park's dark past and luring them closer to its heart. And so, the cycle continued, the eerie allure of Dorrigo National Park ensuring its stories would never be forgotten. Melbourne's haunted laneway. Melbourne's streets have seen much in their long history, but no place is quite as chilling as the quiet, cobblestone De Graves Street. Now bustling with quaint coffee shops, street art, and tourists, the laneway hides a dark past that dates back to the 19th century. In the 1870s, De Graves Street witnessed a series of unsolved murders. All victims were found lifeless with their throats slit, blood pooling around them, yet no assailant was ever caught. The murders stopped as suddenly as they had started, but the lane's dark legacy had already been forged. Lucia, an aspiring journalist, had always been intrigued by De Graves Street's lore. She decided to dive deep into the past, hoping to unearth the truth and perhaps write a story that would catapult her to fame. Armed with her notebook, a small flashlight, and an insatiable curiosity, Lucia began her investigation. She discovered that all of the victims were connected to a now extinct coffee shop named Cafe House. Digging deeper, Lucia learned about Adeline, a barista at Cafe House, who was rumored to have had affairs with each of the murdered individuals. Determined to uncover the full story, Lucia decided to visit De Graves Street late one night. The vibrant hustle and bustle of the daytime had given way to a serene silence. The narrow lane seemed narrower, the dim street lamps casting elongated, eerie shadows on the cobblestones. As Lucia strolled deeper into the lane, the temperature began to drop sharply. Goosebumps prickled her skin. The lamplight started to flicker, making the atmosphere even more menacing. A thick fog enveloped the laneway, obscuring her vision. From the depths of the mist, she heard a woman's haunting lament. "Why did they betray me?" the voice wailed. Suddenly, a ghostly figure materialized before her, a woman in a 19th century barista outfit with striking eyes. It was Adeline. Her gaze was distant, and her pale skin gleamed in the dim light. Before Lucia could react, Adeline beckoned her closer, her fingers icy and translucent. "Do you wish to know the truth?" Adeline whispered, her voice echoing down the lane. "Yes," Lucia replied, her voice trembling. A chilling wind blew through the laneway, and the mist swirled around them. The world around Lucia started to shift, and she found herself standing inside the old cafe house. The place was buzzing with patrons, and she saw Adeline serving coffee, her face radiant and cheerful. One by one, she recognized the faces of the murder victims from the old photographs she had seen. Each of them exchanged secretive glances with Adeline, revealing their illicit affairs. Suddenly, Lucia was back in the mist-covered lane, the apparition of Adeline staring deep into her eyes. "I loved each of them," Adeline confessed. "But they betrayed me, each seeking the company of another after swearing love to me. My heart was shattered repeatedly. I couldn't bear it anymore." Realization dawned upon Lucia. Adeline was the murderer, but before she could utter a word, Adeline continued, "I was wronged, but I also wronged. My love turned to rage, and in my madness, I silenced them forever. But fate had its revenge. One night, after my final act, I slipped on these very cobblestones and met a swift end. The mist began to recede, and the temperature started to normalize. Adeline's form became more transparent. "I am trapped here, reliving my sins, longing for redemption," Adeline murmured. "Share my story. Let the world know my regret." As the first light of dawn broke, Adeline's apparition disappeared entirely. Lucia, shaken to her core, rushed home and penned down the entire experience. The article, titled "Melbourne's Haunted Laneway," was published and went viral. Visitors thronged De Graves Street, paying homage to Adeline's tragic tale. Months later, patrons at the coffee shops lining the laneway began reporting an unusual occurrence. Every now and then, they'd find their coffee cups filled to the brim, even if they hadn't ordered yet. The aroma was unique, reminiscent of a blend from the 19th century, and sometimes, just sometimes, on cold misty nights, the soft wailing of a heartbroken woman can still be heard echoing down Melbourne's most haunted laneway. The Kangaroo Island Cult. Kangaroo Island, a picturesque gem off the coast of South Australia, was mostly known for its natural wonders and wildlife. However, journalist Emma Winters was here for an entirely different reason. Whispers of a long-forgotten cult had resurfaced, and as someone who had always been drawn to the esoteric, Emma couldn't resist the allure. Emma began her investigation at the Penashore Hotel. Over a glass of wine, she listened as locals shared tales of strange occurrences on the island. One old man, with deeply etched lines on his face, spoke of how his grandfather had encountered hooded figures dancing around fires during the dead of night. Another woman mentioned an old prophecy about spirits bound to the island, awaiting a day of reckoning. The next morning, equipped with a camera and a map, Emma headed to the western part of the island. She was told that remnants of the cult's activities could be found there. The terrain grew rugged, with dense woods and caves carved into cliffs by the relentless sea. In a concealed clearing, Emma found a stone circle. The moss-covered stone stood tall, in an almost perfect circle. At its center was a large flat stone, stained dark. As she approached, the air grew cold, and an overwhelming feeling of being watched made her hair stand on end. Suddenly, a whispering voice echoed, "You should not have come." Emma swung her camera around, trying to locate the source. "Who's there?" she called out. Another voice, deeper and more menacing, responded, "The prophecy nears completion. Leave, or become part of it." Refusing to be intimidated, Emma continued her investigation. She discovered a tattered book beneath the central stone. Carefully picking it up, she opened it to a page that detailed the prophecy. "When the island awakens, spirits bound shall arise. On the eve of the blood moon, a new disciple will be chosen to join the eternal dance. They shall remain until another takes their place." Chilled, Emma quickly packed up her equipment. As she made her way out of the clearing, she felt the ground beneath her tremble. The whispering voices grew louder, filling the air with eerie chants. The evening was setting in, and the sky bore the unmistakable hue of a blood moon. Emma realized, with a sinking heart, that she might be the new disciple mentioned in the prophecy. The need to leave the island became urgent. As she drove towards Penashore, hoping to catch the last ferry off the island, the voices grew louder. The moon, bathed in red, seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. The road became less familiar, trees forming dark silhouettes that seemed to reach out for her. Emma's car suddenly stalled near an old chapel. The chapel's door creaked open, revealing hooded figures holding torches. They moved in unison, their voices merging into a haunting hymn. Emma tried to start her car repeatedly, to no avail. The largest of the figures stepped forward, lowering its hood. The face was familiar. It was the old man from the Penashore Hotel. "It's time," he whispered, eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. "The spirits have chosen." Realizing her plight, Emma remembered a protective chant her grandmother had taught her, often mentioning it was for dire situations. As the figures closed in, Emma began chanting with all her might. The ground trembled again, and a fierce wind began to blow, dispelling the figures and leaving her alone in front of the chapel. Taking a deep breath, she tried the ignition once more. The car roared to life. Without looking back, Emma sped away, making it to the ferry with moments to spare. As the ferry pulled away from Kangaroo Island, Emma looked back. The blood moon hung low, casting a crimson hue across the waters. On the shore stood the hooded figures, watching her. Among them, translucent spirits danced, their ethereal forms swirling in the moonlight. The next day, Emma's article on the Kangaroo Island cult was published, warning travelers of the island's dark past and the spirits that still roamed there. However, no one could verify the existence of the stone circle or the chapel, and many dismissed her tale as a work of fiction. But Emma knew the truth. And every time she looked at the moon, she was reminded of the spirits bound to Kangaroo Island, forever awaiting the fulfillment of a prophecy that had almost claimed her. Fraser Island's Forbidden Zone. Fraser Island, with its soft white sand and crystal-clear waters, is a slice of paradise on Earth. But part of it was forbidden. The dangerous wildlife signs dissuaded most tourists from the northeastern shores, but the locals whispered a different story, a story that kept even the bravest among them far from its treacherous waters. Evelyn, a journalist from Sydney, had heard about the shipwreck remnants and the eerie tales associated with them. She decided to visit Fraser Island to unravel the truth. Armed with a camera and a sense of adventure, Evelyn planned to camp overnight in the Forbidden Zone. As the sun began to set, Evelyn pitched her tent on the edge of the tree line. The waves crashing against the shore whispered of untold mysteries. Feeling courageous, she ventured towards the beach. Partially buried in the sand were decaying pieces of an ancient ship, a grim reminder of a disaster long forgotten. As night enveloped the island, Evelyn heard a melancholic tune. A soft, haunting melody that seemed to emanate from the waters. Intrigued, she followed the sound, the ghostly song pulling her closer and closer to the water. Suddenly, a flash of lantern light caught her eye. Figures, barely discernible in the moonlit fog, appeared on the shore. Spectral sailors, dressed in ragged uniforms, danced around, drawing Evelyn in with their sorrowful song. A spectral woman, her hair floating around her like a halo of seaweed, approached Evelyn. "Join us," she whispered, her voice echoing the pain of 1,000 lost souls. Evelyn, hypnotized, stepped forward. Just then, an old local named Mr. Davies, having spotted her tent earlier, reached out, grabbing her arm and pulling her back. "Don't listen to them. They want you to be one of them," he shouted. Together, they fled from the beach, the mournful cries of the spirits echoing behind them. Back at the safety of Evelyn's campsite, Mr. Davies shared the legend. Over a century ago, a ship named the Sirena had wrecked off the coast. The island's unpredictable currents had trapped the ship, and all on board perished. Those lost souls were forever bound to the island, cursed to lure others to share their watery fate. Evelyn was rattled but grateful to Mr. Davies. She offered him a cup of coffee from her flask, and they sat around her campfire, the flickering flames warding off the darkness and the shadows of the past. "There's something about their song," Evelyn murmured. "It felt inviting. Like they were sharing a secret I needed to hear." Mr. Davies looked into the flames, his face etched with age and wisdom. "It said that the souls of the Sirena were betrayed. They had been promised safe passage through these waters by a guide who abandoned them. Now they seek others, hoping one of them might be their betrayer, returning to the scene of his treachery." Evelyn felt a chill run down her spine. But why do they target tourists? The guide, if he survived, would be long gone. He shrugged. "The spirits are restless and desperate. They don't think rationally. They are driven by an insatiable need for closure, and in their anguish, they can't differentiate between friend or foe, past or present." Evelyn shivered. "I thought I'd find a story here, but I wasn't prepared for this." The two sat in silence, lost in their thoughts until the first light of dawn. When it was safe, Mr. Davies led Evelyn out of the Forbidden Zone, ensuring she reached the tourist areas. Evelyn left Fraser Island with a newfound respect for local legends. She wrote about the Sirena and its lost souls, not as a mystery to be solved but as a cautionary tale. The Forbidden Zone remained off-limits, but now tourists whispered about the ghosts of Fraser Island, sharing the chilling tale of the shipwreck and its eternal occupants. And deep within the island's treacherous waters, the song of the Sirena continued, forever seeking redemption and revenge. The Adelaide Arcade Apparition. Deep in the heart of Adelaide, the historic Adelaide Arcade stood tall and proud, a testament to the intricate work of the artisans of yesteryears. Yet, every local knew that beneath the regal facade, a spectral secret lay hidden. Bianca, a tech-savvy travel vlogger, arrived in Adelaide, determined to debunk the myths surrounding the Adelaide Arcade. Haunted places and electronic malfunctions. "It's probably all old wiring or urban legends," she scoffed. As evening shadows lengthened, Bianca made her way through the ornate entrance of the arcade. GoPro attached to her chest and smartphone in hand, live streaming to her thousands of followers. The polished floors reflected the luminosity of chandeliers, creating a golden aura throughout the corridor. The ambience was more serene than spooky, but as Bianca ventured deeper, her phone started to flicker. Great! Not even an hour in and my brand new phone's acting up, she sighed. She noticed an old-fashioned candy store and decided to enter. As she perused the suites, a vintage mirror caught her eye. The reflection showed her standing, and behind her, a gaunt figure with hollow eyes and construction attire of the 1800s. She gasped, spinning around to face nothing. There was no one else in the store. Her heart raced, but she attributed the image to the trick of the light or her imagination. Exiting the shop, her GoPro blinked with a low battery warning, which was odd since she had just charged it. Suddenly, the lights in the arcade started to dim, and a chilling breeze whipped through, extinguishing the warm air. Whispers echoed. "Leave. Why have you come?" Bianca, unnerved but determined, called out, "Who's there?" "This isn't funny." There was no reply, only the mocking silence of the arcade. The majestic chandeliers now appeared as looming spiders in the dim light. She remembered the old tales. A man named Francis had died during the construction. His death was a result of a tragic accident, and his spirit never found peace, causing disturbances, especially around electronic devices. But Bianca wasn't one to be easily deterred. "All right, Francis, if you're here, show yourself," she challenged, hoping her bravado would mask her rising fear. Suddenly, every electronic device in the vicinity started to malfunction. Lights flickered on and off, alarms from nearby shops rang out, and the temperature dropped further. Bianca's breath formed a frosty mist in the air. She began to see fleeting reflections in store windows, reflections of a man not of her time. Every time she tried to get a closer look, the figure would vanish. Panicking, Bianca decided to exit the arcade. But as she made her way, the entrance seemed to get farther away. The once straight path now seemed like a winding labyrinth. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart. She remembered reading about how ghosts or spirits often attached to a particular place due to unresolved business or extreme emotions. "Francis," she began, her voice quivering, "I don't mean any harm. I just came to learn your story." For a brief moment, everything stopped. The lights returned to their warm glow. A gentle hand touched her shoulder. Turning, she came face to face with Francis. His once hollow eyes now gleamed with sadness and understanding. "My story isn't for entertainment. I'm trapped here, reliving my tragic end. All I want is peace." Feeling a profound empathy, Bianca whispered, "How can I help you find it?" Francis looked deep into her eyes. "Remember me. Tell my story, not as a spooky tale, but as a cautionary one. Share the importance of valuing every worker's life." As dawn began to break, the Adelaide Arcade was bathed in soft, ethereal light. The spectral labyrinth had disappeared, and Bianca found herself near the exit. She left the arcade, not with a debunked myth, but with a purpose. Her vlogs took on a new direction, narrating tales of people like Francis, emphasizing the value of life over the allure of legends. And as for the Adelaide Arcade, it still stood as a majestic testament to history, with fewer electronic disturbances. For every time someone remembered Francis's story, a part of his restless spirit found solace. However, every now and then, on a particularly dark and windy night, if one was to glance into a window or mirror within the arcade, they might see a fleeting figure, tipping his hat in gratitude before vanishing from sight.
Thank you for watching, and remember, the darkness awaits. Until our paths cross again, stay fearful and stay subscribed.